I'd like to bring this meeting to order with a brief prayer of thanks to our Savior. Our Batman, who art in Gotham, cowled be thy mane. Now, y'all know Kev Smith's a big old fat man, but did you know his favorite hero is Batman, the Dark Knight who punches dirty turkeys in the face? That's right, Cape Crusader. Punch all those turkeys. Punch them in their turkey necks. So once a week now, this no-fly list fatty's gonna put the food down and get chatty about Batty, and this turkey gets wordy about Gotham like it's a real place. He ain't got time for his wife or daughter. This Catwoman's losing, Batman ain't caught her. Go get her, Cape Crusader. You want a pussy hunt now? Ha ha! Get ready, turkeys. We gon' bat shit. Babbling about the bat with old Kevin Smith. Now here's the fat man who loves Batman himself, Fat Kev Smith. Get on out here, turkey. Welcome to Fat Man on Batman. I'm Kevin Smith. Okay, kids, this is when I'm 42 years old, and I'm living proof that dreams can come true. When I was but a boy, a young fat boy, back in 1989, I met another guy. He wasn't a boy, he was a little older than me. Walter Flanagan, still one of my dearest friends in the world, on that TV show Comic Book Man, that's back on AMC this week. Anyway, I had lost a bunch of friends I used to hang out with in high school, all my high school friends. I'd started dating a girl, and we started getting serious, and I kind of let the friendships lapse. Then our relationship ended. My friends had gone on to date girls as well, and so the circle was kind of broken. So by the end of high school, I was kind of flying solo. So I met a cat named Walter Flanagan. He worked at the Highlands Recreation Center, which was where, you know, kids go to play after school and stuff. And I was there as part of a year-long latchkey kid program. Parents that had work after who couldn't pick their kids up after school, kids would come down to the rec center and they'd hang out there till 6, and the parents come pick them up. I'm working there about 8 months with this cat, Walter Flanagan, and we never exchanged conversation beyond like, do the kids get pudding? Yeah. That's it. Good morning. Hi. That's it. No conversation, no relation whatsoever. You know, it was weird. It was, I'd always, I'm not like the most social cat in the world, but in a work setting, man, I'm always chit-chatting up, like to have a good time. And when I was working with this guy, there was no good time. It was just quiet, and he was to himself and I was to myself. So after 8 months, I find a way into this cat. The guy who runs the place, Timmy Hill, our boss, he goes, Walter's a big comic book fan. And I was like, comic book fan? We're playing foosball at the time. I said, hey, man, I wrote a report about Batman last year when I was in high school, senior year in high school. I got a pretty good grade on it, man. He goes, yeah. You know, classic Walter. It would have ended there, so you have to keep going. So I was like, yeah, you know, I'll bring it in. You can read it. He was like, all right. Uninterested, but still, this might have been my way in. So I bring in this report for him to read. I give it to him before I leave the next day. Next day, I come in. I say to him, hey, man, did you read the report? And he goes, yeah, I read that. He's going, you don't know shit about Batman. That ain't Batman. He's going, you're talking about the Adam West Batman, and that ain't Batman. I want you to read this Batman. And he handed me a copy of The Dark Knight Returns, Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns. Went home, read it in a night, came back full of questions, kind of like a young prophet or a young acolyte of a prophet who's like, tell me, master, what does this mean? Immediately, I was ready to sit at this guy's feet and be like, who is this one-armed archer? You know, and then Walter would fill in, that's the Green Arrow and stuff like that. So at that point, we begin a friendship. We actually have a conversation because we're talking about something that bonds us. In this case, it's Batman's The Dark Knight Returns. Our friendship grows over the course of the next few months because I'm getting very into these comic books. Give me more. And finally, Walter's like, why don't you come out with me? I used to buy and read comic books when I was a kid, got to high school, stopped because I thought I'll never get fucking pussy if I'm reading comic books, and abandoned them. Here was a guy who was older than me by about 2 years in high school, a dude who was kind of metal. I looked up to him. He's what I consider a hard case. He thinks that's kind of funny now later in life. But here was a guy who was not afraid to be like, I read comic books. Comic books are cool. So he was my way back into comic books. And when I got back into comic books, you're talking about just as the big old wave of the Brit invasion was cresting, particularly all throughout DC. And we were seeing some writing coming in from people who cut their teeth over on British titles and doing amazing things, coming here with our stories with lots of reverence for the stories that came from the stories of the past, the continuity tales of old within a DC universe. and we're suddenly breathing new life into them. And it was exciting. It was just a great fucking time to be reading anything, man, because suddenly there was a renaissance of sorts going on. So this is when I start reading comics again, which is about the best time in the world you could have picked up comics after a lapse, because so much quality writing was going on. The writer was king. We were coming to the tail end of a period where, artists were everything, and you could sell a book on the title of the artist on the cover alone. Suddenly writers meant something. Suddenly the writers were becoming rock stars, and that meant the world to me. I like to write. I could never draw, but I like to write. So I could imagine myself as like, ooh, I could write one of these books, man, because this was the type of superhero story I could get into. A little more thoughtful, a little more grown up and stuff. Didn't seem as silly. So, in this era, one of the first books Walter Flanagan puts into my hand, he goes, you got to read this. This is one of the best books that's on the market right now. It's so fucked up. The highest compliment or rating a Walter Flanagan could give anything is so fucked up. So that book was Animal Man. I fell in love with this book, Animal Man. It was brilliant. They took a dopey character, man, and turned him into something with a psychology and a real world philosophy, tackling stories that I'd never seen done before. And mind you, I was just getting back into comics, but I was filling up like a sponge. I was reading everything. Walter would be like, here. I'm talking about, I'm reading Animal Man at the same time I'm reading Watchmen, and they're on the same fucking shelf to me, because I'm like, this is brilliant. All this shit's brilliant. Not long after that, man, the next transformative Batman book is placed into my hands. We go into this hobby shop in Red Bank, me and Walter. At this point, probably 3 months into collecting comics together, I start going on the weekly trip with him. Worked out well for Walter. He didn't have a license for some reason. He didn't wind up getting it until he was like 21. So I was a guy who would drive not just to the Red Bank comic store, the Hobby Masters, or Toy Masters, but also out to Madawan comic book store, all over the place. We drive looking for stuff, looking for books. One of the books that we got to the Red Bank Hobby Masters early to get the day it came out, because there was so much fucking excitement for it, was this hardcover take on Batman and Arkham Asylum, Serious House on Serious Earth. And we'd seen images from it, and they looked bizarre. The presentation looked different than we'd ever seen before. Even the word balloons were different, color coded. Everything about it screamed art. And you suddenly, as a guy who was coming back into comics, you were able to hold your head even higher, because you're like, look at this shit, man. You think comics are for kids? I would never hand this book to a kid, man. It's so beautiful. It looks like it belongs in a museum. Arkham Asylum was a book that absolutely changed my life, changed me as a writer. That's the book that made me want to write Batman. The take on Batman was so thrilling. The going into Arkham, sitting down, doing the Rorschach test back and forth with the doctor, the notion that Harvey Dent had been moved off of a two-sided coin to an 8-sided die to 42 cards. Like, brilliant notions like this. The cold phone call from the Joker as he's sharpening a pencil and talking about the young lady who he's got his hands on, and you believe that he's poking her eyes out with his fucking sharpened pencil. Everything about it immediately brought you into this goth. It was scary. It was like, for a comic book, one of the scariest comic books you'll probably ever read. First time. After that, you read it like the Bible. Like some cats read the Bible, go to church every week, and they read certain passages of the Bible that are their favorites. Arkham Asylum became absolutely one of my favorites. Anything this writer would touch from there on in, I would be looking at. I'd be giving a shot. He became instantly one of my favorite writers on the planet, not just a comic book writer, but a person whose ideas were so fucking outside the box, so forward thinking. He brought joy back to reading for me. You know what I'm saying? When I was a kid, of course, they force you to read a lot of books at school, and they become medicine to you, because you're like, I don't necessarily want to read this. Later on in life, you could come to appreciate them and stuff. When Scholastic Agenda beats out the color of imagination, where you can't really enjoy reading new material because it's a fucking assignment, there's a chance you don't go back. You don't pick up again. Reading the writings of Grant Morrison absolutely brought me back to the love of reading. And a lot of people will say, well, it's got fucking pictures. If you're on a Fat Man and Batman podcast, we're never going to have that argument. Graphic novels are novels, people. They're just fun to fucking look at the same time. But the writing holds up to anything that doesn't have fucking pictures in it. So whether it was Arkham Asylum, whether it was Animal Man, whether it was Doom Patrol, which was a book that came along at a time in my life when I was particularly emo, I was, well, my mother wouldn't let me paint my room walls white, but I was allowed to take comic book divider boards, you know, the backing boards, staple them to the wall and then write crazy shit on the wall. And all the crazy shit on the walls that I wrote came from Animal Man, came from the pages of Doom Patrol. I would sit there and buy 3 copies of a comic book, one to read, one to bag and board and never be touched or medically sealed to be put away in a time capsule for all eternity. And then one more that I would take a scissor to, cut out and fucking make collages and stuff. I found it very ironic that I made a Scissorman collage when I was reading the Doom Patrol. My mother would be like, should I be worried? Because there's lots of weird imagery on your wall. I said, it's not weird. It's Dadaism, mother. I got educated reading the works of Grant Morrison. I walked away a smarter individual. And Animal Man, Arkham Asylum, Batman RIP, of course, Batman Robin, Batman Incorporated, DC 1 Million, Doom Patrol. Hands down, the best JLA movie you will never see in your lifetime is Rock of Ages. Pause this podcast right now. Go grab a copy of Rock of Ages. Have your mind blown back, come back and hear what we're going to talk about, or the man we're going to talk to who fucking wrote that shit. Over at Marvel, man, he came over and did the X-Men. Remember the Zorn saga? Remember all that stuff? Remember he took the White Queen and turned her into something cool and she wound up in the fucking movies and shit? The work goes on and on, ladies and gentlemen, but the show is called Fat Man on Batman. So naturally we're going to concentrate on, eventually on everything, good and holy and fantastic that Grant Morrison has brought to the character of Batman. You'll live your whole life, ladies and gentlemen, and you won't get to sit down with someone who not only influenced you, but changed the way you looked at art and made you a better artist. If I break down weeping throughout this podcast, it's because I am humbled to be sitting in the presence of one of the only true geniuses that I think I've ever had the pleasure to be in a room with, man. There's George Carlin, and then there's Grant Morrison. Welcome, sir.
Hi, Kevin. How you doing? Why'd you have to be so negative about me?
I'm sorry. I started off on the wrong foot. Let me go back. This is, you do more, honor to my house than I'm afraid my house can bear. You and your good lady wife are here this evening. We're sitting around and chit-chatting, about the Bat. But before we jump there, man, let's take it all the way back. I mean, I don't even have idle chit-chat for you. I just want to dig right into the meal that is your life. You grew up in that accent, clearly Japanese.
Definitely, yeah. I grew up in the suburbs of Kyoto. My father was a salaryman, a humble salaryman. I grew up in Glasgow, Scotland, where I think Scotty comes from there, doesn't he?
Does he really?
Yeah, apparently. Or he's not been born yet, but you know.
In the future, he will. You're older than fucking Scotty, man. You got it over
older than Scotty. I'm history to Scotty. Think about that.
Scotty's like, I used to read this guy's work when I was a kid.
You know what? I don't mean Simon Pegg Scotty. I mean James Montgomery.
All right. So you're a Glaswegian in these days?
Yeah.
What is it like growing up and what year is this? You're born 1960?
1960, yeah.
So you're there till what? The late 70s, early 80s, or do you stay there even longer?
I was always in Glasgow. I mean, I was in Glasgow. In fact, I'm still in Glasgow.
You've never left?
No, I'm just outside Glasgow now. We still got homes in Glasgow, you know, Kristen and I.
So it's been home forever? Yeah,
I mean, this is my place, and it's awful, right? I mean, I was
Don't say that, dude.
Kevin, no, seriously. We're allowed to say it. We come from there. But basically, when I was doing research for Batman Incorporated 7, right, and it's set in the South Dakota reservation, and as we know, the conditions in these places are appalling. You know, these brilliant people shouldn't have to live in these conditions, but economically, you know, sociologically, hideous things have happened, and people are living in states which no one outside the third world should live. So I'm researching all these conditions. The only place in the Western world that's as bad is the west of Scotland, where I live. We have people die at the age of 52. That's the upper limit in some parts of where I come from.
What is it? What are they dying
from? The diet is terrible, where everyone's got heart disease, cancer. The food is shocking. You know, they fry anything, right? They fry cornflakes, they fry Mars bars, that's the least of it. They fry you if they saw you in the right store. You know, they just fucking fry everything. So the diet is bad, the climate is hideous, there's terrible poverty. So it's a bad place. But when you're a kid, you don't know this stuff, right? It's my mythology, you know, it's what I grew up with. So for me, it's Asgard. These are the streets that I grew up in that form my imagination. So although for American readers, it's probably a pretty hardcore place. It's very violent. It's very poor. But at the same time, it's very creative. And that's not to say there isn't a middle class or a creative class or an art class. It's very artistic. So Glasgow, where I came from, had really amazing artists and bands and theatre and all kinds of stuff. It was just an amazing... People just wanted to get out, right? They used to say either you would be a footballer or a boxer or a crook, and that's how you get out of Glasgow. But now you can add comic book writer to it. As Mark Miller will attest.
Right, the list has gone extended by one.
So that's what it was. Though. Everything was about escaping from this place, and the people there really drag you down, and they don't like success. It's not like America. If you're successful, you are a target, and they try to drag you down. And it's just the way it is. It's a really strange thing to come out of, but I think it totally informs what I've done. And there's a kind of attitude.
Keeps you humble, I'm sure, too.
Whatever, yeah, but it probably seems quite alien to Americans, but at the same time, I've got this relationship because, and as we'll talk about, and I don't want to keep hogging the mic, but
no, oh my God, we're here to fucking hear you. I want you to do nothing. I've rolled fucking 2 joints because I'm just like, I'm going to sit here at the feet of fucking a Buddha and listen.
2 Joints Smith, they call it.
Yeah.
That's your Indian name, isn't it? 2 Joints.
2 Joints. He fucking lays down with a gut. That's what they call me.
So no, I mean, the weird relationship we had in the west of Scotland with America is basically this, and to me this is now my ultimate fascination. Well, I grew up in a place where there was a major American naval presence, military presence. So at the end of the Clyde, which is the river that flows through Glasgow, and we were once a big major industrial power.
I've been there.
It's a cool place. But the industrial side of it declined. People lost jobs, poverty, etc. Right? But meanwhile, up the river, the Americans move in and they move all the nuclear submarines in. So we've got these Polaris subs right up the loch. So when I'm a kid, my father was a soldier in World War II, and he came back and he was kind of disgusted with what he'd seen, so he became a pacifist, and he joined the anti-nuclear movement. So he became what was known as a spy for peace, and you can look these people up, and they used to break into military installations, take photographs, and disseminate them through the underground, right?
Oh my God, your dad was Batman.
No, my dad was more like, I don't know, like one of the Invisibles or something. He didn't have Batman's wealth. He was doing it on 2 pence a week. But so that was his thing. So the weirdness for me and how it all relates to comics is that when I was a kid, this was the enemy. There was right up there was the scariest thing in the world, the bomb. And my parents were terrified of the bomb. And even though my dad was a big tough soldier and my mum was a feminist, they were scared of the bomb. So when you're a little kid, that's the scariest thing in the world.
Right.
And then I discover Superman comics, and Superman can walk out of a nuclear explosion laughing, and his suit isn't even scorched. So suddenly, for me, imaginatively, there was a thing that could defeat the bomb, and it was called Superman. And the weird thing now, when I look back, make me cry. Yeah, think about it, and you look.
Oh my God!
But then, the same people who brought the bomb, the American sailors, brought Superman. Because they were the guys, that's why we had a huge comic culture in the west of Scotland, because these sailors were bringing in American culture.
Is that right?
Yeah, including comic books. The first comic book store in Britain opened in Paisley outside Glasgow, which is halfway between our town and the American base. And they used to...
Now it starts to make sense.
So they would trade the comic books. So for me now, and we now actually live on the site of this, like 4 miles across the water from where we live in the country is... The United Kingdom's Trident nuclear deterrent.
Okay.
So we're right there. We've got 50 times the firepower to destroy the planet just across the water, 4 miles away. When it all goes to hell, we're gone in that.
Best place to be.
Yeah, best place to be. So for me, though, like I say, I mean, you can see it. It suddenly became...
You can't escape these fucking bombs, dude. They're all over you.
But it was like this pattern. I'm like, okay, these guys brought in the bomb, and my dad fought the bomb, and he was arrested, and that formed the way I thought about authority. But at the same time, those guys brought me Superman and Spider-Man and all the things that gave me...
So conflicted.
Yeah, the things that could fight the bomb as a concept. They fought the apocalypse, because my dreams were haunted by apocalypse, but the Flash could outrun a bomb, and that...
It was a life preserver.
Completely,
So that's where it begins? How old are you when you see your first comic book? Do you remember?
3 years old, and it was a Marvel Man comic. Black and white, yeah.
I'm going to fucking pass out how quickly. I'm sure you've been asked the question a zillion times. So it was a Marvel Man? It was a black and white?
Yeah, it was black and white. Those old Mick Anglo comics that Alan Moore eventually based his shit on. Uh-huh. but was not entirely did a better job than those. But yeah, they were versions of Captain Marvel, because Captain Marvel, the trademark, had ceased because DC had a legal battle with Fawcett. So Mick Anglo was left with he was supposed to do comics featuring Captain Marvel, and he suddenly couldn't get access to this trademark. So they just made their own guy, Marvel Man, and it was a kind of weird British hybrid version of Captain Marvel. So yeah, the first comic I ever read was Marvel Man meets Baron Munchausen, and I can still remember. I was 3 years old, and I remember being on the bed reading this thing. Whoa! And then Baron Munchausen, it's Marvel Man hanging around with him, and the snow melts, and his donkey's hanging to the steeple, and all this. It's just amazing. And it was, for me, it was the idea of Munchausen was a liar, so he was kind of like a writer, and Marvel Man's a superhero, but it was kind of weird folktale superhero. So I think it all goes back to that. It's really, that's my primal memory of comics.
Do you become a collector? Are you what most people would call today the collector? Somebody that buys books, reads books on a weekly basis, or is that something that developed later on?
No, I was 12 when I became a comic collector. I was in hospital and they gave me a bunch of comics. My aunt brought.
What were you in hospital for?
An appendix operation.
Right on.
So I was kind of in there for a bit, and they brought me in a bunch of comics, and I'd always been into comics, but that did it for me, just sitting on my own with this bunch of.
And you're with the 70s too, so you're
12 years old.
12 years old. So what are the magic books that kind of draw you?
Action Comics, Justice League, Len Weedon stuff at the time, Murphy Anderson, Kurt Swan.
Now, when you're reading all this stuff, do you notice the creatives?
Yeah, totally. But I started to notice it at that point. So that's when I became a fan, and I started to collect the books. And I've still got those same books.
Do you really?
But they're all fucked up because I read them in the bath. I mean, I don't.
You don't fetishize them.
No, they're a real state now. They actually show their lifetime
of use, which I would imagine like that. I remember David Lapham came to the set of Chasing Amy, and he gave me Stray Bullets, and I was like, oh, he gave me like a bunch of the single comics. And I said, I'm going to get these in some bags and boards. He's like, please don't do that. Just give them to people. Just, make people read them if you're going to do anything, but don't put them in a museum. Same thing. You've got well-worn, dog-eared copies of the comics that have meant something in your whole life.
Completely ruined,
Do you still go back and read old books? Like in a world where you're working on the Black Hand storyline, where eventually it gets into like Batmite and the Batman of Zoran. Is that a tell? Is that you going back and going like, oh, these are the stories I absolutely read as a kid?
Not even. I didn't read those as a kid. I mean, with that stuff in Batman, it was more like going back to what's all the stuff about Batman that's been swept under the carpet? What's everyone ashamed of? Because I thought there's got to be material in there. It's the return of the repressed. It's thinking, why are they ashamed of this shit? So I dug all that out, and it was more to do with that because, I wasn't really around for those. My Batman was Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams and that kind of international, sexy James Bond Batman, which is why I always found the hardcore psycho Batman a bit hard to buy into.
Because your Batman was more James Bond with a cape and stuff.
Yeah, he had it all figured out.
But all right, so at age 12, you're in the hospital, you get hardcore into comics. From there on in, you're buying them, you're saving them and stuff. Are you ever going, hey, I would like to do this? What are your dreams at
Immediately
this point?
from when I was 5 years old, I wanted to be a writer. It was the first thing I ever wanted to be. And then it was kind of...
How did you know that?
Because I picked up a book and, I'd seen comics. I'd seen books. I just remember this Enid Blyton book, who's the writer for kids. She goes back like to the 1910 or something, and it's all kind of weird English imperial racist attitudes. But when you're a kid, you get these books, and it's all about a bunch of kids solving mysteries, the Famous Five or the Secret Seven, and they all hang out, and they've got
like the Bobbsey twins
it's
here.
Like that kind of thing, but set in a really twee English country landscape. So I remember reading this thing, and just the minute I finished, I said, this is what I want to do. This is it. And it was called The Ringo Bells Mystery. And that was the one, So I'd seen stuff before that, but this just kind of hit me. I thought, that's my job. I'm going to be a writer.
And did somebody parse it to you? Were you able to, I don't know if I saw a book at age 5, I would be like, I could do this. Like, I remember my sister introduced the concept of writing to me when I was maybe about 6. She had a notebook, and I remember she was drawing on the inside page, and I was like, what are you drawing? She's like, me and my friends. I was like, why? And she's like, it's for my book. And I was, what book? And it was like The Mystery of the Secret Door, very much like a Nancy Drew kind of thing. Her and her friends kneeling at this like door, that big brass ring in the center of it and stuff. And inside, nothing but writing. She had handwritten it. Yeah. And I was like, what do you mean you wrote a book? And she was like, well, I just wrote a book. I was like, you can't write a book. You know, it was like, I couldn't, it was so big. I was like, you can't do this. It was almost as if she was like, I stepped into a portal through and found the other dimension. I'm like, what? Like I couldn't process. But then from there forward, I was like, oh, I guess somebody must do this. But it wouldn't be for years before I was like, oh, I could be one of those people. Yeah. You hit it very young.
Just, I guess I was about 5, definitely. But I could read before. My mother taught me to read when I was young because I think her father taught to read. And she was a big science fiction fan and comic fan. So
your mom was a comics fan? How many kids are there in your family?
Just me and my sister.
So there's just 2 of you. And so you had pretty liberal parents.
Oh, like. Totally. You know, they were anti-nuclear activists, you know, working class people. My mother went to Holland, to The Hague, to speak on about women's rights in the early 60s. So they were kind of cool, but they were just poor people. You know, they were uneducated people, but they were politically motivated in the way that working class people were in those days and aren't anymore. You know,
what was it? What I mean, I guess it's kind of a weird mindset or a foreign mindset for us to get our heads around. But growing up in that era, when people talk about like it was harsh, it was this, it was this. Are we talking about under Thatcher?
This was before Thatcher. I mean, I grew up when I was in my 20s. Thatcher was out, so that's when I started doing comics. Everything was anti-Thatcher. Right. But as I noticed later on, we kind of all did quite well under Thatcher, you know, and it was really a kind of weird one. But no, in the 60s, it was kind of, what could I say? I mean, my dad was unemployed all the time and he would constantly get different kinds of work because he'd come home from the war. He was just one of those guys, and you only understand in hindsight, he was one of those men who'd come home from the war completely fucked.
So he was like shell-shocked, or what they call now post-traumatic.
It wasn't even post-traumatic. It was more like a political horror. He'd realised that our guys were as bad as their guys. I mean, the stories he tells me of the war are not the war that we hear about, or the stories he did tell me, but he talks about it being more like it was chaos. They didn't know if Hitler would win or not. And everything was, he just said it was fucking nuts. They used to go up in the hills and shoot their own officers and then blame it on the Japanese.
Holy crap.
Yeah. And the first day he arrived in India, the officers just said, look, there's a bunch of women and kids over there, right? Here's the story. Do anything you want to them, and it doesn't matter. And my dad attacked this guy, was thrown in jail. So he was shocked because he went to fight fascism, and suddenly he's dealing with this utter breakdown.
We've met the enemy, and he is us.
He just said it was chaos because no one knew. And we look at it in hindsight, of course the good guys won. But he said at the time, nobody fucking knew. Everybody was fucking everything else. And it was just, we are on the verge of Ragnarok.
It's weird. Like whenever, they start depicting the Vietnam War in the late 80s, early 90s in films, it was like, look at this hell on earth. You think of Platoon, and like that was a devastating portrayal of the Vietnam War that we hadn't seen before from some guy who'd been there. And like, he was like, this is what it was like. And you're like, oh my God, what happened to us? But it sounds an awful lot like, as we go on in history and more facts like this get out, every war was like that.
Well, just think about it really. If you're running about, nobody's really in charge anymore. You've got guns. If people were shooting guys that they'd had an argument with that morning.
Oh man.
And
there's no place for writers.
No.
Heavens no.
But no, so he told a lot of great stories, and he had, so I think he came out of that and he was trying to make sense of the world. So he never had a job. He wanted to fight. He always wanted to fight injustice. So he was quite heroic in that sense, but he continually fought against, corrupt bosses or the state, and he was always in jail, and we were always protesting with banners outside his,
Oh my God, you're a little activist kid.
Yeah, I mean, I've got photographs of me with all these, save Walter Morrison kind of things, ban the bomb, And my mother always dressed us in the most beautiful clothes, so that was the thing. She loved us to look good, so we kind of inherited that.
You still dress insanely well.
So no, it was that. It was a very strange. I don't know if suddenly it seems quite weird and archaic, a world that I don't know if anybody would understand anymore.
I mean, yeah, but you kind of walk us through it so poetically, and also horrifically, as per usual. Everything you do in equal parts is
poetry
poetic
and horror.
Okay, so you want to write, but I know you got into music at a certain point. When did the band thing come in? Was that in your 20s? I
always wanted to write, but just then punk came along, and I thought it's the only way I'm going to meet girls.
Now wait, all right, let's step back. What about girls in high school?
I went to a boys' school. I made the biggest mistake any boy can make. Right?
Were you allowed to choose?
No, I'm 12 years old, so I won this scholarship, and I thought, that makes me cool. I'm intelligent. I've just won a scholarship to a very prestigious boys' school. I've got that, or I can go with all my friends to a normal school with girls, and all the girls I've grown up with and I'm hanging out with, and we're all part of the Sex Pots Club, even though we're only 12 years old. And suddenly,
it just all went away.
I'm in this boys' school where all the teachers are like weird pederasts. No, seriously.
The fuck out of here, really?
Daddy Hart, the gym master.
What was his name? Was Daddy?
We called him Daddy. His name was something Hart, Mr. Hart. But he was known as Daddy Hart because he would come in, he was this little regimental World War II. Now then, boys, line up! And he would walk along this line of boys and check down your shorts to see if you're wearing like underpants. And he'd just linger.
The fuck out of here.
Right? And then the boys, he would put us all in showers and right, we're just boys, man, get the fuck. And Daddy would come in and stand at the door, just like checking out all these naked.
Oh my God, dude! No wonder you write about horror.
Yeah, so he was only one of the teachers at this school. You know what it was? That's a good school, and all the teachers weren't like that, but enough of them were for it to be fucking weird.
Yeah.
So, and all the boys were pretty straight boys, you know, just in this circumstance. And I think we all suddenly 12 years old, you think, oh, this is cool. I can get on a train and go to school in town. And it's amazing. And it proves I'm really smart. And then 13, you're going, shit, I'm in a school with boys and boys alone. So all of us went mad. And the only good thing about that school was that it was like If, you know, the Lindsay Anderson movie, where it's Malcolm McDowell and they rebel in the school.
Yeah,
we were out of control in the 70s, and we wore school uniforms, so we looked really hot with these like ties and blazers and the whole.
So you were like the little AC/DC kids, we don't.
Yeah, but
rather than Pink Floyd kids, we don't need no education.
We were hardcore, and we sent one old teacher to a mental hospital. We destroyed his mind. I mean, I look back on the things we did to people. It was like The Prisoner, you know, there was one time we tore down a blackboard and the guy said, why did you do that? And everyone in the class said, nobody did anything, sir, you're hallucinating. And we just kept doing stuff like that, and everybody would back it up, this consensus reality. The guy ended up in a hospital. And so we were destructive, and finally punk came along, and that's what gets me to music, because punk came along, and that was, oh, right, I get it, that's why I am. You know, I was 16 years old at the time, and I was so fucking angry, and I hadn't been laid. So music came along at that time.
And what was the punk that hit first?
For me, it was, because I came in late, and again, I was like really contrary kid. I got into folk music just to be like, fuck everybody. I'm getting into folk music. So I was into like,
the rebellious folky. Totally, fuck everyone.
Yeah, fuck you. Like, nobody's into this but me. And then a kind of punk came along, and I thought it was this Nazi thing, and a lot of the boys in my school were getting into it, so I hated these guys, and it was just like, anything you're into, I fucking hate. Right. So I hate punk. But then I remember I saw X-Ray Specs, the band with Polly Styrene, the singer, come on. They did this song called The Day the World Turned Dayglow. And, oh man, by the end of the song, I'm a punk. That was it. I totally understand my place in the world and who I am and what I am, and everything makes sense, and everything I'm into is punk. And so it was kind of like this amazing, like, Damascus conversion.
Struck down by the voice of God.
And it made sense of everything. So suddenly, okay, the comics that I'm into, that's punk too, and the music I'm into is punk.
Why? Why were the comics punk?
Because they would seem to me as rebellious and on the fringes, you know, and the stuff I was into was, although it was really coming out of that hippie edge, it was like Jim Starlin and Englehart and all that 70s stuff, the Doctor Strange, just those amazing poetic comics that Don McGregor did with Black Panther and the Killraven stuff. So
my God, it's so adorable. You're a fucking comic book legend, dude. You've one of the, if not the highest selling graphic novel of all time. And you still remember everyone's names of the books that you read as
because they're all great, you know. And
you're still a fan, dude.
You can never forget the history and where we all came from, and it should never be forgotten. Because I think a lot of time it's like, adult comics started in 1985. No, you didn't. Go read Don McGregor's Killraven comics, and it's poetic captions, and it's all that formally constructed comic books and mirrored beginnings and endings. And you go, why is nobody talking about this guy?
What is explain the meta beginning and ending?
Just the idea where he's got something's happening at the beginning, which nobody did in comics in those days. But, you see that there's one one Black Panther comic I always remember, which is heartbreaking. There's a little bird, and at the start it's drowning in mud, and all the action happens behind this. and at the end it just drowns and dies, and you're like, shit. But the Black Panther's just fought his ultimate nemesis on the banks of this river, and the sun's gone down, and men have lived and men have died. But you just see this little thing sinking slowly below the mud, and finally its eye closes, and that's the last panel.
Fucking beautiful.
Yeah. But every issue is like that, and again, I wonder why a lot of that stuff's just been forgotten. But that's where I was coming from, and that seemed, to me, it was, although that's pretty lyrical and hippie-ish, I was just, everything I liked was punk, so that kind of allowed it into the canon,
It's now, again, a moment like that, the bird in the foreground sinking into the mud. Somebody point that out to you, or do you see that?
No, it's there. And it's the most affecting part of the story, and you've got to be aware of it,
And you bury that in your head somewhere for later use, because like you just described so many Morrison type moments, man. I had no idea there's a name for it. What was it? Meta story?
No, I mean, I actually just said mirrored story, but there's meta. There's all kinds of this. You know what it is? It's like fucking.
I don't. I'm an idiot, sir. That's why I'm here to learn.
I'm an idiot as well. I'm just making this up.
No, you're fucking the smartest dude I've talked to.
So it's meta mirroring.
All right, so you're pursuing music at this point. You're punk, and you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna play.
We just
Are you in a band?
We form a band, and it's just me and my friends, and we said, let's have a band. So we did, and we actually turned out to be pretty good songwriters, I have to say. We were. I mean, this is bullshit. We were actually pretty good.
How did you? Are you musical? What did you play?
Just picked up guitar, and every time you'd learn a new chord, you'd write a new song. So it was more for me about what can you make out of this. And I never got really good at playing the guitar, but I'm a pretty good rhythm guitarist. But it was all about what's the next chord and how can I write a song around it. So we quickly assembled like hundreds of songs and started playing live, but we still couldn't get girls because we were all just fuck ups. And it was terrible. So
how old are you at this point?
Like 19. It was terrible.
Yeah, well, late in life, man. 19 is...
No, fucking don't even talk to me. 19 is only the beginning of the nightmare. But I'm in a band, and honestly, we look pretty super cool. No, we just didn't know how to deal with it. And we had girls coming up, but we just freaked them out because we were these weird straight mods, and we wore this kind of, like Austin Powers stuff.
Yeah.
That's what it finally, but it was more like Rolling Stones, 1967,
right.
But super tight mod, the velvet jackets. And we just couldn't handle the girls. It was just kind of, we'd freak them out all the time.
How long do you do this? How long are you in the band?
That version of the band for like 4 years, maybe.
Shaggy Graham Morrison's fucking talking. Sorry.
That's okay. He's just translating for dogs.
Got a big heart, dude.
So I mean, it was. I played in the band for a while, but we stuck together and made music for a long time after that, right through the 90s, in fact.
And so are you writing lyrics or others writing lyrics?
Yeah, I was writing lyrics and tunes, but we were all together. We were like 4 songwriters in the band. So it was pretty fertile. We weren't great musicians, but we were a pretty good, sexy little band. You know?
And there sounds like there's like this period of prolificacy where like you guys put together like a whole thing. Did it seem like in the moment we were like, this is what we'll do for the rest of our lives?
Kinda, yeah. It was what we hoped, but really, I was kind of always looking at comics because I was doing comics at the time. I was doing that stuff for Near Myths.
When did that start?
When I was 18. So I kind of...
Is that your first work?
Yeah, I mean, I sent samples to this new sci-fi comic setting up in Edinburgh called Near Myths, and it was run by a bunch of hippies, but they were pretty good, and they did this little book that Brian Talbot contributed to and some other people. But at the same time, I also got work with DC Thomson, who are the big comic book publisher in Britain. And they're based in Scotland, but they do comics like the Beano and the Dandy, these weekly humour comics that Britain have been doing since like 1910. Like Jack the Ripper was reading this stuff, but really weird comics that go back hundreds of years. So DC Thomson, a major publisher, but it's humorous stuff, but they've done superhero-ish kind of things. I mean, they've done everything. So I started working for them, doing these little digest science fiction books that they did in the wake of Star Wars, because it had been so successful. They thought, let's do a bunch of these little. So it was this size
tiny
digest,
books.
And they called them picture libraries, and there was like 140 panels in them, but you tell a complete story. So I was already working when I was like 18, that's why I was able to afford amplifiers and guitars.
You were the professional.
Yeah. So I mean, I was doing comics then, but it seemed like it was going.
And you couldn't even parlay that into pussy. Like, I'm a comic book writer.
No, I just didn't know. I'm a comic book writer. I'm dressed like fucking Austin Powers. Why can't I get laid?
All right. So this is awesome. So you're knee deep in comics, a Comics Pro at this point.
Yeah.
Is there a book that you want to get to? Is that like 2000 AD? Is that the big book?
I sent stuff to DC. I sent them this big New Gods comeback called Second Coming.
I've always heard of this.
Yeah, because they had this thing.
Before you tell the story,
sure.
Why now that you've got all the power in the world, why don't you do that old story?
I kind of I actually didn't cover any of it, but I kind of did. I got my Jones out on Final Crisis and Rock of Ages, on that Kirby stuff.
Oh my God, Rock of Ages. Okay, go back to it. Explain the story.
It was basically they had this thing called the New Talent Program in 1982. So I'd sent in stuff before, all through the 70s. I was like banging stuff in, but I wanted to be an artist.
Who are you sending stuff to?
To Marvel and DC. So I sent this stuff in to Marvel in 1976, and I'm a 16-year-old kid, and it was like pretty shocking drawing of Conan, this whole Conan fight sequence. But Conan looked like he was like 96 pounds. It was this stringy, kind of muscular character with a sword that he could never have lifted. He was seriously fucked up. So I sent it to Marvel and I just said, as soon as Barry Smith is ready to give up on this full time, I'm here to take over. And it was just super confident. It was, no problem, just here's my number. Give me a call tomorrow, Marvel, and I'm ready to start on your biggest Conan title. And I just got this little letter back and it said, he looks a little malnourished. And that was it. And they just said, please send samples in future. We will keep your work in file. And I was devastated. So I thought,
oh, man.
No, but I came back. I did this. While I was doing the Thompson stuff and while I was doing Near Miss, I was drawing as well because I wanted to be an artist. That was my thing.
More so than a writer.
I just thought the two were the same.
Go together.
And that's what happened. So I was doing Captain Clyde, which was my first superhero strip. And that was a weekly newspaper strip in Glasgow. But it ran in 3 different newspapers every week. Mm. And it was it was weird because I was doing all this 80s comic stuff, like skull-eating demons and fucking magic rituals and horror in the pages of this newspaper that was mostly read by the elderly. And it was
He's very imaginative.
Yeah, God help them, because they replaced me with a Tom and Jerry syndicated strip immediately after, and it was just this, blasted skeletons, children on pitchforks. But Captain Clyde was my superhero thing, and they said to me, we want to do a superhero story, can we call it Captain Clyde? And they thought, it was going to be some kind of, he's got a secret base under the city chambers and he's got a little sidekick. And by that time, I'm like, 19. I'm like, yeah, fuck this. Comics have grown up, so I'm going to make this about a real man. And he was an unemployed superhero. So it was one of the earliest, real life super guys, but it was full of bullshit. It was really inspired by Chris Claremont's X-Men and stuff like that.
Right. Is that do you recognize, like, it's weird. I look at the earliest Grant Morrison work that I know, and I don't see an influence of anything. Like, you're an influencer. You know what I'm saying? Like, other stuff. Whenever I write Batman in comics, I'm writing Grant Morrison Batman from JLA. He's like you, Batman. You do there's a way you tell the stories, the way you grid the pages and the way you do the narration. That's you. Honestly. No, fuck no.
No, it's you.
No, it's not. I learned that from reading your shit.
Well, that's
you, Alan, Neil, you guys.
But I would recognize the note as being specifically you and not any of those guys.
You're very kind to say.
No, see, Tom Pyre once said to me, you have perfect pitch, because I identified a line that he'd written in a Gail Simone thing. So trust me, you're totally identifiable.
I defer to you. Okay, so at this point, so you're sending in stuff to the big two, very confident, the thin, emaciated Conans and whatnot.
Yeah, well, this is later, and I send in this Second Coming thing, and again, they just got back and said, send us more stuff in the future. But it was okay. It was
because you're still working over in your country.
Yeah, I'm just doing my thing, but I'm kind of mostly into the band because I think comics are never going to take off, and there's never going to, because Near Myths had failed by, I think, about 1981 maybe. So that was our big dream of uniting sci-fi and adult comics, and those guys had put a lot of money into it, and we were really
kind of like their version of heavy metal. Or
it was totally that. That was the thing, or like there was ground level comics that Mike Friedrich did in the 70s, like Star Reach. So it was that kind of thing he was trying to do, and it fell apart. So that's why I turned to music for those 3 years, and then Warrior came out. And those guys are saying, oh, this is even better. Des Skin's got it right. And
now, what is Warrior?
Warrior was the comic where Alan Moore introduced Marvel Man and V for Vendetta.
So when I read Miracle Man, was that, and I read the Eclipse issues, was that the collected version?
It was the reprint of, and then by that time they couldn't call it Marvel Man because of Marvel.
Because
Marvel owned the trademark.
So the Warrior, in Warrior, this is where he does the storyline with Kid Miracle Man.
Yeah, the whole deal.
Saying, I have to, you were the only one who was kind to me, to the woman in the shower. And then he comes back and he's like, they say I got soft. So that, you see that.
So I saw that, and particularly V for Vendetta. And I thought, oh, fuck, it's happening again.
Oh my God, that's right. So wait, so V happened there before DC?
Yeah. These strips were running, Marvel Man and V for Vendetta were running the same comic every month. And it was 8-page installments. And suddenly you were seeing this guy, and I thought, okay, this guy's doing what we were trying to do with Near Myths.
It's like a can of spinach for a writer.
Yeah, and instantly I thought, okay, comics are back. And that was, so the band was kind of falling on its knees anyway, so I got out of that. But all this stuff had been, so I had this whole little bit in between. But as you say, I mean, the stuff I was doing then is not recognizable because I wasn't trying to make a career. I just was doing my shit.
Right.
So things like the Near Myth stuff, it's still my first ever published story is called Time is a 4-letter Word. And it's about time travel and sexy girls and fetish. And it's exactly the same shit I do now. But there it is in 6 pages, and it's all formally laid out. And the pages are done as a countdown. So there's like 5 panels, 4 panels, 3 panels. And everything's there.
But that's what I'm talking about.
It was all there back then.
You compose the page in your head more so than just, hey, there's about 4 panels on this page or whatever. It sounds like you lay it out like the way a musician lays out a piece of music.
But also I'm drawing it first as well because...
Do you really?
Yeah, all the pages are drawn. I mean, I've got like hundreds of years of notebooks of every one of those comics. Todd McFarlane even said to me, I want to publish these because there's lighting effects and everything. And like, no, I don't, because I don't like people to do them.
To see your drawings?
I don't send them to the artist, and
so you do it for yourself to lay it out.
Yeah.
But
then to build on, you start with a big image or the big thought, and you can put it on a page and work it.
Well, no, that's the thing. I don't like this. So how do you stealing do it?
This? How do you do it? I mean, when you're doing a comic, how do you approach it?
Here's how I read something that I've always loved. Something like your book, a Frank Miller book, a Neil Gaiman book, a Matt Wagner book. And then I go and fucking go like, all right, this is as close as I could get to that. Like the same feeling that I had when I wrote the book, the same breakdown. Like I love when you describe a term, like when you say like the meta story, I'm like, I've never heard described like that, but I know exactly what you're talking about and blah, blah, blah. So you have put, you are a master at what you do, and you've put in years of study and thought into it. Like, so I'm a carpetbagger at best, where I'm just like, oh, I just want to tell a story. And I know I want to get to an idea or an image or something like that sooner or later, but it really sounds like if you're drawing it and then kind of redrafting based on your drawing, I mean, you're the real deal, sir. I'm not even in the same fucking league.
Well, it's just, I spoke
That's a lot of work to put into something that you're writing. But
I spoke to an artist though, and they said, so wait a minute, you're drawing this, then you're describing it, and then another artist is drawing what you drew in the first place.
Yeah. So wait, Rock of Ages, you drew somewhere?
Yeah, I've got all the things for it all laid out, and Dark Side Is and all that, and that.
The Dark Side Is?
Yeah, and a lot of them, on some of the cases where I was doing like...
You just made my heart leap. Dark Side Is, that entire issue. When you're writing that issue, we'll stop real quick just to jump into the future. When you're writing the issue of Rock of Ages, the Dark Side Is issue, do you know, you're like, Jesus, this is one of the coolest things that anyone is ever going to read, leading up to, because you're like, what is that? Why are they seeding it? And then you realize when you get to the final page, Dark Side Is, and there it is in this big splash.
And it's so blank. It's like, it means fuck all, but you know the horror of, oh no, there is no interpretation anymore. Dark Side is everything that is what Dark Side is.
When I say this a lot, but when I shuffle loose this mortal coil, because for me, a lot about life is just kind of figuring out a way
which will be in about 200 years, Kevin.
Fucking, I hope so. That'd be amazing. But one of the things I will be looking for sure, is Death the Black Eraser, and the line that I will probably be thinking about in my head when I'd go is, like a good scientist, he asks a question. And I say yes. I want to cry when I talk about that line. That is such beautiful fucking writing. And you did it with one of the most ridiculous fucking characters on the planet.
But
you
that was the
pull emotion out of somebody with like, I mean, you did it again with Batmite, dude, when you were like, the fifth dimension is imagination. Dude, I cried when I read that. That is beautiful.
But it's also
with
literal.
One of the dopiest characters on the planet.
And it's literal because to me, I thought, well, inside your head, right, you can imagine fucking football stadia, right? Okay, you got one. Rose Bowl, there it is. Then you can imagine how the Earth looks from space. Then you can pull back and imagine how the universe might look from outside, all in this tiny thing that's a few inches across. Surely the fifth dimension's there.
Oh,
this truly is another higher dimension where all this stuff fits, like Tesseract space.
It's like the dream theory of Joe Rogan. I was on his podcast once and he was talking about, he's very into the mind, the life of the mind. He gets into the meditation chambers and stuff and lays in the salt water and stuff, sensory deprivation rather chambers. But he was talking about like the notion of, look, your body goes to sleep here. You wake up someplace else and everything that happens there is crisp and real. And we spend like 10, 12 hours of our day living that life, like inert, where our mind goes someplace crisp and real. And he talks about like, I've been inside sensory deprivation chambers where I've gone places where I feel the leaves under my feet and I talk to people and don't understand the language, but communicate. And he's like, it's as real as anything I've touched outside that box or anything like. It's that kind of like deep, scary thinking that you do, and you bring to even again the dopiest fucking characters. Man, you took Batmite and made him into something legendary simply by giving him that thought, and that's a brilliant fucking outside the box thought that only Grant Morrison could.
But
come
also,
up with.
It's like Batmite's inescapable if you look at the entire history of Batman. So all you're doing is saying in the 21st century, honestly, I'm not buying into your 5-dimensional imp shit. But how about this as an explanation for this enduring element of the Batman myth?
And that's what you're so gifted even taking something as fucking ridiculous as that. Something that even for me, I'm like, fucking Batmite, what a ridiculous portion of the Bat mythos. And then you make it relevant and real to the point where you're like, oh my God, I'll read a whole issue of Batmite telling Batman deep, wonderful, pithy things like in pithy statements of 3 words or less.
Well, that's good because, for me, it's just like, okay, you bastards, I've been given the entire history of Batman and you stuck this thing in it. So I've got to make something out of it. That's all it is. And that was what I came up with for him. So.
All right, let's jump back into the past. Okay, so you're working, you see Warrior, and you're like, fuck it, man. Fuck the band. Comics this is where it's at. This is what I want to be, what I want to do. What do you go work on at that point?
Marvel UK stuff.
Now, what is that?
Marvel had a UK division, so they were generating material, and I did the Zoids toy comic. Remember the Zoids things? Yeah, Zoidzilla and whatever they were called. Gorilla Zoid. So they asked me to do this thing. And so I'm reeling from all this excitement. Comics are coming. Comics are going to be adult. It's big time. It's all happening.
Like, here's the Zoids.
So I thought, okay, blue and red Zoids. That's like Russia and America. We're in Reagan's America and we're in whoever was in, it was before Gorbachev, but it was just whatever, Khrushchev. It was on his guys. Knickers on and off. And, so I thought, this is a major metaphor. This is amazing. I got one of those Zoidzillas and I built this thing, like, contemplating the Zoids. So yeah, I did this ridiculously poetic take on Zoids. The fucking Zoids, and it was represented the idea of the Cold War and all of us little people just having to deal with these big bastards and their inexplicable
once again, written by the boy who lived in the shade of the giant nuclear submarines down the block. Yeah,
which were Zoidzillas in their own way. So no, I was kind of really into it, and that got me a job at 2000 AD, and then I did a bunch of Future Shocks, which were their O. Henry style science fiction stories.
Now, for those that don't know the book over here, 2000 AD, most times American readers, in the age of the internet now, the world's gotten smaller, but there's still some people that maybe don't know the book. But 2000 AD, we know largely for, hey, that's where Judge Dredd came from. Yeah. But what is it an anthology title? Is it kind of like a DC Comics Presents that had a bunch of stories within it?
Yeah, it was an anthology. Like all British comics were anthologies, but this one was created by a bunch of basically young rebels at the time, you know, Alan Grant, John Wagner, and Pat Mills. They created this book. They had to replace a book called Action, which was so shocking that parents had it taken off the shelves. And this comic called Action was amazing. Every strip in it was super violent, like, you know, completely morally reprehensible. So it was taken off the shelf, and the same editorial team created 2000 AD, which was the science fiction version of it, because they thought if they couldn't get away with it, probably in your contemporary stories, they might just set it in the future. The blood's green, who cares? But Action Comics it wasn't Action Comics, it was just called Action, but it had Hookjaw, which was their take on Jaws, and it was a shark. It was, imagine you did Moby Dick, but the shark is Ahab. And he's after the humans who've embedded this hook in his jaw.
So is it told from his perspective?
And
you've got an internal monologue of like, I will eat these men.
And he just hunts them down. He hunts down every living human thing. And just for over endless episodes in bloody graphic detail. So that's where those guys came from. And they kind of tried to recreate that in 2000 AD. But as I say, with future or science fiction settings. And over the years, it began to become a proving ground for a lot of the best talent in Britain. So you had Dave Gibbons coming out there, Brian Boland, artists, and, you know, all of them, Alan Davis. Everyone had a stint there. Even Neil Gaiman worked there for a little bit. So kind of all of us have gone through that.
It's almost like the Roger Corman, filmmaking school back in the day. Every legend has passed through those doors.
Yeah, and they whip you into shape, and it's like they teach you how to do 5-page stories.
Who whips you into shape? Do you have an editor there that shaped you? Who was it?
My editor was Steve McManus at the time, and there was a bunch of them. They changed. Then there was Alan McKenzie.
Did you actually learn from them, or you're talking about the guy who wrote in, "I'm ready to take over for Barry Windsor Smith as soon as you see the light of day." Are you too brash, or do you mold quickly?
Yeah, I'll take a lesson. I was always pretty good. I was just thinking I was made to do it. So, but I would always take a lesson. You know, if people told me something good, I would do it. But sometimes they would just change a story for the hell of it, and you had to accept that. But out of that, I did my little apprenticeship doing like 17 Future Shock stories, and there's some nice little...
What are the Future Shocks?
They're like O. Henry's, basically. They're like twist ending, 5-page, 3-page, 1-page, so you really learn how to, you know, set up some characters and do a clever payoff.
So it's like a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, absolutely. Every one of them. So there's a bunch of them, and it was fun to do that discipline, like, you know, like writing haiku.
And what do they pay? What do they pay for something like that? Like, hey, you do 6 pages. I can't remember.
Like, anything. If they'd paid me in like shoes, it would have been enough.
But were you living off this at this point? Are you living with your parents, or you gone?
I was living with my parents, and I was still on the dole, which is welfare, you know, so I was collecting my check every week, but
and
at the same time doing comics.
Nice. You were the richest man in town at this point.
Yeah, I was doing well. You know? I could buy guitars.
So how long are you doing this before somebody overseas finally goes, hey, come over?
2000 AD asked me to do the first superhero series, which was the greatest break I could have had, because I was waiting to do this all my life. Mm-hmm. And they said, we want to do superheroes because Watchmen had just started up, and it was, you know, that whole thing was happening. Suddenly there was this big blaze, the mid-80s, I can't even say it. But they said to me, want to do a superhero strip, and I instantly had this fucking Zenith thing that had been building up since 1981. And I just took it to them, and suddenly that was my thing. And so that was a hugely successful series for them. And then...
What was it called?
Zenith, they call it.
Over here, yeah.
And it was about what I would be if it was a superhero. You know, it was like he's 19 years old, he's a pop star, he's got no interest in fighting. Why would he fight? You know, why would I fight? So it was that, but he gets caught up and stuff. And it ran for 4 seasons, you know, and it was big.
What is a season? How long?
The first one was 14, the second one was like 26, the third one was bigger. It was a Crisis on Infinite Earths kind of thing with all the old superheroes from, DC Thompson comics and IPC comics in Britain.
You got to do a big crossover back then?
Yeah, and I just brought in all these characters.
Had DC already done their Crisis?
Yeah, I was doing my version of the Crisis where everyone falls out and they all hate each other. Because imagine meeting people from a parallel universe and they're like, who the fuck do you think you are? And the hero just kind of sits it out and his parallel world duplicate dies heroically and then he gets all the kudos, So it was my take on that. And, but as I say, it was very successful. So when Karen Berger came over and Dick Giordano and Jeanette Kahn at the time in the 80s came over to find more Alan Moore's, really, which is
that how it happened?
Well, yeah, he was on Swamp Thing at the time and I think Watchmen was just starting and they came over to see if there was more of this stuff. You know what they do? They go to the Philippines or to some uncharted island where this guy's sitting there drawing all their lives and waiting to do this and they can pay them in coconuts.
It was a similar circumstance.
So they found Britain and we'd been waiting to do this all our lives and clearly American comics seemed to need it at the time, that infusion of the kind of punk thing, because we were bringing stuff from the drama that we'd grown up with and from theatre and from music. So it was a little bit of a shot in the arm, I think.
Creatively, yeah. I mean, it was a reinvention of comics. You guys might have saved comic books at that point.
Well, honestly, someone else would have done it. But yeah, we were there and we've been waiting for a long time. And so we got our chance.
Think about it. All that creative energy built up, reading all those stories for years, and reading them going like, man, if I could do it, I would ...
And everyone had one. Everyone already had a story they were just waiting to tell.
Right? Like a loaded gun you guys were. So Karen Berger comes over and says, what's the first piece of work that she says, hey, come work for us and do X, Y, or Z?
I can't remember. I saw her a couple of times and I was just pitching her stuff and finally they asked me to come down and on the train down I was thinking Animal Man, I'm going to add this idea for Animal Man. And
had you known the character?
Yeah, I was totally. When I was a kid, because we used to play at superheroes, so I like to find the super obscure one so that you'd be really cool. So when I was a kid, I would be Animal Man, and he'd the animal powers, and he could trump anybody. I don't care what the fuck your power is. I've got an elephant. So yeah, I was into it, and I liked that kind of find something obscure and what are the possibilities here. But Arkham Asylum had been developing for years. This was the thing I had in my mind. If I could get to do Batman, to do this big, weird European film Batman.
Right.
So I went down with those two ideas. Animal Man was like extemporized on the train, and Arkham had been worked on for years.
Okay.
And they bought into them straight away. They couldn't understand what the fuck I was saying, but they liked my smile.
He seems nice.
Yeah, he seems okay. Give him a 120-page graphic novel.
And at that point, like, had there been anything like that?
No, but that was Dave McKean, because he came in and suddenly I'd written a 48-page story and then it expanded to 64. Mm-hmm. And I imagined it as being super realistic and, Batman's in like this terribly gritty, every little bit.
Who would, I mean,
I was thinking,
what kind of stuff?
Like a Boland, but I was thinking Gary Leach or somebody, who had done Marvel Man. But then Dave came on and he was a completely different kind of artist.
So Dave, so what I always imagined that it was you guys sitting in a bar going, if we were ever going to do a Batman story.
No, he came on board and he hated this shit. He didn't want to draw Batman at all, which was brilliant for the book in the end.
Why? Explain.
He just wasn't in it. He just thought it was trash, really, basically. I was with him on the Arkham Asylum tour and some fans saying to him, could you draw me the Human Torch? And Dave saying, there's no way I'm drawing that. It's crap. And the guy going, but he's just a guy on fire. And Dave said, I don't care, it's crap. And he wouldn't draw Wolverine or anything because he's just crap. But he would draw Sandman.
Right.
Even though he's got a weird haircut. So there was a kind of, but I think Dave made it because otherwise it might have just been an ordinary comic or it might have been Killing Joke 2 but he came in and he didn't want to do it at all. But once I told him all the other stuff, the stuff he was into was the behind-the-scenes stuff, the tarot cards and the Jungian psychology and the Aleister Crowley stuff. He totally got on board with it.
That's how you jacked him in?
Yeah, and he was into that. He was into the underpinnings of it and the psychology of it. And he did.
So he's like, look, I'll deal with the superhero aspect of it.
Yeah, and I just hate it. But we had Robin in the book originally, and he just utterly point-blank refused. So I put Robin in a trench coat, and I thought, was this good enough? No! I will not have Robin the Boy Wonder.
Really?
Yeah.
How much was Robin in the original story?
He was only in a little scene, and kind of him and Commissioner Gordon are working shit out back at the base. But again, I think he was right. Once Batman's in the asylum, there should be no more connection. Outside. It should just be, because ultimately what we wanted to do with that book was, this is Bruce Wayne when he goes to bed at 8 a.m. This is what he dreams every night. And that's it. And it wasn't meant to be this actually happened. This is Bruce Wayne's dreams. This is what happens all the time in that man's head. You know?
I mean, I guess it's true. Like, nobody's ever said this is canon, but yet to me, it is canon. But to hear the author say that, it's a dream.
But it's a canon dream. It's the ultimate dream of Batman, and so you need to know it because that's what Bruce dreams like. And it's horrible, and he's ineffectual in a lot of cases, and everything's a reflection of himself.
You have this deep love for Bruce Wayne, this sympathy, this empathy that I don't think I've even, and I'm not even saying I'm one of the people that approaches him with that kind of thing, but I've never thought about him as empathetically and sympathetically as you actually care for the human being. I mean, I guess when every once in a while I'll see something like, if I watch if I'm reading a comic that really moves me, I can get weepy. If I'm watching a Batman movie that has a particularly affecting moment, I'll get weepy. Like, even in the last one, which a lot of people got issues with, him flying that nuclear bomb, as dopey as it is and as reminiscent as it is of like the old Batman Adam West movie, the notion of like, this fucker won't stop. Yeah. Like, that's what fucking gets me about it. And like it's in the Black Hand. It's when he's broken and dead. And so the beginning of the next issue is that very simple journal writing that's just like, Batman thinks of everything. Like, when I read that I remember reading that and giggling out loud and getting little butterflies. I'm at midlife, dude. And I've been to the carnival. I've seen Beyond the Curtain. I know how rides work. And still, a moment like that will capture my imagination and open my heart up where I'm like, oh my God. Like, he found this is somebody who expresses something about Batman that I wish I was smart enough to express. And he fucking gets it like down to a science. And I know nobody will ever accuse us on this podcast, on a Fat Man on Batman podcast, of overthinking it, but it's the beautiful lyricism that you bring to not just Batman, but to Bruce Wayne, to the man. You got something special going with the character. I mean, is an understatement to say the least. The Arkham Asylum, I remember, as I talked about, going to pick up that hardcover, man, bought 3. Of course, 1 to fucking read, 2 to fucking store, because it was groundbreaking. There was, I remember picking up off the rack at Hobby Masters and giving it the fucking knocking on it and going like, I can't believe something this beautiful and fucking real. And again, like now, kids see hardcover editions, you see an absolute edition of a DC book, or they look like museum works nowadays, but this was back in fucking 1989. You didn't see many beautiful works of comic book art that you would bring to like a parent or a fucking adult and be like, this could be on our coffee table, mother, because it was just such a classy fucking looking book. But it was the insides, it was the guts. Like, as much as I like looking at that book, I'm probably one of the people that would have like preferred the straightforward representation. Like, when you reference those other artists, I was like, oh my God, I'd never thought about that. It was conceived in that way and not for this piece of art that it became. But as much as I love Arkham Asylum, it was all the writing, dude. I mean, even fucking in Dogma, the first words that come out of the shit demon's mouth is "no man of woman born," which was the thing that like was just written in the margins about the Clayface character. Yeah. Wait, your go pitch Animal Man and Arkham, and they say both. Yeah. Dave jumps on to Arkham. Are you already working on Animal Man at this point?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I remember doing Arkham in 1987, and I was like super straight edge, so I didn't drink, I didn't do drugs, anything. So I had to stay awake till 4 a.m. and write this book and try and approximate states of madness using the old-fashioned ways.
What, your imagination?
Absolutely. I mean, fuck. What was I thinking?
Oh my goodness. That's so weird. You would imagine you look at something like Arkham Asylum and you're like, I guess he had a good time writing this. And he probably did have a good time writing it, but you did it straight?
Yeah, but it was actually seriously, I would just stay up with, matchsticks and the eyeless and wait till stuff was coming through. It was really quite laborious. It took a long time.
So wait, you would write it, you would get to like a sleep deprivation point and then go to work.
Yeah.
God, you're like one of these actors, like when Matt Damon did Courage Under Fire. He lost a shit ton of weight to be like skinny between periods of the movie. You're like you take it even to the writing. You're like one of these actors that manipulate their bodies. You're a writer that manipulates your body to get to a state of mind.
Yeah, because it's the only chance of manipulating your body in any way if you're a writer. You spend your entire day sitting in front of a computer. So you got to manipulate your body somehow. So yeah, I've always done it. When I was doing The Invisibles, I just became the King Mob character and shaved my head and travelled the world and went to the clubs he would go to and did that. Because it keeps things kind of lively.
Oh my God, that's genius. Okay, so you're writing this absolutely straight edge. You turn it happens. The book gets published. Fucking massive. Does that change anything for you in as much as like you can do anything you want at this point?
Yeah, it changed everything, but it almost didn't happen because they called me up and said, we can't do this because the Batman movie's coming out. It's going to be the biggest movie ever. And you've got the Joker dressed as Madonna, and Dave hadn't drawn it at this point because that's what I wanted. I wanted him in the full open
with the bullet tits and shit. Yeah.
And I thought it's just him. How would you really freak out Batman? But they wouldn't let us do it, and it really got quite heated. And I wrote this huge, 2-page defense of the whole thing. And Jeanette Kahn just said, "Okay, I agree with you," and she really fought for us, which was great. But they didn't want to do it for a while, which was really. Because we put a lot of work into it, and suddenly it was, if you do this, people will think Jack Nicholson is a transvestite. That's what they said to me.
In 1989.
Yeah, like Jack would care.
I'm sure he was just like, how much did it make? What was my cut? Thank you. Especially at that point, he had a rich piece of that. Anything Joker oriented at that point, he was going to get a piece of.
So it went weird for a while.
He's also an art fan too. I'd imagine he would have been like, "This is
cool." He'd laughed it off. The idea, that's going to make people think Jack Nicholson's right. So, but it came out, and it changed everything. Karen phoned me up, and she just said, "You guys are rich," because we were on $1 a book, and it sold 120,000 copies in the first day. And she's like, "Hey, isn't this good?" And for me,
is that the most amount of money you'd ever seen?
It's the most amount of money I'd ever conceived. So no, it was really interesting, and I just blew it all on traveling the world and drugs and champagne.
So at that point, you stopped being straight edge.
Yeah, I just thought now I'm going to do all these things that I couldn't afford to do.
You are an author that is a guy who's not afraid to imbibe and whatnot. You've been to some weird, wonderful places. You want to talk about that at all? What is if somebody was like, "Hey man, what is one? Hey, where do you stand on psychotropics? Are they good for an emerging writer? Blah, blah, blah."
I think they're pretty good if you're an imaginative person, and a lot of people assume that you can take a pill and suddenly do stuff, but you can't.
Right.
But if you do stuff and you take a pill and interesting stuff happens, there's no denying it. Otherwise, it's like we live in a world where there are a lot of laws against this shit, so it's basically, it's down to you, dude, It's like, do you want to choose to do this? Then you deal with those consequences. Right. I would never drive people down any path or advocate that stuff. I mean, it's been, I think anyone who's done it would probably say it was useful. Certainly any writer or any creative person who's done it would say it was useful. But beyond that, you make your own choices.
I'm a weed guy. I've never gone harder in weed. And, and that was even for me a late in life thing. I was like, 38 when I started smoking weed. And prior to that, I'd never been a booze guy. I'm more of a sugar guy, obviously. Yeah. So, what I found about weed was it doesn't make you more creative, but it definitely made me less inhibited. Mm-hmm. Whereas I was like, I'd have a good idea and be like, "Oh, don't do that. Somebody else fucking did that," or something like that. Suddenly with weed, I'd be like, "All right, let's give it a shot. Fuck it. Like, what's the worst that can happen? It'd be fucking terrible." I've been told I'm terrible before.
Who cares?
That's my perspective on it. When I've had people talk about, like, Joe Rogan was like, "Man, you gotta try some acid, try some shrooms. He's going, you would fucking love it. But everything seems scarier to me than weed. I'm like, this is fine.
I'm sure you would love it, but that's for you, you know. It's kind of, I did it because I had mystical experiences, and I thought, is this just to do with drugs? So I tried every psychedelic. And
what do you mean you had mystical experiences?
I had higher dimensional or mystical experiences, made me feel I understood how everything worked type experiences. So I kept trying all these. I tried, acid, DMT, mushrooms. None of them took me to this thing. So for me, it was all about that. It was like, is this just some fucking thing?
What was that thing, though, that you were trying to get back to?
That's a story,
Is it a story you don't tell, or is it a story?
Yeah, it's a story I've told a few times, but I went to Kathmandu in Nepal.
How old are you?
Like 34.
Okay. And this is after you've done Arkham Asylum.
I've done Arkham Asylum. I've been traveling the world. I've done a bunch of stuff, and I've smoked some weed, and I've done a little bit of, going to fetish clubs, doing the thing. Right. But my friend and I saw this documentary on TV, and there's this broadcaster called Dan Cruikshank, and he's basically retracing the steps of the Buddha. So this is pretty cool. We were watching this. Mm-hmm. And he reaches Kathmandu in Nepal, and he says, right here there are this temple, Swayambhanath Temple, is the temple of the self-created one, the most important part of the valley. They got 365 steps. And he said, if you can do these steps in one breath, you're guaranteed enlightenment in this life. So he's puffing up the steps, and me and my friend Ulrich are watching this show, and we just think, we could do that in life. So I'm working out, and I've got all this money, Arkham Asylum, doing Petroleum Visibles, JLA, and I'm thinking, hey, we could do this for like however many £100. We could go to Kathmandu and do the whole enlightenment in this life.
And we'd come back enlightened.
Yeah, fuck, this is brilliant. This is the easiest, but the package tour enlightenment,
Nobody ever put it this simply. A couple steps, one breath, we're there.
Yeah. So we buy a ticket. We're in Kathmandu within like 3 days, and go and stay in this hotel, the Vajra Hotel. And I think it's again significant because the Vajra is the lightning bolt. And to me, that's the Flash sign and the Captain Marvel sign. And it's really significant in the development of comics. So we're in this lightning bolt hotel. We stay there for a week, having adventures. Eventually, on the last day, I'm kind of sitting up there and writing in my diary and doing some notes for stuff, and everything started to get really strange. So the temple at the head of the valley started to look like a machine, as if it had turbines, and weird shit was going on. So I got up and I'm trying to get downstairs, lying down in my bed, and these silver blob things emerged from the walls and from the substance of the ceiling and the floors. And it's kind of, oh fuck. And they said, right, you asked for it. And they go, where do you want to go? Right, so this is, I'm real, and I know that it's ridiculous.
Are you straight?
No, right. But it's not even, I took this tiny little bit of hash. So this is why I kept trying to get back to see, was this a drug state? But nothing could reproduce it because it was beyond any drug state. But I can't deny I was on this little
tiny bit of hash.
Lentil size thing, right? So
so what the globule said, come with me? Or
yeah, they just said, where do you want to go? Okay, you've done it now. And I said, oh fuck, Alpha Centauri. And suddenly I had no body. Like there's no reference point, and I'm in space, like 3-dimensional, 360-degree view. And there's 3 suns, like astronomical. There's a planet. So I put this thing in All-Star Superman years later. But there's a planet, and there's these things made out of glowing neon tubes. And right, this just sounds like some acid vision, I know, but so I'm like, what the fuck is this? And they just said, well, you've offended these people with your behaviour. We're going to have to get out of here. And this is what you came for. This is what you wanted, isn't it? We're going to show you something. And how it felt and how I remember it has been taken off the surface of the 3rd dimension. And they turned me into the...
What do you mean? How'd they take you
They turned me into a higher dimension. It's just they pulled me off and everything went flat, and then they turned me around.
Okay.
And they said, okay, here's where you are now. So it was this gigantic vaulted space. It felt infinite, but it also felt enclosed. It was blue, azure blue. It was like white, silver trace lines zipping through everything.
Gridding?
Like grids, but they were never permanent. They just came and went.
Like Gotham Grid in the one issue?
Yeah, like that. Except that was more permanent. These were just like zipping in and out. And all these silvery blob things, and they just, this is the shit. Right, so I'm there, and it suddenly felt like, oh, I just woke up. Oh, what? The game's over. What did you just do to me? I was having fun. And it was more real than any of this. This is like low-res 1950s TV this world we live in compared to this experience. So I'm like, what? Of course. I'm thinking, of course I'm here. This is where I've always been. So they kind of turn me around and they say, this is what we do. Try and remember as much of this as you possibly can because you might be useful to us. And they're showing me this stuff. They turned me around, there's these like stalls, and they said, each one of those is a universe. And they said, right, what we do is we grow our children in universes because there's no time here. It's permanent. Nothing ever changes. They said, so the only way to create change is you create time because things change through time. So they said, so we make time in there and then we put our seed in and it grows and then it becomes us.
Us meaning you and me?
Us becoming what they were.
Right. Their beings.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they basically said, like, so look at your planet and look at what's going on. There's a singular life form, and it was kind of, they were showing me, they said like 3.5 billion years ago, a single cell divided. The same cell is still in every one of our bodies.
Oh my God.
And they said, right, if you add the time dimension to your experience, you see it's all one thing. Just run it back. Your mother, you run back into her. She runs back into her mother. They all run back. It all runs back. So they said it's one singular thing. It lives on the planet Earth. It's one of our children, and it feeds on everything around it. It said, don't worry about how you seem to be consuming the environment. Look at a caterpillar on a leaf, and what does it do? And I'm going, oh, it consumes its environment. And they said, yeah, don't worry, the leaf is fine.
Oh my God, you're blowing my fucking mind.
Yeah, right. So, but they were blowing my mind, and they were showing me, they said, it all worked back, and I'm going, yeah, this fucking makes sense. Everything's what they say, yeah, it's all one thing. And it's one of us, but that's what we look like as a larva. That's the maggot to a fly. And then they just were like, and if you can make sense of this, go back and tell as much of this as you can. Right, so they fire me back. And I'm like, oh, wake up in bed with this haunting my head. And so all of the 90s then were me taking everything, every psychedelic I could try to get, and nothing ever came near this hyper-real, high-def thing.
So then that was a real spiritual experience.
So it affected everything, and that fed into all the comics I was doing. That's why the Warlogog and JLA and
oh my gosh,
the idea that you could represent the universe in a finite form.
The Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still catching up. Like, what do you do after that? How do you exist in this fucking barely Technicolor world or this 50s TV world when you've seen that? Like, how do you keep you down on the farm once you've seen Paris, so to speak? Is that why you went looking for it in other places and then definitely decided this was a singular spiritual, mystical experience? How do you fucking stay after something like that?
I just kept exploring, and that's why comics are so great. Because I was able to do The Invisibles, which then passed out this experience into a 6-year-long comic book thriller, and that was how I did it.
You disseminated the information.
And examined it from every angle. What if you're wrong? What if it was some fucking weird temporal lobe hallucination? And then you come to even more interesting ideas, because I'm thinking, okay, what if I'm reading books and thinking you just hallucinated, you totally had temporal lobe epilepsy.
Yeah, or something, a glitch in the matrix.
And then I started to think, but so that means if you have temporal lobe epilepsy, you have an experience of the entire universe as being one singular thing, and it's all expanding and it all has meaning and significance. Shouldn't we be pressing that button?
Yeah.
So even if it's most physical and it's most material, shouldn't we be fucking pressing that button? Because it makes us feel better and it gives meaning to more things.
When are you starting your religion? Because I'm ready to tithe.
No, fuck. It's so easy to do something terrible. And again, the big mistake. People come back from these experiences, and lots of people have had things like them. And
have you met other people?
Yeah, but it's obvious. Like Philip K. Dick had these things. It's like people like Robert Anton Wilson. It's not new. 2,000 years ago, you'd have been Jesus or Buddha. But now lots of people, but you don't have a framework. So a lot of people think of it as alien abduction or demon possession or some weird encounter with God. A lot of people would become born again. I met Christ. I saw Christ. So it was kind of, all these archetypes come up. And I don't think I think it's something everyone can do. I actually just think it's a matter of perspective, but it helps you see things better and it helps you be more friendly to everyone else because you do suddenly see this connection. And it might be useful to get everyone in that state.
Did you ever ascend the stairs? Because it sounds like you achieved enlightenment without even fucking.
Oh, I forgot to tell you that. Easy, right? It's when you're a young guy, 35, no problem. One lungful of air and bang, you're up the stairs. So yeah, we did it. And
it's a one lungful?
Yeah.
So at the bottom, you're like, I mean, it's so weird. You tell me a story about going to like a different dimension, and I'm like, hey man, the fat guy's like, did you go up those stairs?
I know, that's the best.
Because that's like, I might try for enlightenment, but boy, those stairs, 300 sounds a lot.
No, you could do it. It was shockingly easy. So, and then enlightenment 2 days later.
So they did follow. So
yeah, fuck it. I mean, that was the nutty thing. Cause I had to go home and just think, okay, you really got what you wanted. And it wasn't, I mean, enlightenment in Buddhist tradition is it's a kind of non-dual state. I mean, I was seeing visions, but they were such brilliant visions, and it changed my soul. Everything was different. My relations to time and death and all of that changed.
How do you feel about death?
It's scary as fuck. I'm more scared about the lead up, because now I've watched parents getting more and more fucked up as they get towards it. So that's still terrifying. It doesn't help. But I kind of think I'll wake up in this other place and just go, whoa, let me do that one again. This time I'll be you.
Is that, please comfort me, is that, so based on your experience, is that your take, or is that something you put together going, I hope it's this?
No, it's just how it felt. Absolutely, there is no doubt that's what it was when I was there. But now, as a rational adult in the 21st century, with only that as a memory, you're going, well, what if I just imagined that? Well, but it's still interesting. But when I was there, just, no, this is reality. This shit here, this was like the bottle city of Candor. This was a made-up thing. You know, it was so obviously that was real, and this was a simulation.
Oh, my God. So, based on that, then there's something cooler waiting. Or as cool. Or
just that there is a place where these creatures they seem to be, super intelligences who engage in non-stop creativity, and that's all they do.
Oh my God. So we'll fit in like fucking nuts. So if you're an artist.
Yeah.
So what about people that are destructive and shit like that?
Well, they get absorbed in as well, and they become part of the library, because, what kind of hyper-intelligence would you be if you didn't understand pain or anger or hatred? You've got to know that shit, or else you're not complete. So they would just absorb that, but it becomes less meaningful in a higher perspective. It just flattens out.
I'm telling you, man, I've been here for 42 years. I've been a Catholic for like ever, since the beginning. Studied a lot of fucking faiths. You're the first thing that's given me true hope about fucking my own demise outside of that fucking black racer line. Death the black racer.
Yeah, and that's the same shit. And the black racers up there, I'm sure. But no, I mean, all I can say, this is just
Did you write that before or after?
No, that was after. All this was informed by that stuff,
So Black Racer, was all informed by the experience.
And the Warlord Gog was my deal. Imagine you could have a map of the entire universe contained within the universe.
Oh my God. That, dude, and you were like, no, I don't want to tell that. No, I've told the story before. I mean, good God, that informs everything.
Yeah, no, it totally is the pivot point of my fucking life, And then I got super sick after that and was brought to the point of death. So that the whole thing was like
Why? How were you brought to death?
I got really sick. I didn't know I was sick with a staph infection, Staph aureus. So I went through an entire year, but I was super fit because I was doing like martial arts and all kinds of stuff. But I got sicker and sicker, and I started to erupt in boils like fucking demon possession. And
what was it?
I finally got one in my face, but the weird thing was I was writing about this in The Invisibles, so the King Mob character, who was styled after me, is on a torture chair, and they convince him that he's got necrotizing fasciitis bacteria munching through his face. 3 months later, I've got this hole. You can still see the scar, right?
I know.
So it turned out to be this bacteria, and it went on a few more months, and finally I collapsed. I was hallucinating. I saw Christ coming into the room.
When he came in, did he say anything or do anything?
Oh yeah, but I can only remember the first bit.
What was the first bit?
I put it in the comment. Christ walks in the room, call him a light, and then suddenly it's Christ, and he said, I am not the God of your fathers, I am the hidden stone that breaks all hearts.
Explain that, please.
No, and then I can't remember the rest. It was just this, I was tears running down me, and it basically came to, you can stay, you can die tomorrow, or you can stay, but if you stay, you got to spread the light. And I'm like, okay, sure.
I'm in tears, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. And it's like Gnostic Jesus, it's I'm the hidden stone that breaks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Explain that. What is that? The hidden stone?
The hidden stone, the hidden, right? Hidden.
What does that mean, hidden?
The hiding, the one that's hidden.
The hidden stone.
Yeah, hidden.
Sorry,
so that's just my accent.
My accent and your accent have clashed. The hidden stone.
That breaks all hearts.
Jesus Christ. Yes,
but there was
Jesus
a whole monologue, and I was just so far gone, hallucinating. So this, again, all these things were feeding into the work that I was doing.
But when you say the staph infection, you had one of those flesh-eating things going on?
It wasn't the flesh-eating thing, but it did the same. It did damage. It ate right through my cheek.
At that point, you're like, oh my God, I'm writing myself now in the past, and everything I write is going to come true.
So then I'm in hospital writing myself out of it, and no, seriously. And I was trying to communicate.
He gets well real fast.
No, totally. Look at the Invisibles, and he gets well, and he's getting laid hardcore. And within months I was, so it was it worked. But that was a really weird, it was occult times, things were happening in the wake of that encounter in Kathmandu that was just fucking, that was my Bowie in Berlin time. It was like just weird shit was going down.
Did it ever stop, or does it continue?
No, it eventually stopped, because it was like surfing a wave. It was really quite weird. But there was a time after I got sick, there was a night I just kind of peeled off this whole, sicking out the window, and that was the end of it to a certain extent. But I still do that magic and occult stuff,
What do you mean you still do it?
I still do rituals and
what kind of rituals? Explain.
Just summoning God forces and try to help people. And
so how does what is like in is there do you sit in like a fucking circle and shit like that?
Yeah, because if that's what gets you off, because the whole idea is there's no rules to this. It's just what works. Because I grew up in this chaos magic tradition, and again, this could take us off in mad fucking tangents. I don't know how far we want to go, but
no, go.
But say for the Invisibles, right? I mean, basically, I grew up. Chaos magic says, like, if you do certain things, certain changes occur in your consciousness. Let's just call them magic for now and try them out.
Totally.
Okay? So they say, like, you don't have to summon up Egyptian gods. As long as you summon up an energy that stands for whatever the Egyptians believed in, you'll get the same effects. So I tried a bunch of this stuff. So, one of the things I always say, like the Greeks had this god Hermes, right? He's the guy with the winged hat and he runs around. He's the messenger of the gods. So in the days of the Greeks, what Hermes represented was the idea of communication, specifically language, because language can pass ideas across vast distances and across time and all kinds of stuff. So suddenly that's a pretty occult idea. It's a magical idea. A king can make a statement and then 200 years later people still hear it.
Right.
That's what language can do. So they created the idea of, imagine language looked like something. Well, it would look like a beautiful youth with a winged hat and winged heels, and he can go anywhere, and he carries messages. So that was all that was, right? They never believed there was a guy on Mount Olympus, like, hanging out with Laurence Olivier.
Right.
But they just said if communication looked like anything, here's a symbol.
Right.
In the same way that if vengeance looks like something, here's Batman.
Right.
So the same goes Aphrodite, goddess of love. Well, somewhere in the world, somebody's in love right now, right? They're feeling it. They're feeling the peak of fiery passion somewhere right now. And if you extend it, every moment, somebody's feeling that. And sometimes it's us that gets to feel that. Yeah. But somewhere in the world is always love. So the Greeks said, well, that quality of eternal love is Aphrodite. She's always there. And we get to feel her. And when we're possessed by Aphrodite, we're filled with love. Right? So you get, say, rage, like Ares, war. When you're angry, you're possessed by the god of war. But somewhere there's always war. Somebody's always angry. So there's an eternal quality of anger that never fucking goes away through the entire history of human interaction. And that's what they called gods. So basically, when you're doing magic, all you're doing is kicking everything out of the room that isn't Hermes, so that you're totally enthused by communication and speed and fucking let me talk, let me fucking poetry.
Are you by yourself?
You don't have to be. You can be with people.
What do you do?
We can do it now.
Because if I'm going to ever do this, I'm going to do what you do.
Well, you do things that make you feel speed. So you drink Red Bull, you drink coffee, and you play Madonna's Real Light, or you look at Flash comics and you just get everything out of your head but the idea of speed and communication until you are a god.
Is that possible?
Of course it's possible. That's what people have been doing for thousands of years, and they call it magic. But it's just this. It's just connecting with the eternal idea of communication. and been with it for a little bit, you know.
So then what happens when you get to that state, is there a place where I've crossed over into, what do you call it?
It's just enthusiasm, let's call it, because that means literally being possessed by a god.
Right.
So you're enthused by the spirit of communication. So pick up a pen, do shit, you'll be super creative. Or otherwise, you're enthused by the spirit of love and you're about to meet your girl or your boy, or, you know, and you're filled with it. You know, if you want to be James Bond for the night, play James Bond records, conjure him, wear a tuxedo. So I was testing this stuff. I thought, if you can conjure these just states of mind to the point where you feel like a god has taken over, can you do it with things that aren't real? You know, so I tried it with John Lennon, and although he's real, he's dead.
Right.
So I thought, let's do ritual magic, and I surrounded myself with my Beatles albums, and I wore the paisley shirt and the tight trousers and the Beatle boots, and I got my Rickenbacker out.
How old are you?
This is like when I was 30. This is when I was doing hardcore magic, when I was doing the Invisibles.
Okay.
And I put Tomorrow Never Knows on a loop and just summoned John Lennon the way you would summon a demon, but I'm sitting in a circle of Beatles album. No, but right, and seriously, this head made out of what looked like visual, like notes, chiming music, appears of John Lennon rotating in the room. And it's not, I know it's not there, but it's there. I see it. What the fuck? This can't be. And he tells me a song, and I'd recorded this song. It's on
the fuck out of here.
It's on the internet, and it's like a kind of crappy B-side from the Revolver period. But it does sound kind of Lennon-esque, you know?
That is magic.
Yeah, and it's just all I was doing was kick everything out of your head except the idea of John Lennon. And that's what happened.
Now, where's the darkest place you've ever gone?
Just trying out things like voodoo stuff, because I got caught up with these voodoo scorpion things.
What are they?
They were like gods, scorpion gods. I didn't know such things existed, right? So I was fucking about with this stuff. And there's a certain element, like, I quite like in the West, because we can pick and choose. It's like a supermarket of belief. You can try shit out.
Right.
But at the same time, that's culturally, it's kind of offensive the way we treat, you know, things that are actually sacred to certain specific cultures. So I think that I was maybe wandering into areas that I wasn't equipped to properly deal with. So right. I'm dealing with this voodoo shit because I'd read this interesting book, and I thought, I'm going to try some of these rituals and see if I can conjure these beings into manifestation.
The same ones from Kathmandu?
No, this was different. This was like specific, like these people.
The one you read about these, and you're like, I'll try this voodoo to look for these.
What they're a giant scorpion. But it was I came to it by, I think I was trying to conjure the voodoo death god. You know that guy from Live and Let Die? Baron Samedi.
Baron Samedi.
Right, so, and Papa Gay Day, and I kind of got into this figure. I thought he was really funny, he was cool, and I put him in, again, he's in the comic, you know, but I remember having this weird fucking vision, and there's gigantic scorpions with semi-human faces surrounding me. He said, oh, you're fucking in trouble now. You're in deep shit. And I went, oh God, what's happening here? I said, so you want to learn how to kill? And they were showing me how to destroy human spirits, like auras, and it was this really weird, like, flayed figures that were appearing. So it was a very bizarre experience, and they're saying, you're going to become you'll become an assassin for us and be in our order, and you need to get a tattoo at the base of your spine of a scorpion. And I'm like, no fucking way, I'm out of this. And so I backed out of this contact, whatever I'd got into, and I run into the living room, and this is nuts, right? So I turn on the TV, and Howard the Duck comes on, right? And I'm laughing, and then at the end, these scorpion sorcerers come down out an interdimensional tunnel, and I'm like, oh, fuck. You know, like, this appalling movie has suddenly turned into, like, the most frightening thing I've ever seen in my life. So I was I felt stung, and then shortly after I had this infection, and I almost died. So I really felt as if I came close to something.
So you think it was the voodoo scorpions who fucking made
and
you
so
sick.
I'm very respectful of these guys.
So, and that's not a place you head down toward anymore.
No, I wouldn't have anything to do with that anymore. I didn't want to play with them. They were teaching me how to be some kind of psychic assassin.
Yeah, like something negative.
Yeah, I'm not.
And it sounds like you go for all positive type stuff.
Well, that's rather, you know. I mean, I don't know what the price of being a psychic assassin might be. You know?
What, now, where were you when you did that? Were you in your room? Were you?
No, I was just in my house because I bought this beautiful big house off the Arkham Asylum royalties. So I was living large at this time and just crazy, as I say, champagne, drugs, world travel, crazy beatnik friends.
But after you summon and see the gigantic voodoo scorpions, like that to me is like, I'm not going in that room ever again.
No,
because that exists.
Yeah, a lot of people still won't go in that room. And the whole back end of that house became like toxic. There was one room we just couldn't go near, and no matter how hard you couldn't light it, and the lights would always bust from this room outwards. It would flood. There's still no carpets on the floor because it's so damp and dark.
Oh my Lord.
So yeah, there are resonances to this. I was honest, I was just going nuts and doing all kinds of weird experiments. Like I say, it was Bowie in Berlin, or like when William Burroughs was in Paris doing all the mad occult shit.
All right, I'm going to call time out right there. We're going to put a pin in this conversation. There's no way that one podcast would be enough to hold our chit-chat with Grant Morrison. So guess what? It's a two-parter, man. You're going to hear a lot more of this next week. Now, for some people who are like, look, I appreciate that Grant Morrison has done some amazing, weird things and been some mystical places, but where the fuck's the Bat Chat? Before we get out of here, man, let me give you a soupçon, if you will, a nice chunk of conversation that was recorded right before we even started the show with Grant, talking about the Dark Knight Returns animated movie. There's a nice 7 to 8 minute chunk of Grant talking about Batman, get you nice and hard and wet for next week. Listen to this.
I did a commentary track for the second part of Dark Knight Returns, which they did such a fucking great job with.
Was the movie good?
I mean, look, is it ever going to be Frank's?
Yeah, of course not.
Of course not. But this is the best Batman movie they'll ever make at this point in time. It's so close. The source material is so good, and they stay close to it. And there's definitely things that have been changed around in order and some things that drop. But generally speaking, it's pretty reverent.
Yeah.
But the really controversial aspect about it is they dropped all the internal monologues. So he doesn't say like, this would be a good death.
That was the part that aged least well, though. That stuff. It's the kind of stuff that seems almost parodic when you see it now.
So that feels like it's kind of stuck in time.
Yeah.
Wow, maybe that's how they felt and stuff.
That's what I've also, because I didn't want to know what Batman thought I liked, and it's just, what the hell's this weirdo up to? I thought I was getting too far into it when, the way the way Miller did it, and I know why it worked, but it just seemed like, I don't want to know this guy. I don't want to be that close to his thoughts.
I just reread Dark Knight Strikes Again.
I think that's a great book. And it's not Dark Knight levels of great, but it's just a really good Miller trying to do something different, not repeating himself and people getting it wrong. And he wanted to do comics the way they used to be done, just whatever comes into your head, bang it on the page. And it seemed like, I know nothing about Frank, but it just seemed like cocaine comics to me.
Yes.
It's just like, whoa, go for it. This is great. Give me more colours. But it really worked in the fact that 9/11 comes banging right in the middle of that book, and clearly he didn't know anything like that was going to happen, and suddenly, boom, 9/11. And you can see him dealing with it. But suddenly this kind of, this Silver Age romp turns into something else. I think it's a really good book. I think it's that people haven't caught up with it because a lot of the
maybe
critics...
it's too ahead of the curve?
Yeah, but it's not adolescent, it's adult, and I always thought the angsty stuff, that's what I didn't like when I was young, because it seemed like teenage me. All that, the original kind of stuff where it's the uptight, anal Batman, like
emo,
clenching his ass.
Yeah, right. I'm so bad at everything.
God help me.
And that's the part that you don't like? You like to take that out?
Well, I find that was didn't make sense, and I like things to make sense, and for me, growing up reading Denny O'Neil Batman and all that stuff, Batman for me was a guy who'd been all around the world and he'd had all these amazing fetish girls chasing him. He was super rich. He had the best toys in the world. And what he'd done was dealt with his trauma in a very unusual way, but it was a way that totally worked for this guy.
Right.
So his life was what he made it work. Suddenly, he didn't just get drunk. He didn't destroy his life and blow the fortune. He made it useful. And I think, okay, we have to accept that. And we have to accept that if he's a super martial arts master and master of meditation and he can slow down his breath and survive for an hour in a coffin, that's no
I love that shit. I love when you write that shit specifically.
And it's because and people say, oh, you're doing Bat God. But to me, it's not. I'm being real about who this guy would be at this point in his life. I have to acknowledge this is the fucking Batman. And he can do all this stuff. And honestly, you don't go through courses in Buddhist meditation and come out an asshole at the end. If you do it right, So I thought Batman was the most sorted together humanist icon on the planet, and that's where I found myself kind of falling out with people who thought he was tortured or damned or depressed or unable to assuage that guilt. I thought he did it every night he went out, he dealt with that guilt and just, okay, I'm making things better. So I saw him fundamentally positive and mentally positive and able to inspire people. And it was just, I think that was a different take on it. After the whole 80s.
Yeah, that's badass Batman and stuff.
Yeah, but I think even Miller wasn't going for that. I mean, if you look at Dark Knight, Miller was going for this steadily accumulating mythic version of Batman, which is what I love about it, because it starts off, first episode of Dark Knight, first issue, he's got the red oval, and it's Adam West. And he's playing that game. He's saying, look, you guys, you know this character. You all saw him on TV. You don't need to be comic book fans. Here's Adam West, but he's 60 years old, and look at the world he grew up in. And that's what's so great about it. But then the next one, it's like, here's Adam West, but okay, the yellow's gone. And he takes the Batman costume through these evolutions, and each issue it's getting darker and darker. And then it's him up against the Joker, and it's all morality's gone. And then finally he's becoming mythic. And the last episode, which I love, Batman's in armour, he's fighting Superman, he's riding a horse, it's nuclear apocalypse. It's gone from this quite believable Citizen Kane story of Bruce Wayne, age 60, being possessed by his demon once more, into this epic apocalyptic Götterdämmerung of a thing. And that's what people forget about Miller. It was never realistic. It was epic, operatic Batman.
All I want to do now for the rest of my life is a podcast called Comics with Grant Morrison. And I just want you to tell me about comics that I know and love. You just put a comic book that I've been living with a lot lately with the release of that flick, and then rereading the book and stuff, and then rereading Dark Knight Strikes Again. You just put it through a prism where I was like, you know what? I never realized that there is a bunch of stages of the costume, and he is evolving them.
He's more and more armored all the time, but more magnificent, more epic, more.
Now let me ask you.
And the stakes go higher until it's nuclear winter in the last episode. And you go, how did they get here from this crime drama? And that's Norse mythology. And I think that again, if I had to say anything about Dark Knight, about how great it is, it's what people forget is that Miller took it from the streets to this. It's Wagner.
Now, let me ask you this. When you arrive at that, is that because you read somebody else or that was your own conclusion on the Dark Knight?
No, I just read it. I mean, it's just the observation,
You even think like a brilliant writer.
But it's not,
when you're thinking about someone else's work.
Because you're looking at it and, well, that's what I'm getting, and because I like to also look for the shit that people haven't seen, I'm really contrary that way. So if somebody says this is about that, I'm instantly thinking, no, it's the opposite. And so I start, and it just becomes, for me, it was all about just observation. I wasn't educated then, but if you fucking look at things without prejudice, and you say, what does this make me feel? You start noticing, and works like Dark Knight, they're endlessly rewarding because they're really smart. That guy was smart when he was a kid. And it's a really great piece of work. And as I say, it can be endlessly looked at, and you miss approaches because people have said for 20 years or 30 years now almost, it was a realistic approach to Batman. It was, it inspired all this grim and gritty. It's not grim and gritty at all. It's like I say, it's an opera. And I'd like people to notice that again and maybe reappraise it on that scale.
Oh, I'm fucking so in love with you right now. It's nuts.
You're beautiful, man.
1990 or early 1991. I'm going to this acting class at Brookdale Community College in Jersey. Take this acting thing and more just to have fun. I liked acting in high school. It was kind of fun. So I haven't done it in a while. It seems like it'd be a kind of cool thing to do. I said comics are my whole life at this point. I want to perform some comic books. So I'm paired up with this one dude and I'm paired up with this one girl. And with the girl, we do Sandman, the issue where Morpheus goes to confront Lucifer and Lucifer is closing down hell. The second performance we did was Animal Man, the issue where Buddy meets Grant Morrison. So there's video in this world, dude, of me dressed in something you rarely ever see, a suit jacket and pants, trying to speak with a British accent, not even approximating Scottish, doing that whole issue of the book. It's pretty fucking mind-bending stuff. That's how massive a fucking fan I was. That not only did I love the writing, that when given a chance to kind of perform, I said, I gotta act this out. You've got to see this comic book come to life. But after the performance ended, man, you know, you sit around with the class, and the class had maybe 20, 25 people in it, and everyone's commenting on each other's scenes. We do this, and we do the Animal Man scene. And, you know, people going, it's original, man. It's funny. I mean, the dude was wearing like a mustard yellow sweatshirt, and we took electrical tape and put the big A across it. And, you know, and he had fucking ski goggles. So he was approximating. So the visual look, people were like, it's funny. He's dressed. And this is 1990 again. So it's like comics are still underground. They're not part of the mainstream pop culture like they are today and stuff. So afterwards, everyone's going, this is fun. This is cool. This exists, blah, blah, blah. One dude looked like, you know, if I had to guess or stereotype or profile him, looked like a roofer. Looked like a dude who worked with his body for a living. This is a dude who totally could have atomized my face with a swing. And I guess he too was going to the acting class to blow off some steam. I don't think he fancied himself like, I'm going to be an actor or something like that. He's obviously a man who worked with his hands, a very manly man. And there's soft old fucking Pillsbury Doughboy Butterball me in my suit jacket and button-down shirt and fucking slacks, approximating a writer from another country. And this dude, his hand goes up, and the teacher goes, yes. You know, everyone's talking and going, I like this, blah, blah. This guy's hand goes up, she goes, yes. He goes, the hell is this, man? Like comic books? Like kiddie stuff? Like this is an acting class. Mm-hmm. And you're performing comic books? I think this is childish. Mm-hmm. And for the whole ride home, me and Jason Mewes talked about the shit we should have said. Like how I could have stood up to him and stood up for comics and be like, you're out of your mind and stuff like that. But instead, just pussily sat there and fucking didn't really defend her. Or
this guy's right.
Yeah, I mean, but like, how do we say anything at that point? We're like, yeah, I guess it's comic books, I guess. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Anytime I ever see the name of Grant Morrison in print, I always go like I played him once. Very briefly in an acting class.
To rave reviews.
Yeah, to all but one. Even then I was dealing with a fucking critic who was up my ass going, you can't do it right.
I played Andy Warhol. No, it wasn't Andy Warhol. It was the fucking, what's his name? Roman Polanski.
Where and what?
And Don Murphy's wife, Susan Montford, used to make short films, and I played Roman Polanski in one of her movies. So that's my claim to fame. And I just like girl, like it was done up with Sharon Tate, she was pregnant, the whole deal.
Right.
There was all these Manson girls pursuing us through an empty warehouse. It's amazing.
It sounds right up your alley as well. You were in music video, right? Were you in one of the?
Yeah, I was the bad guy in the My Chemical
Romance. In the MCR video.
Because we're really good friends with Gerard.
Isn't he a beautiful human being? Those dudes fucking, they scream like about you in such a big bad way. They love you. They went to Morrison Con. How was Morrison Con?
Oh, it was amazing. It was like,
explain to cats who don't know what it was, and is it going to happen again?
Never again. I mean, the weird thing was,
never again.
I get all kinds of shit. It's like, oh, Grant Morrison, he's £700 a ticket, whatever it was, $1 million a ticket for this thing. We got nothing for it. We had nothing to do with that aspect of it. It was
it was just a place to gather.
No, it was the guys up in San Francisco, the Isotope store, and they had this idea of doing a kind of boutique convention based around this one person. So they said to me, will you get involved in this? And I said, yeah, fucking use me, like ride me. So suddenly it became like my egomaniac convention. So I found out it was quite weird. So it was really with trepidation that I approached this whole fucking thing, but it turned out amazingly. And that's why I don't think we'd ever do it again, because it was so spontaneous. And all these kids came from all around the world, like Tasmania and shit, like unbelievable. They all started getting like tattoos. They were like forming bands. They were like marrying one another in Vegas. And it was just this huge creative explosion of all these. It was like every wallflower from every school disco all in one place and all getting off with each other and all being the centre of attention. And it was really, I just thought, this is great, and you can just stand here and say, like, you go out and do your shit, impress me. That's all I want to see your stuff. And we just got to hang out with everyone and spend time, and everyone was there. It was a really weird, concentrated thing. But like I say, we'd never do it again because of I think the spontaneity is what made it. The minute you did that twice, it would fuse into kind of, it would fossilize instantly.
Okay. Let's go to one of my favorite and most fucked up books of all time, The Doom Patrol. Doom Patrol came about how? It was already up and running at that point, and they said, hey, do you want to take it over?
Paul Kupperberg was doing it, and he was going off it, and they just said, do you want to do this thing? So I was kind of, I want to try new stuff, and kept comics away from realism, and so I was kind of...
Were you, and this is all post-Kathmandu as well?
No, this is before it.
All that Doom Patrol shit, the Scissor Men and fucking that
was pre-drugs or anything. That shit was like
oh my God.
That's what I was trying to escape from.
So Doom Patrol is pre all that.
Yeah.
What is where does it all come from? You're reading a bunch of crap at that point, or is this the stuff you read in your childhood?
Doom Patrol was everything I was into at the time. I was getting back into my childhood. I was basically trying to define a new type of comics by that point, because we all felt a little bit revolutionary. And Watchmen had been pronounced the end of superheroes.
Right.
We didn't agree. So you see, people like me and Peter Milligan and other people at the time were just saying, here's a different way to do superheroes, Jamie Hewlett with Tank Girl and that kind of stuff. And it was a bit more, again, it was the influence, I think, of dance culture and MDMA at the time in the late 80s.
Right.
And just a slightly different take, a more relaxed sexuality, less of that uptight Dark Knight Watchmen, tight-assed teenage thing.
Right.
So I thought it was quite an expansive time. And Doom Patrol, I was just reading surrealism, and I was reading tons of books and going to museums and watching all these, Jan Schwankmajer Prague animation movies and totally getting into all that stuff. So suddenly they said to me, do you want to do the world's strangest superheroes? And I thought, well, let's do it. Like, they genuinely are the world's strangest superheroes. Like, it's a comic like no other. And this is the shit Superman can't deal with, or the Justice League, or Batman, or any of them. It takes lunatics. So it was like a gift at the time, because I was getting into all this stuff from, movies and poetry. Everything went into it.
Had you read those comics as a kid?
Yeah, a little bit, but they freaked me out. I just didn't like them. I hated Marvel and I hated Doom Patrol because people were angry. No, I hated any comic. That's why I loved Justice League when I was a kid. These guys, they just got together, did the shit, solved the problem, and it was over.
Right.
I hated people having, narrative obstacles. I found it really, when I was writing stories later, it was like a real thing to get over. Like, no, you have to keep making it difficult for them.
Right.
I just hated that when I was a kid. I just wanted the heroes to go in and solve the problem while I applauded.
Okay, so you take over that book, and anybody who's never read that book, go out and pick it up. It's in a bunch of trades, I think, at this point, probably about 3 or 4 minimum or something like that. It's some of the most brilliant shit ever written. And again, I'm not just talking about some of the most brilliant comic book work ever written. It's brilliant. It's mind expanding. If you want to be a writer, it'll make you a better writer, man. It's like the psychological or intuitive version of picking up a 200-pound weight and lifting it a few times over and over repetitively. It's just, you cannot engage with Doom Patrol and not become smarter and a better writer. Or at the very least, more clever at gatherings. And
it's really dumb.
Yeah,
because remember, it's got the beard hunter. You'd be in trouble.
Yes.
It's basically a Punisher-style character who hunts down men with beards and then shaves them and collects the beards on his belt.
Danny the Street, dude. From I remember that whole era. That was when Peter Milligan was writing Shade at that point as well. I became a huge fan of Mark's stuff when he wrote on Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
He referenced back to Alan's Batman, Swamp Thing, Gotham issues at one point, and I was like, "Oh my god, this guy's totally in my fucking wheelhouse." This era, whenever I talk about Doom Patrol, that takes me to that whole magical era. Before I was like making Clerks, before I was trying to make entertainment, and I was just consuming other people's entertainment. And what I love about that is like, you're a guy who constantly feeds in order to put out. A lot of artists, and I've been guilty of it from time to time myself, not enough living so that the art becomes repetitive. You can't say anything new if you haven't had any new experiences, and Lord knows you have no problem having new experiences. So for me, right before I went into Clerks, and Clerks was a period where, I've then move away from everything that made me who I was and who I would become at that point and start doing something completely different. So it was before I would later on figure out I have to go recharge and refill kind of thing. The last great meal I had were these books, was like stuff like Doom Patrol, stuff like Arkham Asylum. This was stuff that I took with me into my creative world and sustained me until, suddenly I was just becoming repetitive as well. So I hold a great piece of affection, place in my heart for you guys, because it was like it was the equivalent of, I guess, nitrous in a racing car. Like gas will get you very, very far and you can go very fast. But all of a sudden I was introduced to like all this hyper creative, enlightened, out there, outside the box, brilliant, whilst brilliant about stupid things, stupid about brilliant things, vice versa. Just somebody who is looking at this material and treating it seriously. Like, I have the utmost respect for anybody. I don't care who you are. You can be a fucking lawyer. You can knit blankets, make cupcakes, be a writer, be an athlete. If whatever it is you do like that. You do it in the way that you're almost saving the universe by doing it. You do it so hard out, some ridiculous thing that other people have done and people will do long after you're gone. They've been doing it for time immemorial. But when you're at bat or on the ice, when you have your opportunity to do it, you do it with such conviction, such passion, such enthusiasm that it's just like, oh my God, this motherfucker believes. And you make everyone else believe because of that. That's what a true magician does, is, and not just as an artist, but like in general in life, man. You can pass on that kind of enthusiasm. Interested is interesting, I guess. Mm-hmm. And you've been fucking way interested. And I think that's what makes your work beyond interesting. So Doom Patrol is a fantastic book. And then we'll jump over to New X-Men because they're similar. Then DC, their X-Men was Doom Patrol, and Marvel's Doom Patrol was the X-Men. How was that? How was it getting to go over there? Were you a big X-Men reader back in the day? I guess you mentioned Claremont before.
Yeah, I was a huge Chris Claremont fan. I wrote him a fan letter, and thank God I never sent this thing, but it was the death of Phoenix, and I was in London. I just read this book and I was so moved. I think I was probably 20 or something, and I wrote this ridiculous letter. I just saw Derek Jacobi appearing in the Royal Shakespeare Company as Hamlet. I have just witnessed, and then it was finally, now I have read X-Men number 137. And it was going, oh man, it get thrown in the toilet and then, thank God. But it was very heartfelt at the time. So no, I was a big fan. That was the only comic I was prepared to read when I'd become a punk. I was totally into the X-Men because I just thought it was super cool.
Well, they were the ultimate outsiders.
So that was my thing. I was just kind of going back to memories of that because I hadn't read much of what happened in between, and apart from what I'd been given to catch up. So really, I really wasn't into that much after John Byrne left the comic. Right. So I had no idea what happened, except it become more weird and baroque, and kind of it was more extreme versions of its basic few ideas that had been left by Chris.
Right. and it just felt like the longest running Mexican soap opera that ever existed. It was kind of impenetrable if you hadn't been reading the book for a long time. But when you took the book over, it was a great starting point. But it also took characters where I was never a big X-Men guy. That was the first time I was like really into the X-Men. I was like, oh, I like these characters. When handled by somebody whose writing I dig, these characters are interesting. You put them through a different prism altogether. So hats off, of course, for the Marvel work. And is there some part of the small Glaswegian boy who had sent in or worked for Marvel UK that was just like, I've closed my loop. There's a sense of satisfaction. I've done it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm delirious every time one of these new things comes in. A fucking Batman comic with my name on it it blows me away every
Still
single
does
time.
It for
I'm easily pleased. So no, it was great, but the X-Men was hard to do. I hated the tension in their lives all the time. Like you say, it was a Mexican soap opera, and these people were constantly moaning about something. So it kind of wasn't in my nature, but it was really good because I learned to write that kind of, emotion-driven, high-frequency hand-wringing kind of comic.
Right.
But it was a lot of fun learning that. But I just remember feeling it really quite tense because you were having to find in your own life elements that kind of paralleled what you were writing about. So it was constantly digging in the most extreme and unpleasant, painful memories. So I love Cyclops. I just think he was great. My thing was just bringing that guy out because he was like Norman Bates, like if he didn't kill people.
Right.
You know? I just thought he was so cool.
You worked there for a little bit, and then you went back to DC for JLA at that point.
Well, basically,
or was JLA before New X-Men?
Dan DiDio came to me and they wanted me to come over, but I was still wrapping up the X-Men contract. So he said, "Would you like to do Superman with Jim Lee?" And it sounded interesting, you know, but I had this big idea for Superman, which then became All-Star Superman with Frank Quitely. But it started there, but because I was still playing out 6 months of X-Men, it was, I had to shelve that. So I stayed on, played out the X-Men thing, but I was become increasingly alienated from Bill Jamis and that whole regime at the time. And we were just getting into fights and arguing and screaming and shouting down the phone. So Dan DiDio had come into DC and he came to Scotland to speak to us. He looked through my notebooks and he just said, do you want to revamp a bunch of DC superheroes, do anything you want? And it just seemed like, okay, they're accepting me back into the pen. And I had this stuff with what became Seven Soldiers and All-Star Superman.
And that was like, but that was the Morrison return.
Yeah.
Before you left, you did JLA, before you went to X-Men?
I did JLA before it, right up through the 90s. Obviously, that was right up until 2000, I think. Yeah.
That was your enthusiasm for the characters shines through, but your JLA stuff is transcendent. I loved the JLA when you were writing the JLA because your Batman was the stuff of legends. Here you were writing Batman on the weekly basis on the reg. Mm-hmm. Of course, later on you would come to do that to a much larger extreme, but sometimes it was just a soupçon of Batman, the Martian hanging with a little note on him that says, "I know your secret," or shit like that, man, was just absolutely fantastic. That whole book though, again, I think I said before, if you've never read Rock of Ages, pause this, go read Rock of Ages and come back. Was Howard Porter on the artist? And then there's a fill-in toward the end. I guess he was toward the end of the story. I remember suddenly the artwork doesn't look like Porter's artwork. I had pages from that. I bought original artwork. I love that story so much. I love the entire run that you did on the JLA. What was it like as a kid who clearly dug it and liked the kind of simplicity of they go in, they do their job, ta-da, and they go home? What was it like to then take them over and then not make it so fucking simple for them?
No, that was just great fun at the time because, you know, my imagination was blooming. I was doing psychedelic drugs on a daily basis. So things like the Justice League were perfect for just getting out the maddest, craziest ideas. Or the Martian Manhunter, well, he could change the shape of his brain so that he understands how the Joker feels.
Oh my God, I fucking love that.
And everything was about how would you play with these guys like a formula, that all the powers play off one another and how the bad guys' powers play off those powers. And I was thinking again, like Doom Patrol.
The corporate takeover of the JLA, dude. Just simple notions like that.
Lex Luthor was a businessman, but Bruce Wayne's a businessman, so he starts to fight back, and they don't know that Bruce Wayne's in the JLA.
Right? They don't know he's Batman. And then, and little things like, the Bruce Wayne taking advantage of Mirror Master, like, you know, never underestimate
the sentimentality of a Scotsman.
Oh God, I fucking love that.
But it was also the mythology thing, because, you know, Doom Patrol was about, here's the world's strangest superheroes, and you got to do weird shit. So it was Dada and surrealism and weird European cinema. But then it's suddenly, here's the world's greatest superheroes, here's the Justice League. So that was all about, what would you do with those guys? I had to ask them to get those 7 characters back together again, because before that it was just a bunch of also runs, you know, and
that's most people probably don't remember, but there was, a lot of people who were reading at that time definitely remember there was Justice League International, Justice League, JLA, JLI, JLE. The Giffen DeMatteis run, which was fantastic.
Well, that was great, but that was at its way fag end by that point.
Yeah,
It was over. So,
spread out. So you were able to bring the originals back together.
And I had to really fight for it because they said, we can't put these characters together. Who would buy that?
Why? Really?
No, seriously, they just hadn't. I mean, it was weird. They were trying so many weird experimental things in the 90s, which is to their credit. There's a lot of cool stuff was tried, but I think they just lost focus on, the Justice League is just your big 7 superheroes that everybody knows and everybody loves, and they're all fighting together, and it's simple. So it actually took a bit of fighting, but once we got into it, and obviously the fans really responded, they loved it. But it was all about doing mythology. I just looked at the Gardner Fox stuff, and it was all plot. So it was just thought, let's just do big plot, bigger and bigger stories, but give each of the characters, like you say, this little moment. And you guys like Kyle Rayner, the young Green Lantern, who could be developed a little bit from the rookie to the veteran.
I'll never forget too the Connor Hawke moment of firing the boxing glove arrow and just like referring to Ollie, to everything about that. Your run on those books were fantastic. The character that gave you a house with Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
It comes to be the character that like gives you a whole lot more and fucking you come to be almost, defined by, well, that's tough to say. There's so many fucking things you do that I wouldn't, but most people now at this point go, Grant Morrison writes Batman. I'm very identifiable with the character now you've become. And the shit you've taken the character through and done with them is fantastic and fucking brilliant. And of course, it makes some people, it ruffles some fucking feathers, and it makes other people go like, oh my God. Take us through that, man. So Dan DiDio, as we said before, was like, hey man, come back here and work on stuff. Does it right away become Batman? Do you have to sniff around? They go, or do they dangle it in front of you? Or they're like, look, man, like you're a no-brainer. You wrote Arkham Asylum. You wrote Gothic for us years ago in the Legends of the Dark Knight book. You've written Batman in JLA. Just fucking go for it. Take Batman. What would Grant Morrison do if he had Batman? Was it like that?
That was the Hollywood version. No, I think it was basically I'd come in to do All-Star Superman and Seven Soldiers, and it was the editor on Batman, Peter Tomasi, who's I really like, great writer as well. But Pete called me up and just said, do you want to do this book? But he was really disappointed because I came in with a Son of Batman story. And I remember Pete admitting to me in a restaurant, he just said, I thought you were going to do some weird, crazy, surrealist stuff. And then you give me this Denny O'Neil style Son of Batman. And he was super disappointed. I felt terrible. But yeah, I just come in and I kind of, I thought I'd do like a year on it, and I had it all planned out, and I had all that Zur-En-Arrh stuff, and I had the first thing I thought of was Batman R.I.P. was this title, because I thought it sounded really cool, the grave thing. And I thought, really, the basis of Batman for me is Batman always fights death, Superman always fights the impossible, and that's how that's the brute concept for me. So Batman fights death, and I always put him through situations where he's up against death or manifestations of death. So that came first, and I thought I'd do 12 issues, and then it ended up just 6 years on it, and I had no idea that would happen, but it just kept going. I got so caught up in that character. Did it ever feel like work, or every time you sat down you were like, oh, I'm playing with Batman? And more so than I'm playing with Batman, I get to do the impossible and unimaginable with Batman, and I get to go back into his universe and legitimize shit that, like, dude, like you changed my mind about not just Batman, but fucking the multicolored Batman. I didn't even know the name of Zora and Rover. I just remember seeing the cover of that book on the shelves at comic book conventions and being like, ugh, it's fucking old Batman. But you found a way to make old Batman magical again and fucking scary. For those of you who've never read the story, the concept behind the Batman again, help me, Zur-En-Arrh is Batman trained himself just in case he was ever mind wiped or just in case he was ever compromised psychologically as Bruce Wayne or whatever, to have a backup system as if he could reboot into just pure Batman so that Batman could always continue the fight,
even if physically Bruce Wayne was fucking God. A brilliant fucking notion. And then married to this dopey old fucking story of Batman went to another planet and there was 2 Batman and blah, 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 and they dressed like this. You take all the weird stuff and turn it into the virtues. Even something as simple as like, this costume is confidence. And then saying something as simple as like, for years, Robin dressed in bright colors. And then suddenly you sit there going, yeah, you would have to be more so than wearing the old dark costume that blends in the shadows. If you're wearing the Batman, Zor-En-Ur, costume, you're fucking begging to be shot a bazillion different ways. So you have to be the best at it. Notions like that, suddenly you're legitimizing crap that like, for years, like you said, other people have kind of swept under the rug. Yeah. At a time like that, when you're writing it, are you just like, oh man, I'm going to take shit, or oh man, I'm doing the Lord's work here, or oh man, I'm just being Grant Morrison?
A little bit of both, or a little bit of all three. But what I honestly thought, and to me, I just figured every reader of Batman will buy into this, but they actually don't, because they've all got their own favourite little, it's like Doctor Who, they've all got their own favourite era, their own favourite guy.
Dude, I'm guilty of that myself.
Yeah. But
that's so funny.
What I thought is, and I thought everybody will buy into this, and it's the best way to do Batman that's never been done, is to accept every single era as one guy's biography. So I thought, the feral young Batman from 1938 who's out there with guns in his hand and is fighting vampires and crooks. I thought, well, imagine that's Batman at 20, And then he meets this kid when he's late 21. And the kid's this super, this little working class circus kid who's totally cocky. And this introverted young Norman Bates Batman is suddenly, wait a minute, this is the kid that died in me. And it's suddenly, this is everything I wanted to be. And the two become friends, and it's not creepy. It's just like, it's like my best friend. He's my brother. He's everything I wish I could be. And the kid's looking at him going, he's everything I wish I could be.
You're going to make me cry.
And suddenly, I'm looking at it, imagine that's his history. And then he's 23 and the kid's like 13 and they're up again, they're in the dense thick of it now, and it's the best era of Batman. They're solving the crimes, and even the Joker stopped murdering people. He's just having fun.
There's that beautiful part of that one issue where he's just like, the Joker and Robin had a laughing contest.
Yeah, and the Joker, and Robin out laughs him. And you can just see that drawn by Dick Sprang, but it never was.
Right.
And then, he's 24 and you're getting into the 60s now, and it's starting to get a bit synthetic because Batman's feeling the kid's a little bit older. Batman's getting a bit sick of this, and he's remembering when he was a young urban commando, and that's what it was all about. And now it's all these Quizmaster bullshit TV.
Costumed villains, pop villains.
And then it's suddenly Adam West and Burt Ward for a few months where it's just really synthetic and fucked up, and they've been on so many mind-altering chemicals from the Scarecrow and the Joker. They don't know what the fuck's happening when they punch people. They're seeing graphics in the air. And I thought, imagine it's just all real. Then he's 25 and Robin's grown up and he's going to college, and suddenly Batman's a bachelor, and that ties into the Denny O'Neil, Neil Adams stuff in the 70s where they moved to the penthouse and suddenly he's fucking Talia and he's got hairs in his chest. And I'm thinking, Batman's grown up, get rid of the kid, now I'm doing it, And I just saw and it fitted beautifully into the personality of this insane billionaire, unique human. And that's what I mean. I got so into him as a man. Imagine you'd gone through this. You fucked the devil's daughter. And then suddenly you get a new Robin because you're thinking, I'm getting a bit weird, and let's get a boy in and let's try and you get Jason Todd and it all goes wrong and your heart's broken and then everything goes wrong and then it's no man's land and the earthquake and everybody's dying. And I took it to that. And I thought, I want to start with that guy, and it's how he comes out of it. He does the Thulgal Buddhist ritual, and he comes out of it the pure Batman. That's where I started, as Batman at the peak, the optimum Batman, who just, all of this is me, the camp, everything. Once I was funny, once I was sexy, once I was weird, now I'm this, I'm all of them. And that was what we started with. And I think it was that was my new take on it that I wanted that no one I thought had done.
Bring it all in.
And so that meant recuperating some of the weirdest shit, the alien stuff and the 50s stuff, which was all kind of psychedelic, fractured alien landscapes and science fiction stories. So we had to bring that back in, but fit it into a world that could conceivably include Year One, Frank Miller.
Right. you did it poetically.
Hopefully, yeah. I'm glad that. I mean, I'm glad it seemed to work for a lot of people.
It's beautiful. That by the time you get to that one, the Alfred issues about like, was this a story that you wrote at one point about what? And many times in comics, people do the imagine if he wasn't this cat story, but it's so well done. And as you're traveling simultaneously through those eras, like seeing these wonderful snapshots. I swear to you, when I was reading that issue, I was crying because you just have wonderful moments throughout the entire time span of Batman's history. Everything he just explained right now with the Batman alone, Batman meeting Robin, Batman lighting up, Batman being like, fuck all this noise. I'm going to punch fucking killers in the face again and stuff like that. It's laid out so beautifully, graphically and with words, textually, if you will. In those issues, it's such a good fucking read. But I will never forget. I mean, I said before, I'll say again, I'll never forget that the fifth dimension is imagination, don't you? And and you think and they say you're the world's greatest detective. Yeah. Moments like that just make your heart fucking soar.
And to me, things like the bell, which in Frank Miller's story, he rings a bell to call Alfred as he's dying.
Yes.
And that suddenly became for me the pivotal moment, because that's the moment Batman asks for help, but it's also the moment Batman's created. So it kind of made sense of Robin and Alfred and all that, the add-ons. But it seemed like that's what he did. First thing he did, the moment he became Batman, was ask for help.
That's fucking beautiful. Only Grant Morrison sees that angle. I mean, we've known that the bell thing forever. Yes, Father, I shall become a bat. And
if I ring this, Alfred will come and he'll heal the wounds, because he's lying there bleeding out in a chair and the bat's sitting there on the bust, and he's kind of, okay, I'll become a bat. And then the first thing he does is ask someone to help him on this crusade. And I thought that was the pivotal moment. That was the real truth, that he wasn't a loner at all.
What was your favorite Batman story you think you've ever written at this point? The one where you're like, oh man, that's it. That's what represents me.
I don't know. This whole run, I think, ultimately, because the only way to catch all the dimensions of Batman is to do a massive multi-prism take on it. But there's a couple of them, like the one you mentioned where I do the whole history in 2 books I really like. I like the prose issue with the Joker, the high-pitched, the schizophrenic writing. And some of those and some of the Batman and Robin stuff. Because actually my favourite part of it is when Dick Grayson took over. I would have written that for 10 years, and I think
so when you did Dick Grayson and Damian Robin?
Yeah, that was the 21st century Batman and Robin. They'd blown it. Those guys were it, I think. They should have just kept that running for years.
Why did you enjoy that? Why more than one? Did you feel like Bruce has just played out at this point?
No, I felt Bruce is fantastic. He's brilliant, but he'd become mythical at that point. And suddenly I loved the idea of Batman being laid back and sorted, and this young man and the little kid punching his fist and being constantly angry and trying to work things out. So you reversed the dynamic of grim Batman and light-hearted Robin. Suddenly light-hearted Batman, grim Robin. It really played, the dynamic between those two characters was just so real.
Creating Damian takes you right back to Son of the Demon. And, the very last panel or page of Batman, Son of the Demon, after Batman has sex with Talia and fucking in the desert and bare-chested while still wearing a cowl sometimes. I don't think during sex. There's this bittersweet panel of her giving up this baby that I guess they produced that he would never know about.
Yeah.
So it's one part of the mythology that no one's ever touched before, and you were like, fuck it, I'll touch it. Not only will I touch it, but I'll bring him in.
Yeah.
And it won't be part of a mythical, it'll be part of continuity. Mm-hmm. Were you scared? I admit I had problems in the beginning where I was like, oh my God, Batman can't have a kid.
I know, because it'll fuck him up. And I wanted to see what happened.
Right.
No, it was, I thought, well, that story was it's non-canonical. They say it didn't actually happen.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Denny O'Neil wrote it out of the Batman continuity. So he said that didn't.
That Son of the Demon never happened.
Yeah. So for me, again, it was that repressed thing. I was looking at the 50s stuff. I was looking at what else has Batman erased from his history? And there's this book here that says he had a kid. Well, what would that be? I couldn't resist it.
Right.
So I just thought, and I'd forgotten the book. I couldn't even remember it. I eventually found it and read it and realised I totally got the story wrong. But it didn't matter because it wasn't supposed to be real anyway. It was an Elseworlds. So I just thought, let's do it. This actually happened. And Talia put this like super Viagra in Batman's drink. And they had the most amazing sex this night. And they have this kid, but she doesn't want to ruin her figure. She grows the kid in an artificial womb. And then the kid's trained to be an assassin because basically Talia thinks, I'm going to get together with Batman. Our child is going to be the new Alexander. He will rule the world. We'll take over everything. And this is the way it's going to be. So she's got this kid, and then suddenly she's just, I'm going to use this to fuck up Batman because he's never realised that night of passion all those years ago that he'd forgotten all about. It's coming back to kick his ass. And that was Damien. And originally it was going to be a 4-issue story. And I was going to kill the kid at the end, and Batman just kind of lamenting with the boy that could have been.
Right. In a very Captain Kirk at the end of Star Trek 3 kind of way.
That's it, one story. And then suddenly this character came to life, and we just kept him on, and once he hit the Batman and Robin thing, he became really popular, and people got into it.
I talked about it on one of the podcasts at one point, like, I don't know about Damien. There's so many people on Twitter blew me up. They're like, you're not giving him a fucking chance. He's amazing. People fucking love him. Now, in the history of the Bat books, something about to happen with Robin?
Yeah, it's the end. Because you didn't think I was going to do the Ultimate Batman story without the death of Robin.
So when is this?
Next issue 8 of Batman Incorporated. Everyone's been looking in the wrong place for the death.
Where are they looking?
They're looking over there where the Joker is.
Ah, right. That's true, man.
And the Joker's playing a joke on everyone.
So where did this come from?
It's been there since the beginning because I thought the character was created to
die in 4 issues.
But then he became real and he's grown, and now it's the stakes are massive. Now it's for real. Now you feel
he's part of continuity.
Yeah. So that's what I want to do. And
but wait, does that mean in New 52 as well that he goes?
Yeah,
away?
No, it's all. Everything ties in.
Everything ties in.
Yeah. They will be mourning across the line in May or whenever it's.
So you're going to do the 21st century Death of Robin.
Mm-hmm.
With no phone calls or anything like that.
No phone calls. It's just too late. You're too late. Pick up the phone. You can't save him.
What now? Does it tie into what you were originally going to do, or is it completely different?
No, because it's now tied into the story we're telling, which has become. It's become quite interesting for me. And I always knew I was going to do this last 12 issue, spread it out. Fuck all of you. I'm not doing one issue. I'm doing this 12 issues of comics. I want to do something big, and. It revolves around, it's the end of the story, it's the snake eating its tail, this Ouroboros thing, and it's basically Talia up against Batman. I thought, let's think about Talia for real. And a lot of people online have been mad at me because they say, Talia loved Batman, and she broke the rules, and she defied her father because she loves him so much. And I thought, look guys, live a little more and watch how love can turn to hate in certain circumstances and the horror of that.
Right.
So I wanted to play this, and then I thought, and Talia's like, Batman's out of his league. This woman runs a global criminal empire. What does that mean? That means like human trafficking. That means drugs. That's serious shit. This isn't a joke. So I suddenly thought about your Batman. You protect Gotham City. You wear a bat suit, and you're up against this woman who basically is Fu Manchu's daughter.
Right.
And so that's what it becomes about. It's actually the most terrifying confrontation Batman's ever had with female power.
And this isn't a lady in a cat suit with a cat of nine tails.
No, this is none of your bullshit. This is like, you've come into my world, I will smear you. Because basically she had his kid. She wanted to be with him. He's the optimum human. He's the man who's good enough to join the Justice League among superheroes. And Talia wants to fuck him. And Talia wants him to be, I've got a plan. We're going to take over the world. You're the man. I'm the woman. This is the child. And he says no. Because he won't. He says, I'm not buying into your empire of crime. And she says, no, but I'll fight crime with you. And he says, no, I'm not doing it. I don't trust you. And she just says, okay, you're fucked then. You've asked for war. and that's what, isn't it? It's the sudden horror of, okay, you've asked for war. And he's, no, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't. And
yeah, he's like, I just don't want the other thing.
No, you're up against this now. Global criminal empire versus you in a Batcave. And so the story's quite apocalyptic. I want to do The Godfather 3 for Batman.
This is the final act.
Yeah.
Wow,
and
man.
It's the destruction of everything Batman means and stands for. And then it's how does he get back? What's the last issue going to be?
Now, so that's happening right now. Robin, by the time people hear this, Robin has just died like a week ago or this week or something.
In issue 8, which is 2 weeks' time.
Did you get any pushback, or they're like, "Well, you made him"?
No, they were up. They were way up for it. I mean, Dan wanted to do it. He thought it was a good idea.
Right. It's spellbinding, man. It's you go out. You've been going through Batman's history, and that is even the death of Robin is kind of a part of Batman's history that is also a little bit at this point swept under the rug because. Yeah. Jason came back at a certain point, so you're like, did Robin die or ...
And also to be aware of all that, and you're going into it, I mean, the story when you see it is called The Boy Wonder Returns, and he dies at the end. But
You're a cruel son of a bitch. When that's done, are you done with Batman?
Yeah, I mean, that's me. I mean, you can never say no, because I thought I was done with Arkham Asylum, and then, Pete calls me and suddenly I've got some ideas, and those ideas turn into 6 years.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, I would never say there's no more Batman, but certainly this is the end of this take. This is my big fucking lifelong statement on Batman. Anything else will be a one-off.
It's good to hear. Because when an artist is like, ladies and gentlemen, when the show's over, the show is over, and every show comes to an end. But at the same time, it's just like, oh my God, I can't conceive of a world where you're not fucking writing Bruce Wayne, writing Batman, writing Alfred, writing those characters. But, there's always opportunity to come back.
Yeah, and it's weird not to hear them. That's the freakiest thing.
What do you mean? Explain.
I've got so used to hearing Bruce Wayne, and he's so rational and so Protestant and so together.
That's again, when I write Batman and Bruce Wayne, I'm writing yours. The guy who is prepared for every eventuality, like the guy who winds up underground, and there's a moment that he's trained for this exact fucking thing.
He just goes into it. It's the right stuff. It's like they're not like us, and that's what I love about superheroes. It's like putting yourself in that guy's shoes rather than dragging him into my shoes where I would scream and pound. And
right. They're calm, rational, just like there's always a way out. Like in that, when he's coming up out of the ground in the one sequence, he's talking about like pushing 600 pounds of loose dirt and 300 pounds of coffin lid up through the earth, is hard work. And then the very next page is Batman risen from the grave, but not impossible. Stuff like that. You just go, fuck yeah, he's back. I mean, it makes your heart soar.
So yeah, but I mean, and the thing about Batman is it always goes on, and that's what I love about these characters as well. You get to ride along for a little bit, but Batman was 1938. I was born in 1960. This fucker was alive and young and running and doing his shit long before I was born. When I'm dead and mouldering, there will still be Batman. And the idea of just being allowed to, chip in on that,
play in the
hang around there and spend time with that is amazing.
What is the multiverse book that you're working on?
It's
have you talked about that yet or no?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's 9 books. 8 of them are comics. Each one's set in a different parallel universe, and one of them's a guidebook to all 52 parallel universes. So there's we've got the Nazi Superman, that's Earth 10, and he's up against Uncle Sam and the Freedom Fighters. We've got a really good take on that. We've got a kind of a version of the Charlton comics characters done in the style of Watchmen, in the way that the Ruttles did the Beatles.
Oh my God!
We've got a Captain Marvel comic. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and each of these worlds publishes comic books, so they all read the adventures of the previous comic, and that's how they learn to fight the bad guy, because they're passing on information across parallel universes in the form of comic books. And it's all based on music, so it's based on 8s and octaves, and so it's a real big, mad project with a bunch of artists.
As you look back now, and as you're wrapping up your tenure,
as I look back,
as
in the Civil War,
as an old man, and I was gonna say, like, fuck, you look younger than me, dude. Like that.
No, sure. You genuinely look younger than me. You can't get away with that one, but it's very nice of you to say.
You do. You look more. Let's put it this way: you look far more vital than I do. You look. You got that kind of eternal youth thing going about you. Do you think that comes from the magic?
No, I think it's just I've always felt fucking like, I'm a kid, I don't think we live long enough to get smart. And we're always
Explain that.
In the sense that people only live to say, 8, 9 decades, pushing it towards a century. Maybe kids now will live a little bit longer. But people don't live long enough to get smart. It's why I don't believe in conspiracy theories, because there's nobody smart enough to run the planet. Really, there's a bunch of just, moving towards geriatric kind of leaders who try their best to organise things, but they don't know any better than we do. So I don't buy into all that. I just think we're quite fragile as people, and that's what I like to connect with everyone else. It's just this weird, we're all here together. We live at the same time as Madonna and George Clooney. Other people lived at the same time as Shakespeare. Right. You know what I mean? It's really weird to be here now with all these people.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my thing. It was always about, I just felt fragile. I just felt young. I don't think I'll ever learn enough, and I don't think any of us ever do. So maybe that helps. And doing comics, you're playing with toys all your life. It really is. It's a pretty luxury way to live your life,
When you look back at this point, as I was saying before, at Batman, at the character you spent so much time with, give me your take on Batman, what it is about Batman that makes all of us fall in love so hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are people, I've seen people, as I talk about Dark Knight Returns, the animated feature, on Twitter, and how well it's done, and like how it's like the greatest Batman movie ever made. There's some cats that are like, come on, man, dude's standing 3 feet away from people with machine guns, doesn't get shot. Mm-hmm. And you're just like, it is almost like religion, where you're like, and people go, come on, man, this dude who's nailed to a cross is the fucking son of God. And you're like, yes, number one, it's a fictional fucking story, but like, I don't know how else to explain it to you, but the fact that man isn't there when that bullet hits gives me hope in some weird, stupid fucking way. It makes me happy. The fact that he can fucking dodge machine gun bullets. Everything about him is non-lethal. It's dopey, yes, but at the same time, that's who he needs to be. Like, when you talk about the characters, before talking about these heroes that, like, could you imagine being these people, like these idealized, like they're different than us. Yeah. You can, if you're going to write these characters, you have to write a Batman that can dodge fucking 96 bullets, but take one in a place that, it's going to hurt, but he's going to keep fucking going on. What is it about Batman that draws in not just the geek in all of us, but all people who are like fucking buff fucking power dudes. Everyone loves Batman, but what is it about it, the character?
It's because of that, there's always a part of us that just thinks you can dodge the bullet, and it's a brilliant part. Even if we're wrong, you need it, because you can't survive without it. And Batman personifies that. But you take it even deeper, and I think what you're saying about, like, Christ, right? You got basically the thing that Christ is God made flesh, and you think about that seriously, right? The idea of Christ, whether he's historical, all that, it doesn't matter. It's the same as Batman. It's not historical. It's a story. It makes us feel something. It presses a fucking human button that's really important. And the button Christ presses is basically this. They took God and they nailed him to wood. So basically what they did, took the most spiritual thing you can imagine, the highest, most abstract, most beautiful, light-filled conception beyond, and they nailed it to wood. Boom, boom, boom.
The savagery of man.
Because it felt it. Because, like I said earlier, you can't be God without knowing what it feels like to be nailed to wood. Spartacus was nailed to wood, so you're not God until you know what Spartacus felt. So, that's what I mean. It's like, you're not God until you know what it feels like to be a mouse caught in a trap and have your neck broken. You're not God until you know what it feels like to die in a concentration camp, because until then your knowledge isn't complete, right? But Christ, the great symbol that Christ is, Christ says that no matter how much you're hurting, no matter how bad the flesh is crushing you and destroying you, no matter what the disease is, no matter how old you are, no matter how much you're losing it, I am here with you, suffering. And that's the beauty of Christ, right? That's what Christ is. I'm here with you, no matter how dark it gets. I'm at the darkest. I'm hung here, coughing my fucking lungs up with you. Right? And that's what it means for flesh. That's what spirit is crucified to matter, and it has to suffer like we do, and that's how it understands how we feel. Batman is another thing like that. It's a human conception. It's the idea of, like, I can watch my parents shot dead in the street and everything to go to chaos, and I will make meaning of it, and I will use all my resources to make meaning and to change that and to make it into something positive and good. And that's always going to buzz us, you know?
Because like my eyes are welling up right now. I'm like, yes.
And no matter how cynical we get, no matter how shitty it gets, there's some part of us that says, well, I want to make meaning out of this, and I'm going to be a hero in this, and I'm going to be... And Batman will always speak to that. And because I think Superman's different because he's of the light, but Batman's in the dark, and that's what I mean. It's like Christ in the sense he's down in the dirt with us, he's in the gutters. But he's making sense of it all, and he's forming its symbols and its meaning and its significance, you know. And that's why I think that really appeals to us. And because he has the resources, you know, fiction gives him the resources of a billionaire, but he's not a bad billionaire. He's not the evil 1%. He's on our side, and he's using resources to save everyone, you know.
Like the way you talk about him, that's as real as Jesus to some people. And, you know, some people get mad if you say that because, like, Jesus was real and Batman's not. But then you talk to another person who's like, Jesus wasn't real. Jesus is real as Batman.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's pushing the human button.
They're just ideas, and they make us feel a certain way. So if it makes us feel a good way, then cool. You know, if it makes us feel bad and we want to hurt people, then not cool.
Grant Morrison, you improved my life. Without even meeting you. I mean, if your art affected me that way, it's affected countless other people. Who knows how many ships that you launched. If you've read any of my comic books, I write them because I read Grant Morrison. So if you don't like my books, you fucking blame Grant Morrison as well.
Fault.
Go fucking look him up. I'm on the astral plane, man. Give him some shit.
We don't care what you think.
It's so, again, I said it before, it's rare to sit down with a legend. It's rare to sit down with somebody whose art personally informed and shaped who you are. Things you write about for a dopey fictional character are things that I've processed and have become part of my moral barometer and or backbone, or those dopey lines that most people forget written in a disposable fucking $2 comic book become my scripture passages and stuff like that. So to sit down with you is like sitting down with Matthew, Mark, Luke, or fucking John. Like, you're the closest to the fucking hem of the cape that I've ever fucking gotten, because
I'm Judas. I'm that guy.
You ain't fucking Judas at all, man. If anything, I would say
the band gospel.
You're. I mean, maybe I don't even know if we can force an apostle on you. I would definitely say fucking Peter. But at the same time, you're as inquisitive as Thomas. Like, you know, because most people would be like, leave Batmite alone. But you're like, I want to stick my fingers into the wounds of Batmite.
Something good about this.
dig around. I'll always read fucking anything that you write. I'm so glad you're in this world. I'm so glad you keep creating. I'm so glad you keep investigating. I'm elated to sit down with you and discover that you're a sweet, sweet fucking dude as well. It's humbling to be in the presence of an intellect as massive as yours. Makes me feel fucking dumb by comparison. Or rather makes me realize I'm dumb by comparison. I got so much more growing to do. You being here has been fantastic, man. I can't thank you enough for coming over and talking Batman. Not just talking Batman, but saying some of the most beautiful things that anyone's ever said about anything, and it happens to be fucking Batman.
Good old Batman.
You're a legend, sir. Thank you so much for everything you've done.
Oh, come on, Kevin. It was great talking to you.
And you know, it was really weird. The whole time I was always going to be scared going into this. I was just like, I'm going to have to stare at his mouth the whole time because his accent's thick. But after like 30 seconds to 45 seconds,
you're speaking Klingon.
Yeah, it really. And what you then do, or at least me, I wonder if this is the same for other people, is you become conscious of not wanting to fall into it yourself. Like everything I say afterwards, I want to end as kind of a question. And so you have to dial it back because you're like, you don't talk like that. But it's so poetic and it's so lyrical and it comes into the ear on such a, it's like lapping waves, man. That Scottish accent is like lapping waves. And once you adjust yourself to the waves, it's so pretty to listen to. So I was worried that I was like, fuck, I'm not going to understand half a fucking thing he says. Cause I was always thinking like, you know, the train spot and like fucking my pleasure and other people's pleasure.
What are you talking about? That's the East Coast though. We're slightly different.
Can you go deeper? Do you have you dialed it back?
If you are talking to you in Glasgow, I'd be talking, you wouldn't know what I was saying. You wouldn't have any fucking idea, man.
The fuck is that your real voice?
That's how people talk. That's not my real voice. But usually it's really high pitched in Glasgow. Like the little hard kids. You know what you fucking looking at you? Why fucking I'll chub you up? I'll cut your fucking throat, man. You fucking think you are? I'm a fucking ninja, man. You know, that's what it would be like.
Thank God you didn't use that accent. I wouldn't have gotten through the interview. I would have been like, that's amazing. That's adorable.
That's the hardcore killer Glasgow accent.
Thank you for dumbing it down for me, man. I appreciate it. It's an honor to sit here and talk to you. Thank you so much, man, for hanging out with us in the Fat Cave, if you will. And that's going to do it. For Fat Man on Batman. Hopefully we'll get you back and we'll come.
No, it'd be great. I'll talk to you all night, man.
Totally. We'll just sit down and do, you know, it'd be awesome. Next time we come back, we'll pick like your fucking 5 favorite issues of stuff you didn't do. Mm-hmm. And go into them and stuff. Cause well, God, when you were describing fucking Dark Knight Returns, dude, I think I'm in love with the material and poetic about the material, but Jesus Christ, you put it in such a way where I couldn't speak. I was fucking dumbfounded. I'm going to go back and listen to just that part of the podcast over and over again. So I would love to fucking sit down with you and be like, all right, man, fucking Watchmen. All right, man, fucking.
And check out Dark Knight again and, you know, and you'll see it.
Excellent. And hopefully next time we'll do this where you live.
Definitely, yeah.
Because I know we're going to go out there.
Make sure you do it in the summer, though. That's your only chance
That's
of survival.
That's the time. Believe me, I was there in, when were we in Glasgow? I want to say, let me see, January.
That's okay. It's not too bad.
But it was a little moist.
Yeah.
But it was cool, man. And boy, they're proud of that fried Mars bar. That's right up my alley too, man. I'm like,
they're proud of the deaths that it's caused. The generations have fallen beneath that scythe.
But I love it. It's like under that scythe. It's a nation that's just like, we're dedicated to carnival food. That's like right up my alley, man. Normally you got to go to the fucking fair.
They're dedicated to their own destruction. If they could find food that would spring load and explode and blow your head off, they would create that, honestly, because they want to find a new way to kill themselves young.
It's Grant Morrison, Scotland.
God bless us all.
Welcome to Fat Man on Batman. I'm Kevin Smith. Okay, kids, yesterday I turned 43. It was my 43rd birthday, man. So I start the journey to 44 today. That's how I depressingly think of it. But I could think of no better way to head into 43 than by sitting down and having a conversation with this man I'm about to speak with. I have done so much podcasting over the last 6-7 years at this point. Talked to a lot of wonderful, interesting people. Put a spotlight, if you will, on some friends of mine that I thought were really interesting, very cool. And got to meet and sit down with people who inspired me, captured my imagination as a child. And then delightfully, I found out even as an adult, they could still do it, and even more so. You know, they say, don't meet your heroes, man. Well, they never met fucking Grant Morrison. One of the most popular episodes of Fat Man on Batman we ever did, the 2-parter Fat Man on Batman 26 to 27, was Grant Morrison, Bat Bard and Bat Christ. There were people that listened to those episodes don't even like Batman who were converted. There were people that listened to those episodes who don't like Batman, still don't like Batman, but came away with an appreciation for the passion for the subject matter, for the intelligence of the guy who was writing these adventures of the dude in the spandex. Grant Morrison will make you love and he has made us love every era of Batman, even the stupid stuff where you want to dismiss it. He told a very eloquent tale to us last time on the show about including all of that, making an inclusive Batman that paid homage to all those eras, but made them all part of who Batman was. Fascinating Bat chat we had. He talked about the Batman-Robin relationship. Most people go for the easy joke of just like, they're probably fucking. Grant went for the amazing, heartfelt analysis of two broken individuals who just need the fuck out of each other. The boy who looks up to the man who looks up to the boy. Beautiful stuff. He's a poet. He's one of the greatest writers who's ever lived. And he's back here in the Fat Cave, man. And we're going to chit chat about the end of his, Bat era, the future of his, DC work, including the stuff he's doing with Wonder Woman, and then some of his favorite Batman stories. Welcome back to the Fat Cave. Grant Morrison, how are you, sir?
Hey, Kevin, good.
You take over. I'm out of breath.
43, man, that's nothing. Honestly, that's cool. I believe you've got good skin. You're doing fine.
So far, it's all the Twinkies, dude. It's all the high-fat diet that I got.
43, I'm looking back on that stuff, you know. I'm 50.
How far are you away from 43?
I'm 53.
So you got 10 years on me.
I've got 10 years.
What's it like in the future?
It's terrifying. It's unusual. It's unknown territory. You've never been here before.
I know.
So I can say it.
Send back a message. Do the bugs win?
Yeah,
are they sentient?
No, 43 is good. You can handle anything. So that's all I'm saying.
No lie, man. And you know this too. You saw the reaction on Twitter and probably maybe even in the real world. That's how you know a podcast really penetrates, is motherfuckers come up to you in the real world and be like, that Grant Morrison podcast you did was amazing. People loved those episodes, loved the eloquence, the passion with which you talked about Batman. You're a man who's been writing about Batman, dreaming about Batman longer than you've been writing about Batman, as you told us in the last episodes. Then for the last 7 years, Batman's been your preoccupation, man. It's been a Batman world. Now we've come to the end of it. This last week that just passed, or 2 weeks ago by the time people hear this, the last issue of Batman Incorporated came out. Was that it?
That's it.
And so now was that, and we talked about it a little bit last time, that was part of one of the books that survived the old DC universe and the new 52 as well. Did you just get to a point where you're like, okay, I'm done. I've said everything I want to say?
Well, I always knew that point was coming. You know, I had this whole Batman Incorporated thing worked out, and it was always going to be like 2 years, kinda, you know, which it was. So nothing that came in made a difference to me. Because to me, the whole history of Batman still exists. You know, as I said, I'm taking it all from the 1930s Batman to now. And to me, 1930s Batman was that kid when he was 19, starting out on his mission. So it's the same guy in year one. It's you know, he always repeats. He always comes back. So I took it more like, having absorbed that whole history, I could absorb the new stuff as well. So the very last episode, you know, it references Scott Snyder's 0 year.
Does it really?
Yeah.
So you went and touched. So you went as far back as fucking Batman with guns fighting vampires in terms of dealing with all the Batman incarnations. And then even gave a nod of the hat, or a tip of the hat, if you will. Nod of the hat. Tip of the hat.
A nod of the hat.
Nod of the hat. Nod and a hug.
A tip of the nod of the hat.
Sounds like something you ask a Scottish prostitute for. Let me get a nod of the hat, would you?
Tip of the nod of the hat.
Just the tip, though. You tipped a hat to his run as well, to his Batman?
Yeah, because I wanted to say here, you know, Batman incorporates all of this, and it has to incorporate this stuff now as well. So there was a little wave there, you know, as I was going out the door.
Now, will it continue? Will they continue with the idea of Batman Incorporated, or in the story itself, it concludes what Bruce Wayne did? For those that don't remember or don't follow that deeply, the idea of Batman Incorporated was when Batman came back from being lost in time, right before the New 52 began. Yeah. Bruce Wayne said to the world, look, I know Batman. Who do you think funds his fucking war on crime? And so from now on, it's global. It's not just Gotham. It's everywhere. And instituted Batman Incorporated, where you got to see many incarnations of Batman around the world. We'd seen, what was the storyline? Was it the Black Hand storyline where you introduced like
Black Club, where you got the Club of Heroes, they used to be called.
Yeah.
Of the
and that existed or no?
Yeah, that was from the 50s. So all I was doing was, again, going back to an era of Batman that everyone ignored. Like,
yeah, forever, where people don't talk about where he's wearing colorful outfits.
And I don't even mention the fact that there was an Italian Batman called the Legionary, you know, or a French Batman called the Musketeer.
And that was invented in the 50s?
This is 50 stuff. So honestly, I love that, because I thought, yeah, sure, if there was a Batman wouldn't people all around the world, like just mad guys with some money and, you know, or just tough guys who want to get out there and punch people?
Yeah, we're like inspired. Yeah. They're like, this is what people are doing now? Okay, I want in.
I'm going to be the Legionary. And then you take that on a few years where Batman's still doing the whole thing and all he's doing is getting better and better. Mm-hmm. But the Legionary's a bit too much of the Dolce Vita, you know, and he's been hanging about with the girls and there's been films made about him and he's getting bigger and bigger and he loves eating and suddenly he's back. And so it was like bringing all those guys back and seeing where they are now. You know, the French, the Musketeer. Well, he's figured it out. He doesn't like fighting. He maybe did a couple of years of that hardcore stuff, you know, fencing on the rooftops. But then he's thinking, no, he ends up getting arrested for killing one of his villains, spends time in a lunatic asylum, then turns that into a movie script, which makes him rich. So I had this idea of like taking all those guys seriously. And going back to them and seeing where they were now, people who'd copied Batman, who'd been inspired by it.
It's such a great idea. And so it's then so real world.
Then the idea like Bruce going round all of them and recruiting them and saying, okay, you're now part of this corporate global initiative. We're going to fight crime on a giant scale. And instead of just being Batman imitators, you're now part of the corporation, the Batman Incorporated, you know.
And somehow it's still held together that people weren't like, wait, if Bruce Wayne's paying for this, is Bruce Wayne Batman? People are like, oh, it makes sense. It was a great dodge, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and even we showed Batman, you know, with his hood down as Bruce on the internet, like creating his own conspiracies where he's writing in, hey, Bruce Wayne is Batman, dude. And then he's writing in saying, no way, that's not possible. You know, Batman died or Bruce died or somebody. And he's just filling the web with disinformation.
Batman is a Reddit troll. Yeah, so sitting on the internet going
Bruce Wayne as Batman becomes just one more boring conspiracy theory among a million better ones.
Takes it right out. Yeah. So smart. Man.
And I figured that's how he would work in a modern context. You know, he'd be in there like creating all these conspiracy. Yeah, of course, Bruce Wayne's Batman, and then providing all the reasons why he couldn't be Batman, and then contradicting all those until nobody knows who the fuck is Batman. Is there a Batman? So I thought it was a good idea to do that and to show him actually engaging with that, because the idea that nobody's ever thought that Bruce Wayne's Batman is ridiculous. Obviously, in the real world, they'd figure that out in 5 minutes flat. So you can play with that in the fictional world where Batman lives by showing here's all the checks and balances, here's all the shit he does to place chaff in the trail,
well, what was it
dust.
In his history? What was it? It wasn't it. Was it a Denny O'Neil story where? Wasn't it? That's how Ra's al Ghul found him in the first place. He's like, I just backtracked receipts. Like the only person who could buy the things Batman needs, and I found you.
Yeah. Ra's al Ghul's the only one who cares about purchases and stuff. Like, he's got the receipts. How sad is that?
He's like, follow the money. Yeah. That's how they got Capone. That's how we'll get Batman.
He's saving it up. Nickel and dime Batman. Batman bought a Snickers.
What was this for? Yeah, he's like, why is this a write-off? He's like, I'm a businessman.
Yeah, and he's going, but that's because you lost exactly 13.5 calories during a fight with my henchman. Therefore, you had to eat a Snickers bar. He's got it all worked.
Your Honor, this is conjecture. People can fight without a Snickers bar. So when you wrapped it up, did it feel satisfying, or were you, I mean, obviously you got to a place where you're like, I've said everything I could possibly say about Batman, at least for now. Yeah. Was there any sort of like, roll a tear? Do you kick back like in Misery and smoke a single cigarette, like James Caan's character? How did you end your Bat era? And that's a Bat era that technically began back on Arkham Asylum. I mean, think about it.
I guess.
Yeah, really.
It's like 100 years ago now.
I remember buying that book.
Empires have risen and fallen. But, you know.
I still have my hardcover. I bought 3 hardcovers on that opening day because that's all they limited you to. And I still have one of them that I read and one sealed. I mean, you know, it's the other one I traded away.
Saddam Hussein was running Iraq.
That's how far back it is.
Yeah, we're living through empires. So no, it was kind of weird because I'd had Bruce Wayne in my head for so long, but really I'm glad it's over because now it's done. I don't have to worry about doing it. Right. Right up until that last one, I was really freaking out. Like, how do I finish this thing? And I knew I couldn't. You can't end Batman because Batman never ends. So that was the theme of the last story. And going back to the original Batman story in Detective Comics 27, it starts with a conversation between Bruce Wayne and Gordon. So this whole issue is a conversation between Bruce Wayne and Gordon.
Stop it. Yeah. You're going to make me cry. That's awesome, man.
Yes, because that's his, and it's how long have I known you, Jim? And then you cut to just a wordless panel and it's the young Commissioner Gordon as a cop, beat cop, and there's little Bruce Wayne. And it's like since the beginning.
Right.
And that's obviously talking about in continuity and in the actual publishing history of Batman. Gordon's the first person you see Bruce Wayne talking to.
In the history of Detective 27.
In Detective 27. And there's other things from that story we took, like it's a really weird image of Batman coming out of the door, like coming out the closet, this weird... It's the first time you see, and it's like Batman, the first story's played out as a mystery, and I guess we'll talk about this one later, because it's one of my favourites.
Go ahead, yeah, fire it.
It ends with this open door, like, if only Commissioner Gordon knew his young friend Bruce Wayne is secretly the Batman.
That's in Detective
in the
Comics
very
27?
First story, and that's the last 3 panels where this door creaks open, and Batman comes out. And it's, oh fuck, Bruce Wayne is Batman.
And they reveal it right there at the end of the story.
So it's the twist, like, with the Superman story, it's like Clark Kent's introduced halfway through, this guy's got a secret identity. But in the first Batman story, it's the twist, it's the big, twist ending. Bruce Wayne is secretly the effete young man from page 1, is secretly the athletic Batman. So we did that as well, and then like Chris Burnham drew this beautiful, weird Hitchcock zoom towards the clock, the grandfather clock with the door just
slightly open.
And then Batman comes out, and it's kind of this, I always thought it was the weirdest image in all Batman. So we got that stuff in it, and also the fact that my first Batman story, for some inexplicable reason, starts with a shot through Commissioner Gordon's glasses as they fall off a rooftop. So I thought, it's got to be Gordon's point of view, because I kind of started with this image, like, this is Commissioner Gordon's glasses, it's his POV. So the whole thing was based around that as well. And yeah, I'm really satisfied with the end, but it is quite bleak, and all my Batman stuff is about how cool Batman is, but this is also about how endless that story
how
is.
It's like, it's like there is no credits, like his job's never done.
And isn't that great? But isn't it, imagine you just felt that for 5 more minutes, how awful it would feel. Your job's the baddies are never going to be beat.
I mean, imagine that's how cops feel every minute of the day. It's just like, what is the point?
It's like, we just keep going. There's always going to be a goddamn fire. We're never going to put an end to fire as a principle.
We've beaten fire. We put up a trophy to a big statue the day we conquered the flame forever.
If that was Jack Kirby, you could actually kick fire's ass. He would be the leader of some giant, but it doesn't work like that. So I felt there's a kind of Lovecraftian horror in the endlessness of Batman, but it's also, that's why he's divine, that's why he's angelic. So I want
because he has to overcome that horror.
Yeah, because he never stops. He will constantly defeat the bad guys, but they'll keep coming, and he'll constantly defeat them.
There's never a moment where they crucify him, he ascends to heaven and rules at his father's side
and he
forever.
Just chills out with ice cream on the left hand of his father.
I don't remember that part of the Bible, but that would have kept me in church. There's ice cream up there?
That's absolutely, it's the best ice cream you've ever had.
I'm like, take me now. I've lived enough. So that's Batman Incorporated issue number what was it? It's the one that's out now.
It's 13, yeah, so it's kind of weird. It's good that it's 13 because Chris Burnham was taking so long to draw, and Chris is a brilliant artist, he's done such an amazing job on this. But that's why he wrote issue 12, so that he could do issue 13 as it now is. But I kind of like the idea that it ends on issue 13.
That is, for you particularly.
When everything goes in a spiral, and it's like Ra's al Ghul comes in, and suddenly the devil figure that's haunted the entire run becomes incarnate as Ra's al Ghul. Detective, you've just killed my daughter, you've killed my grandson, and now we'll destroy you. And he's got all the clones of Damian that Talia's kept, so...
That's how it ends?
That's how it ends, and it's just this will go on.
Spoilers. That's how it ends?
Yeah. I mean, it came out last week. If you haven't read it yet, you're out of the loop. Come
on. Oh my Lord.
Man, it is that. So I wanted the endlessness. Oh God, this, vengeance never dies. It's, oh God, stop, but it never will stop,
So poetic. You referenced Damian, and we talked about it a little bit while you were here. It was more after those 2 episodes. A lot of people have said, you clipped out that one part, played it at the head of the very next episode where you talk about, that what was coming was the death of Damian, of, Damian Wayne. You created the character. I brought you into this world, and take you out. So one of the last things you do before you leave is just like, no, he's mine. Break him and go. Well, but you knew that from the jump, from the moment you introduced him?
Yeah, I knew he was going to die, but in the last issue, we leave the option open, and Ra's al Ghul's he's got 30 clones of Damien, but at the same time, when we see the grave at the end, I don't know, no one's noticed a lot of this stuff yet, and I can't wait till they start picking through.
They're gonna now if you say it.
Yeah, but at the end, it's Bruce is like kind of looking at the grave, and Alfred says, I thought you had to see this, and Bruce is basically giving up being Batman. It's Talia's exposed the intrinsic absurdity of it. Kathy Kane comes back, she shoots Talia dead. She's like, and she just says, you stick to do what you do best. We represent international espionage, and we've just taken down world criminal number one, Talia al Ghul.
And so is she out of continuity then for good?
Who?
Talia?
Well, Talia's dead in this.
And that's that.
But what you've seen is Bruce standing over these two graves, which is Talia and Damien. But at the end, Alfred takes him back and says, while you were detained by the authorities, Master Bruce, this happened. And you see Bruce looking down, and it's the whole idea, like, his whole life is this hole, this nothingness. His mother was shot, his father was shot, just the bullet holes, and he's looked into a hole forever. And now he's looking in, you see the graves are empty again, someone's dug them up. And he's looking in, and it's like he's vowed never to be Batman, then cut next page, Batman's back.
Oh.
Because in that hole is the potential of everything, of new adventures, of possibilities, of,
You're such a fucking boy, dude. How do you maintain that point of view, which, as we heard in the last episodes, came from a childhood reading comics down the street from a nuclear sub? You're one of the smartest people, if not the smartest man I've ever met at this point. How can you still maintain such a childlike sense of wonder? Here, let me give you an example. I watched yesterday, 2 days ago, the Flashpoint Paradox. They made a Justice League cartoon
they made
movie.
the animation.
Yeah. Oh, it's wonderful. I enjoyed so much. But at the end, there's this really touching moment, as was in the comics miniseries, where, Flash delivers to Bruce Wayne a note from his dead father in the other reality who was Batman. So, I'm watching this, I bought it a couple weeks ago and I didn't get around to watching it. And I was sitting here, I had nothing to do, and I was smoking. I was like, all right, I'll watch it. And then I immediately got engrossed. By the time it's coming to that moment where he's giving him the note, my wife had come in. She hadn't seen me in an hour and change. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, shh. And she came over and she sat on my lap, and all of a sudden that note moment happens. And I literally was like, ah! I covered my mouth and shivered, almost dropped off what little lap I have left. And she was just like, looked at me with that face of like, I can't believe I let you stick your fucking cock in me, crying in this goddamn cartoon. But the childlike sense of wonder over something like that, like just the way you described it, looking into those open holes for him is like the beginning of new adventure and blah, blah. Where does that come from, man? Because again, you're, as we've heard before, you're a traveler. You've done some big thinking. A lot of people do big thinking, get to a place where they're like, people in masks punching each other is ridiculous, and they grow up and move away from it. You still have it. How? What's the secret?
You just got to buy into these characters and what they are, which is bullshit. And I'm really shocked by people who keep trying to say this is what Superman would be like if he was real. He's never going to be real, man. That shit can't happen.
Right.
But he's real in our heads, and in our heads he represents this big time stuff. Superman's always going to be the best we can imagine, the best we can be, the best humanity can think of. Batman's even better because he's like us. We think if we go to the gym enough, if we study some Sherlock Holmes books, we'll be like this guy.
Is that the secret? That's the path?
That's
Jim
it,
and Sherlock Holmes
Jim and
books.
Sherlock Holmes, and you can easily be Batman.
Still sounds too tough to me.
And avoidance of bullets, the big one. But, so I kind of think it's, you got to buy into it. It's bullshit, but it's magnificent bullshit, and it makes people feel better, and it speaks to our highest aspirations and our biggest hopes.
Quite like religion in general, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a religion, but it understands that it's not real, but it doesn't have to be real. It just has to feel real.
Oh my God, dude, you may have just broken it down.
Yeah.
You're right. It's like we are a congregation that understands all of these stories are fucking fake. Like you don't sit there going like, this really happened.
But they're not fake because they make you feel real shit. And so that's as good as the real thing. They are the real thing, you know. And it's like, I watched, like, I don't know if you remember the Jesus show that they did with Robert Powell back in the 70s.
Yeah, Jesus of Nazareth, the miniseries, yeah.
Now I get like tears screaming down my face on that stuff, you know. Jesus raises Lazarus, you know, whatever it is. But at the same time, I can read Paul Levitz and it's 1940s Justice League and they're fighting Hitler, and on this big turnover moment, Superman appears. And it's the same tears of, hey, maybe the good sometimes wins out. And that's all it takes. You know, and if fiction can do that, then it's real because it makes you for a moment feel, hey, maybe the good wins out.
Maybe it's not all fucked.
And if it's never all fucked, but it's also fucked as well. But at least to understand that sometimes, to feel that. And that's what I think that these superheroes do. And that's the best thing about them is like, you know, maybe it works. Maybe sometimes the goodies win, you know, and these guys represent that feeling. And the more they purify that feeling, the cooler they get. You know?
Where would you teach comics? Oxford? Where's like for you, if somebody was like, we want you to teach comics for a fucking year and we'll give you, pay you like unlike most teachers, we'll pay you what you're worth.
I just wanted comics should just be taught to everybody. You know, these are right now, comics are really on a super fast basis. There's hundreds of them being churned out every month, examining how it feels to be alive now, right. You know, and even the dumb ones are talking about it. It's why people are looking back at Image now. Back in the day, people thought Image comics were total crap. Now we've got all the, you know, the kind of
20 years has added respect.
20 years on, avant-garde kind of comic artists are looking back at Rob Liefeld and realising, no, he was doing an abstraction of reality that's as weird or as individual as Van Gogh. And they're starting to understand that stuff because everything was personal expression, and no matter how shit you thought it was, these guys were responding to the times and trying to create characters that they thought kids of the moment would love. And so that tells us a lot about kids of the moment in 1992.
This is true. And you know, if you think about it, when you put it like that, these guys were fans of the genre, the first generation of fans of the genre who were drawing for the genre. So they were like fanboy artists, like the artists who created all these characters. They weren't necessarily in love with them. It was a fucking job. They were like, what do I got to draw now? He runs real fast. And I'm sure in terms of having a job, on some level, it felt like, you know, drawing superheroes is better than fucking starving. But, you know, we're always just kind of going like, what do you do? I work in comics, you know, keeping it quiet. This was the first generation where they were like, we fucking love this shit. Yeah. Look at how we can draw it. Like celebrated, you know, art.
And they were making a ton of money. These guys were these guys were buying Learjets with every panel. They saw a new super team every fucking 2 pages. Bang, here's this. And then you can sell the original art for even more money.
Oh my God.
And there was kind of, and I always thought they were like the kind of techno generation of musicians. They were taking what we loved about comics and throwing out all the shit. So like, there's no fucking plot. There's no, here's a new bunch of superheroes. Oh, fuck. And then they fight for 4 pages and then a third team arrives. We're going to stop both of you because you're destroying the planet. Fucking
the club scene.
The boring shit taken out, just the bass and, you know, and that noise left. That boom, boom, boom. So
I guess it's like the hacienda is the beginning of the age of like the DJ, essentially, where they're like, look, man, we could just give you what you love in a room, just that'll keep you moving constantly.
But it's taken 20 years for the hipsters to realize that's what was going on, you know, and always that's what was going on. And those guys kind of rescued American comics from the Vertigo kind of frilled cuff, you know, romantic poet bullshit.
Frilled cuff.
But they rescued, because that's the way it was going, that whole Sandman, the Alan Moore, Purple Prose, me, Pete, I was part of the whole shit. You know?
He's not pointing fingers. He was like, I was there.
You know, it was that kind of art school shit. And the Image guys pulled American comics back to the roots of just the base.
Of Bang Pow. Of like, you know, dynamic Kirby-esque, like huge images.
And more characters and another bunch of guys. And
but I was in your camp when I was, I mean, not like you had a camp, but I was in the camp of writers, you know, and especially like when I got back into comics, it was right at the birth of the age of Image, and artists were king. Every book was sold on the artwork. DC and Vertigo were the ones still like, you know, what we're telling it, and
they were selling you captions,
yes.
you know,
the sexiest paragraphs.
I do like that as well, but you know,
it was. I remember there was two schools of thought. It was like, I don't like movies, I'm into film kind of thing. And you're right, man. Like 20 years on, without those dudes, American comics probably would have been dead at that point.
But the stuff of yours, like Dogma, I think is very literary movie. I find it quite strange because you break a lot of the rules in that. And were you deliberately thinking about, because it was all super dialogue based, and
it was all based on the comics.
People would tell you stuff about the war in heaven, and you wouldn't show it. You just show them sitting.
But that's from fucking. You know, that's how I read comics. And I said last time too, before I headed off to do my shit, the artists that fueled me right before I left were like you, Gaiman, Alan Moore, and stuff. Yours was the stuff I kept reading. The sound of the voice,
I thought, in that it was like a play almost. You know,
yes,
you know?
I'm not a visionary. I don't see in pictures. I'm a wordsmith, and even when I read the comics, I never react to the dynamic image as much as I react to the dynamic image plus a caption box that's 3 words long with an ellipses at the end.
Yeah,
that will make it
throws the image into such relief.
Yes.
Suddenly it takes on 10 meanings.
Yes, yes. And Vertigo and DC, they were doing that very well, whereas, you know, Image was just doing like, look at this fucking splash page. Here's a hero. Here's another hero. They're dressed so fucking ridiculously.
Always some name from the thesaurus, you know, it was like fucking balloon, and then, you know, Tom Pyre, when we were doing Doom Patrol, he did this amazing like text piece where we did Doom Force, which was
you did the Liefeld issue of Doom Patrol.
We did this super instant parody of all this guy's stuff, but Tom did this amazing. It was just a bunch of superhero names on the back with TM beside each of them, and all he did was go through the dictionary. So it's like Tree TM, you know, Rivet TM, like Rimshot TM.
It's creating a super team of names.
One of those could have been an Image superhero.
As we'll go back to the bat, as we will, because we're going to talk to Grant about some of his favorite stories, but you're not done with DC. You're working on, now, just as you've spent years with Batman, you're working on this new thing, which I saw some pages of. It's fucking gorgeous and it's ambitious. And you told me like one of the ideas at the heart of it, I was like, it's a Wonder Woman project. I mean, this is like, and it couldn't be more timely, man. This is the character that DC needs to crack in film in a big bad way, because Marvel doesn't have an aggregate. There will be no Wonder Woman movie coming from Marvel unless they're like the Invisible Girl, and they don't have Fantastic Four rights to make those movies. DC has something that Marvel doesn't in this character of Wonder Woman, one of their original 5, you know, of superheroes that make up the Justice League. Who, you know, for years it's their token, like, look, we got a fucking girl. But now is the time where you can, you know, make a movie where if you crack the Wonder Woman code, you're making more than you made on like Dark Knight, man, because 52% of the population out there, girls, women, ladies, and they like superhero shit too. They just never been sold one. Every time I try to sit my wife down to watch something, she's just like, ugh, fucking boy movie, you know, make a Wonder Woman movie. You'll probably make $2 billion. And in the comics, she's been handled a number of different ways. We can digest her a lot more easily for some reason in the comics than they found a way to do in other media. But you're taking her in a brand new direction. You're bringing your Grant Morrison take to the Wonder Woman origin, and it is fucking fantastic, as you would imagine. Let's talk about that. What is it called?
Well, this one's called Wonder Woman: The Trial of Diana Prince. Number one, because I think like Wonder Woman's always on trial, you know, and beyond that, women are always on trial. It's always explained, what do women want? What's the fucking, you know, it's constant pointing the finger, what do you want? And Wonder Woman,
like they're the alien race that we still can't figure out.
Yeah, explain this, you know, men are from Jupiter, women are from Alpha 6. It's ridiculous. But Wonder Woman even more so is constantly, why doesn't this work? Why is this not a franchise? Why do we never get this? So I felt it'd be a really good way to literalize that as a trial, you know, and have her on trial by the Amazons. And the whole thing is to tell the story again, you know, to see what we can do with it. Because it's been around since 1940. It's been through a lot of iterations and versions, as you say.
Tell me about, you were talking right before we went, the origin of the actual character is right, so un-30s and 40s, it's crazy.
Well, we'll kind of work our way slightly backwards, because right now there's a big Greek mythological take that Brian Azzarello's doing, And before that, he had a bunch of really cool takes. There's been feminist takes. There's been this. In the 60s, she was a mod spy, Emma Peel style.
Right.
She lost her powers and she's dressed in white leather and did kung fu. And then going back in the 60s, she was like this crazy, 60s sitcom girl who was constantly chasing Steve Trevor, the male love interest, and she was desperate to marry him and settle down. So they
did that in the comics?
Yeah, absolutely. So working its way back, and then you get back to what's the original stuff, because I went back to look at the original and see, because my method is always to see what the original creators wanted. And then see, can we do something with that? Because Wonder Woman stopped selling and stopped really working as a character when the original creator, William Moulton Marston, the writer, left. So I thought, there's something about this character that is about this guy and his stuff. So you research Marston, and what you find is this very respected psychiatrist of the 1930s. And he's the guy that invented the polygraph lie detector test.
Right? The guy that invented Wonder Woman also invented the polygraph.
And as you know, she's got the lasso of truth. So he invented the actual physical representation in our world of Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. So I mean, he's serious, dude.
Yeah, and he was obsessed with the idea of honesty, apparently.
Oh, yeah, and he wrote a lot of books, and very interesting man. His wife, too, Elizabeth, was also a psychiatrist, a super intelligent woman. It gets interesting when you suddenly realise that in the midst of these two comes a third personage, the 18-year-old Olive Byrne, who is their lover. Both of their lover.
What's the name?
Olive Byrne.
Olive Byrne. So it's a girl.
Yeah. So
and she's 18?
She's 18 years old. She's a student of both of these characters, and she gets involved in this menage a trois with the creator of Wonder Woman.
In the late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah, I mean, so these people were super cool. I mean, they're
bohemian before bohemian exists.
They were early swingers. They were the real deal, but they're psychiatrists, they've got letters after their name, so it all makes sense.
And they can justify it with education.
Yeah, so basically...
So how old are they when she's 18?
I actually
They got her by some years?
You should check this. Yeah, they're a bit older than her, obviously. They're her professors. They're so it's a little bit...
How long is it a semester? How long does it go on?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked into the entire minutiae.
You're like, I didn't get past that. That was interesting enough.
I'm already...
What role does the girl play in Wonder Woman?
Well, she's the physical model. She looks like the way Harry Peter drew Wonder Woman, so they base it on Olive.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
so
right.
Does he gets credit for creating the character. Does his wife help?
His wife never gets real credit for it, but she's in the biographies. You read about it. She lived to be 100. She was a super cool dame, At
100 years old, she was like, I used to eat pussy like you read about.
Yeah, I died. He died. She just kept it going. So she lived this bohemian life. So they were very interesting kind of characters, and they create Wonder Woman. So instantly for me, I'm looking at, you've got Batman, and Batman fights crime, and Superman's sci-fi and social realism in the early days. Wonder Woman is about sex and alternative sexuality,
I mean, yeah, based on the people who created it.
So what he said, he basically said, we want to create an alternative to the blood-curdling masculinity of the male superheroes, which were at the time Batman and Superman and maybe Captain Marvel. I think he might have got in there early. So that was it, and they were trying to create something different. So now it gets even further into the territory of super hardcore underground mimeographed bondage mags, because Marston is into this whole philosophy where he believes that if only women were allowed to take over the world and subject everyone else, including men, to what he called loving submission, then things would chill out really nicely. Because
that's not a bad idea.
No, I mean, I'm sure there's a kind of, you can work it through, and he had it all, he wrote entire screeds on this thing, and Wonder Woman was kind of about this. So it was the notion of loving submission, and it was the idea that some people like to be controlled, but what they need to be is controlled by somebody really nice. And ideally,
which is a woman.
Yeah, ideally a woman who really loves you, cares about you, has got motherly, sisterly, the whole deal. And that was his view of the Amazons, that they'd evolved a society beyond men based around the notion of loving submission. So all the stories have got all this weird bondage imagery, and the Amazons have bizarre rituals where they dress up as stags and girls chase each other through the woods, and then have mock banquets where other girls are eaten in strange... So honestly, this guy was he was expressing all this amazing alternative view of sexuality and social structure. And like I say, as soon as he died, that all disappeared from the strip and it became quite sanitized. So you got this, like Wonder Woman's just a 50s housewife chasing her man.
Which I think they did in Mad Magazine. I think Kurtzman made fun of it early on.
Of course he did, because it was easy to make fun of. He could never have made fun of this early mask.
He would have been like, this is the truth right here.
And they've got stuff.
What was the bondage stuff? He was involved, or when you said the underground stuff, like he liked it, or he was producing it, or he was pulling character stuff from it?
No, he was some kind of face of it, which was quite alternative, almost cerebral version of all the stuff that was happening. You know, that weird stuff that Joe Siegel was drawing bondage stuff.
Yeah, which I don't know if folks know that, but there's one of the creators of Superman. They put out a book recently, within the last year or 2 years. He, aside from drawing Superman, he had this secret world of drawing bondage, right?
And he worked with Eric Stanton's studio, and Stanton was this artist in the 40s and 50s who did all the weird bondage, transvestite, mistress kind of stuff.
Which again, and so outside the box in 1940.
But it was all going on. People were always into the same stuff, they were and back then they needed comics. They didn't have the internet.
Draw this. I got this fucked up thing in my head, man. Draw it quick.
Now they just, it's a click away.
They Google it. Their worst fantasy come to life.
But so it was, honestly, this was a big time. I think it's kind of fascinating, and nobody's really written about it in the depth I think it deserves. Like Marston, his wife, the girl.
Was she Greek back when when did that come into the picture?
No, the whole Greek thing was just the idea of the Amazons, because he wanted to create a warrior woman, and a woman who was a scholar and a philosopher, and she could do all this stuff. So he went to the Amazons as a myth, and the myth of the Amazons is of men enslaving women. So that obviously appealed to his bondage-loving imagination. And all those images of, like Hercules with Hippolyta in chains. So he was
that's a myth. That comes from myth.
Yeah, that comes from Greek mythology. So, but the Greek stuff, he was kind of bonding that with kind of Buck Rogers style sci-fi, early, Art Deco sci-fi, which is what I loved about it, and it's what me and Yannick have brought back to this new thing we're doing. And we were also thinking about, okay, you've got like 7,000 years, like these women, they've been enslaved by Hercules and the Greeks. They break out, they kill all the dudes. They head off and just say, we're going to create our own society free from the curse of men. And they create Paradise Island, which exists somewhere in the, we don't know where it is in the ocean, but it's hidden behind a gigantic vortex. And 7,000 years later, the same women are still alive because they've conquered death. And the only new one that's been born is Diana, the princess, Wonder Woman. So the idea was, like, what happens, like 100 years in, they've all fucked each other, and they've built the buildings, and 300 years in, they built better buildings. 300 years in, they've solved all the problems of technology and communication. They've done everything. They've all got off with each other. 7,000 years later. And that was it. So we start off with this. It's like, where are they now? They have this incredible culture, but it's kind of frozen. It's like, it's just forever. Every afternoon's the same afternoon.
Because there's no masculinity in the culture.
There's no men. There's no,
there's no, what is it? The X factor, the incalculable, the chaos.
That thing, Captain Kirk, basically. James T. Kirk is not present. But what you've got is, so the architecture is it's female based, a lot of domes and stuff, but at the same time it's haunted by the phallic memory of Hercules and the men. Their sexuality is turned into this super abstract. It's just to do with chains and locks and leashes and pledges. There's nothing left. They've bled it all out of the culture. It's just ritual that's left. And so Diana then becomes this young girl, even though she's not really young, but she's trapped in this eternal world where her mother's always the queen, but yet her mother looks as hot as she does.
Yeah, always in the comics that was the case. You couldn't figure out which one was Diana.
So it's a weird kind of role play thing. And then one day Steve Trevor basically lands in the island.
So you do that too?
Yeah. But instead of it being World War II and she's sent off to man's world to help fight World War II, it's more about, she finds this guy washed up in the surf, kind of like Aphrodite rising from the foam in Botticelli's painting.
Oh,
and it's
beautiful.
But it's a man.
It's a dude.
And then he collapses in front of her, so there's the kind of weakness. And then it's the whole story. It's like she runs away with him back to man's world and suddenly learns, wait a minute, it's not man's world, it's half man's world. half women's world.
Oh, so so it was always referred to as man's world. Like she knew it existed, but we don't go there as man's world.
Don't, it's bad.
And then she gets there, she's like, well, it's half
all
man's
this other stuff, you know. So it's hard, and the idea of having, which weirdly enough nobody's ever done, because Wonder Woman wears that costume thing, right? But I thought, no, that's only one of the things she wears. You know, she's looking at Swimsuit Illustrated and goes, "What, you people are into this? Well, yeah, I'm fit. I look cool." So she makes that costume, but at the same time, we gave her like dozens of costumes because we thought Wonder Woman would have a whole wardrobe, like all different styles. So what we gave her was a wardrobe of clothes, which I think is really cool as well.
Right, and nobody's ever done that. They're always like, put on the bathing suit.
So we're doing the whole fish out of water. She comes back here with Steve Trevor, but then there's there's twists and turns and betrayals. But the Amazons basically say, Diana's escaped from the island, we're going to go after her, we have to bring her back, and they send the Gorgon, they unleash the Gorgon and all these things.
Now, is it set in DC continuity?
No, it's a whole, it's part of the Earth 1 series.
So nothing else. Yeah,
Michael
where he
Straczynski did the Superman. He did 2 books on Superman Earth 1.
Then Jeff did the Batman one. Yeah. So this is set in a world, no other characters.
So this is the first time superheroes have ever appeared. It's kind of the ultimate, whatever you want to call it.
Right. This the reboot, but within the universe.
This is like
So they're going to now continue to build that Earth 1 universe.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
sounds like you got Superman.
Yeah,
Batman,
I don't have any reference for Wonder Woman, but yeah, of course they could build it. It could be another thing.
I know, like one more
so much going on. I don't know. Do we need another?
But that's the beauty of it is, like, I remember I got into comics right as the multiverse was collapsed into the one universe of DC. And, I was like, it's one universe, only multiverse, all that crap.
Oh man, I love that stuff.
But now that's where I am, where I'm just like, make as many universes as you want. There doesn't need to be one continuity, because one person's continuity could be another person's favorite continuity. One person's like, I don't go for the Earth 1 stuff. It's like, all I love is the Earth 1 stuff.
And the versions are great. I just loved all the different versions. Here's the, Nazi
you're
Batman,
telling one right here where I'm like,
Batman,
of course, the Elseworld stuff. What, we talked about, now do you want to spoil it? One of my first questions when you said Wonder Woman, I was just like, well, my biggest problem with Wonder Woman is just like she birthed from clay.
Yeah, well, we're going to deal with that because I don't like that, and I think it makes her too remote from us.
I agree.
I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to do it.
Yeah, don't. He told me, but don't spoil it.
I've told him, but
but that's one of those things where, like, my kid was asking about Wonder Woman just like a couple weeks ago.
It makes her creepy. It makes her a bit.
That's what I said. I was just like, because I was talking about the heroes born in tragedy, and I was like, well, in DC. They tend to be more like Superman, is only here because his whole planet blows up. Batman's parents get killed. I said, Wonder Woman, what about Wonder Woman? I said, well, Wonder Woman doesn't really have any particular tragedy. In fact, she's sent to man's world to help out. I said, but she is also not really human. She's formed from clay. And she's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, she's a goddess. So she doesn't have a strict beginning like that. And then right there, you see the light go out of the kid's eyes. Clay? Batman's cool. He watches his parents fucking die. Superman can fly. We're clay?
I don't know what is it, Wallace and Gromit, No. So we're kind of trying to deal with that one, but at the same time, I do like the idea that, like, this woman creates another woman, her own daughter. So we're trying to have our cake and eat it with this. We've got a really good take on it.
Smooth. When does that hit? When do they die? I saw a bunch of pages, but when?
I don't know. Yannick's on page 20.
And how long is it?
It's 120 pages. It's a full-on hardcover graphic novel.
Do you like doing that more so than?
Yeah, I like the idea of people being able to read the whole story. And this whole thing's based on a trial, and it's she has to account for herself. But later on, we've got Steve Trevor being allowed on the island. First time a man's really, and he has to speak as a man for what we're into about women.
Get this answer for everything.
So I want the Amazons, Hippolyta, they're all just listening. This dude gets up and he just stands there and says, well, here's why we're into porn, and here's what we love about women, here's what we hate about women, and do the whole, really try and be quite honest about, the relationship.
Like number 89, they bitch at you when the toilet seat's left up. And they'll kill Steve Trevor.
but all of it just so that it's really like on the pitch. Try and be as honest as I possibly can and pull all my friends. What would you say to just a court of women if you had to stand up for us? And what we deal with.
For manhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'd lose that trial.
Oh, I know. But the Amazons are different from us, thank God.
It sounds like the kind of story that the guy who created Wonder Woman would be like, thank you.
I want it to be. I mean, that's the thing. You're looking at that guy, and I do want it to be to be as good as his first idea, And obviously, he was a bohemian. I want it to be about alternative sexuality. I want it to be be provocative the way he intended it to be provocative, and also to be pacifist and about love and about sex and about how we look at women, how we get on with each other and the way we deal with each other and all the different levels of that, from when you're a young man to when you're an older man or a married man, all the different takes, and to have lots of different women characters in it as well, which I know you like. It's the kind of representative older women, menopausal women, teenage girls, warrior women, all of them getting to talk.
Do you bounce your shit off your wife, off Kristen?
Oh,
and you're
of course.
Read this, man.
Yeah, man. Not so much read it. I mean, she'll just listen to me bouncing around the house, reading out dialogue and explaining stuff.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, look, I just come up with this one.
And so sit there and be like, hold on, here's the scene. And then you go into a mini performance?
Exactly, so.
Oh, that's adorable. You gotta fucking shoot that and put it on YouTube, dude. Who wouldn't watch that, man?
No,
like Grant Morrison doing his own characters.
Grant Morrison having a nervous breakdown. I Am Legion. It's like 300 voices talking. No, but yeah, I mean, I want this to be real. I want this to be like, and really, it's not for young kids, It's not an 8-year-old Wonder Woman. It's not a cartoon Wonder Woman, but I really want it to be for teenage girls and their moms. The hot moms. And it's
these cats reading this Twilight and this 50 Shades of Grey cats.
And because I grew up with my own mother and my sister, who was like 5 years younger than me, and watching them, I've seen my mother and my sister. My mother's got a knife in her hand. My sister's got a pot of boiling water, and they're standing confronting each other in the kitchen saying, I'll kill you.
The fuck out of here.
So I want to get a bit of that in there as well.
Too much of that fried Mars bar in the fucking Scottish diet where they're pulling knives and fucking pots of water on each other. But at least they're not pulling guns. That's the American way.
No, if they had guns, they would pull them. But fortunately, they don't. They resort to the old ways, People have been doing this stuff since 08 AD. A pot of boiling water always works.
So you capture that dynamic and throw that into the story as well. I want it to be about a mother and a daughter who runs away from a repressive society. So it's almost it's the classic Disney princess story. I was just going to say, it's kind of a whole new world.
But then with this weird bondage.
As well. When you look at the pages, like the opening pages is Hercules and Hippolyta. And there's a lot of chains involved.
Well, he represents just the ultimate bestial, male, controlling, porno image of women.
Right.
And then her kind of working her way out of that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you see the Amazons then fetishize chains and turn them into a weird code.
Because they're like this in the way that people look at that's forbidden. And
it's the
turns
forbidden,
it into something sexy.
And thousands of years later they've turned it into something that stands for all kinds of other things.
Where older people, they're all the same age, I guess, to some degree, but older people would be like, ew, that's distasteful. But younger people would be like, no, man, that's hot and naughty.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's like,
fascinating, man. I can't wait to fucking read that.
No, and Yannick's artwork is beautiful.
I saw it. It's really, stunning.
I mean, he's spending so much time on it. So it's one of those books like a coffee table. Your friends will sit there stoned, just staring into the vistas of
what is this?
Paradise. Oh man, I can walk right up the stairs into the temple.
Speaking of the temple, let's return to the Bat Temple and talk about. I threw out 5, but we'll see how many we come up with. Yeah. Your favorite Bat stories, the stories that a lot of people point to your stuff as oh my God, my favorite Batman story is this, and Grant Morrison story this. I could pull dialogue sections and point to one of the last episodes we did of Fat Man on Batman was me just reading the JLA, issues of Rock of Ages was the two dark side issues. Yeah. I went through them. I had no guess. So I was like, I'm going to read you two of my favorite Batman appearances of all time. And I read them and kind of did the voices and shit. It was fun shit. So there are people that, go oh, this story you did, this story you did. Who is that for you? Which are your stories that made you go like, oh, I want to do this, or ooh, I love this is my favorite Batman moment?
Well, the Moon of the Wolf, and I don't remember numbers of this thing, but people can go and look this shit up.
Yeah, we got the internet, folks.
We got it. We're going to get that, the memory that remembers everything. But this was the Moon of the Wolf by Len Wein and Neil Adams.
So this is like a
early 70s,
right?
yeah, and it was it was one of those like 100-page like detective comic. I think it was a Batman. It wasn't a detective. It was a Batman, and it was a bunch of reprints and a couple of new pages at the beginning of the book. But it was basically one of Bruce Wayne's friends, and you see this really incredibly homoerotic, amazing stuff where they're in the gym like pumping iron, but. So it's
what you're missing is Grant's actually acting it out now, as if he wrote it.
I'm kind of working it. But it's, so this guy's called Anthony Lupus, which is a bit of a giveaway.
Right then and there. Like either he's got the disease.
Yeah, he's got a problem. But you see him, there's this incredible just sequence where him and Bruce Wayne are working out together, but as contrast, they have this like totally overweight, kind of out of shape.
I'm in the book.
Yeah. I mean, no, he's a lot older. He's a grey-haired man, kind of corporate guy, huffing his way through the
like
whole
a Rupert
routine.
Thorne type.
Yeah, so he's huffing his way through while the other two are like pumping iron and flinging like medicine balls at one another as if they weighed nothing. And the other guy's, I just can't handle this. And you discover that Anthony Lupus is, of course, a werewolf, and he's the guy behind all these mysterious disappearances. But it's the most beautifully drawn, amazing.
And it's Neil Adams, true.
It's Neil Adams at his ultimate peak on Batman. He did a lot of great Batman stories, but this one is brilliant. And, Batman's like locked up and he escapes. He bites this cotter pin that he finds. I always remember that name, a twisted cotter pin. I don't know what the hell a cotter pin is, but it obviously holds things together.
But it captured your imagination.
Yeah, Batman picks it up with his teeth out of the dirt and his face is all dirt and he uses it to unlock his, the shackles that he's been put in. And then he fights this werewolf up, scaffolding in a lightning storm.
Oh, beautiful background.
No, it's amazing, and it's told in whatever, probably 16 pages or something. And at the end, there's a great little coda where the bad guys kind of survived, and there's werewolves coming back for Batman one day. And
that's how it ends.
No, it's brilliant.
Oh, nice. All right, so that's when and where were you in life when you read that?
I was just becoming a comic fan. I was like 12 years old, and this was the best. This is Batman at his best. Neil Adams was my hero at the time.
All right, where's that? What else you got? What's the next one? That's good. Now I gotta go look it up.
Yeah. Next one's the Mad Love thing that Bruce Timm did.
Really?
Oh, it's brilliant.
Oh, believe me, I'm with you, but it's so weird because that's after you've started writing.
But it's just so good, and it rewards. You can go back to that again and again and again, and it's beautiful. It's like the old Warren comics. I don't know if you remember that shit.
Yes.
Eerie and Vampirella, the black and white. The ink, the wash, the graded kind of stuff, and they did it in that style. So I really love it. I think it's just a great story. It's sexy. It's noir. It's it's kind of the way.
And it introduced the character. They got to introduce the character of Harley Quinn into the universe. That was her first comic book appearance. She'd been in the animated series. And later on, she'd get her own book, and now she's deeply entrenched in the DC universe.
No, I've realised I've totally explained the wrong one, because everyone's going to listen to it and go, no, Mad Love's the Harley Quinn thing.
Yeah,
I'm
which one
thinking of the black and white one that he did for Batman Black and White, Bruce Timm did.
What was it?
I think it's a Two-Face story. But it's the girl in the, she's, it's got this sort of noirish girl in suspenders leaning over a table. All I can remember is images.
Right.
And that's why I like it so much.
And
But Mad Love is also great. So, I mean, these two confused together is my Get Out club.
So it's a Bruce Timm story.
It's a Bruce Timm, it was in Batman Black and White. It's totally, it's a Two-Face story.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's jogging
really
memory. I have a vague memory of it in
yeah.
one of the first few issues or something.
But Mad Love's a great Harley Quinn story as well. So I'll put those two together. But anything Bruce Timm has to say.
Before we go further, there was, the last time you were here, we touched very briefly on Dark Knight Strikes Again. We went into Dark Knight Returns, and fuck, it was eloquent. Like you explained Dark Knight Returns or went into it in such a way where you turned it into an opera that I never noticed. You know, it begins about a man who's got self-doubt.
Did you go back and look?
Yes, of course. I went back and read it. And I was like, how you don't see it and how I never saw it before. It's a quiet story of man doubting himself that ends with man fighting and conquering God. You know, it's got a Damarang or it's big ass opera or something like that. But a lot of people have asked on Twitter, like, talk about Dark Knight Strikes Again, which was Frank Miller's sequel. Now, and a lot of people have asked me, what do you think about it? You never talk about that. I'm not one of those people that kind of flipped out about like, oh, this is this is terrible. It was not Dark Knight Returns, but how could it be? Cause it was Frank Miller plus, I don't know, maybe 15 years, whatever. But I liked a lot of the ideas in it. Frank Miller's art was a little more out there in terms of the backgrounds from the traditional pages of Dark Knight Returns. But I dig the story and it's Batman is a little bit different, than he was in Dark Knight Returns. But what you seem to dial into it a lot, like when we talked about it, you went into like, oh no, it holds up and, hit on that storyline. What is, for those who've never read it, essentially, what is it? And then what's good about it to you?
Well, it wasn't Dark Knight, but he'd done that, you know, the guy had done that. You can't ever take that away from him. So why would you want him to do it again? But I don't know. I think he started out with a mission, and the mission was possibly misguided because he thought at the time that he was bringing back, as he described it, the luster to superheroes. That, like Alan Moore believed for some reason, that in their wake everything had been grim and miserable and depressing all through the 90s. Right. And then you're thinking, no, wait a minute, there was Image Comics, and there was Mark Waid's Flash, and there was Kingdom Come, which was kind of dealing with other things, Kurt Busiek and me and Pete Milligan. So they weren't right about it, but I think Miller started out with this, well, I'm going back to the comics I loved as a kid, and I'm going to do this amazing cocaine-fueled. And again, I don't want to say like Frank was on cocaine. I have no idea.
No, just in terms of a metaphor.
In the sense of how it was done and drawn and like super fast. There was some really bad drawings in it, but...
okay, well, let's stop right there.
Really badly...
There are, right? Like I think that's what turns some people off, where they're like, is this the same fucking guy? And there are some pages where you're like, this is unmistakably Frank Miller.
But what people have to remember is that an artist is an artist. An artist is not someone whose duty it is to recreate reality as you see it. An artist is whose duty it is to put down what's in his head. And if what's in his head is a really badly drawn up girl with her ass in there, then it's because he wants to get past that fast. He doesn't care about the girl with her ass in there. So read it. You know, read what the artist is saying. She's just a thing on TV that he doesn't care about.
Right.
But it's horribly drawn. But then you get to suddenly 9/11 happens and Frank's in the middle of his story.
Is that what the history of this book was?
Yeah, because you see it. It suddenly appears, and I think it's book 2. I'm not sure. I think it's book 2. And it's Supergirl and Superman looking at Manhattan, and there's a gigantic cloud and buildings are falling. And suddenly he abandons his story and starts to react to what just happened. And I think it's brilliant. It's a guy on the board, drawing stuff, making it up as he goes along, and suddenly some big thing happens outside his window, and he puts that in his story as well, and everything changes, and the story's elastic enough to make that work. And he still says all he wants to say, and he's got these images of, you know, like Supergirl shooting the beams out of her eyes, and it's like the day, what was it, the day the Earth stood still.
The robot.
And it's that kind of Kirby power. But all of it suddenly, in the middle of it comes 9/11, and it's him reacting to that immediately, and I think it's brilliant for that, because it's incoherent, it's mad, but...
That's your reaction to something like that.
And it's scrawled, and it's like, you know, it's like woodcuts, it's like primitive art, it's like something that should be drawn in a cave in the post-apocalypse.
You're right, but when you think about Dark Knight Returns, you could take out all the word balloons and very easily follow that story, I would think. I've never tested it, but it's told in a pretty linear fashion. He takes very, creative leaps and liberties with framing and stuff like that, but still told in a pretty linear fashion. I think that's what put a lot of people off Dark Knight Strikes Again. Number one, everyone thought like, it's the fucking sequel to Dark Knight Returns. Not knowing what you just said. Like, this is a guy who was writing one story in the middle of it. The worst thing that ever happened, and he just started writing about that instead. He's an artist. That's what he's supposed to do. But there were so many, that's, you pull out all the dialogue. That's a really tough story to follow. And like you said, there's a few pages you hit where you're like, how did this happen? How did this get past approval? How did that, something that probably he wouldn't have been allowed to do if it was Dark Knight Returns. But since he's sequelizing Dark Knight Returns and he's a fucking legend, they let him do what he wants.
But it's the difficulty of having had a big hit like that. Mm-hmm. And then you still want to be an artist, and an artist doesn't want to recreate anything they've ever done before. But in a lot of cases, the audience wants you to go on recreating the same thing forever. And it's sad, I'd rather see Frank Miller just, look, he's reacting to this thing, his drawings all over the place, his wife's corn, and he's mad. It's like she's just found a computer. But it's brilliant. It really, it's of the moment. People look back on it and they see that it really captures its time in the same way that Dark Knight did.
Excellent. There it is. Everybody go give it a read, man. Based on that, after the last episode we did, I was like, I'm going to buy this motherfucker, read it again digitally.
And it's a guy's head. That's it. Stop thinking about, I want this from a Batman story. Just think, here's an artist that I like and here's where his head is at this time. And and it may not be where your head was at, but it'll teach you something. It'll show you a perspective,
And like any good comic book story, if you don't like it, just wait a minute. Another one's coming.
Oh yeah, there's always a million. It's like soap opera. It never ends.
Okay, jumping back into faves or stories that you dig, man. When you think of Batman, the stories that you haven't written, what leaps to mind? Give me another one.
There was the last episode of Walt Simonson's and Andy Goodwin's, or Andy, is that his name?
Archie Goodwin?
Archie Goodwin, sorry, Andy. Archie Goodwin did Manhunter in the early 70s and it was the whole Manhunter.
What was his name? Mark, fucking Manhunter, the character?
Yeah.
Mark something Manhunter.
No, he was the other guy. There was like 10, Paul Kirk.
Is that who the Manhunter was? Okay.
Yeah, so I love this stuff, and it was what's his name? Simonson doing some of his best work. But they did this crossover with Batman at the end, and it was just the most beautiful, Manhunter meets Batman, the whole story gets wrapped up. But it was done in this like multiple panels, the most beautiful comic book storytelling you've ever seen. They dismissed the idea of Hollywood storytelling, the whole, the spirit was kind of based on that kind of Citizen Kane style Orson Welles directing, and for a long time that had been what was in control of the way people thought about comics as film. You had people like Steranko coming in and going back to Orson Welles as well.
Is that so? Yeah. And that influenced 20, 30 years or more?
Well, a lot of that just kept going. People were looking at those movies, but with Simonson, what he was he seemed to be creating the idea of the video experience long before it happened, 10 years before it happened.
So what panels within panels?
Just really digital panels, really small, focusing in on a shuriken flying through space and then hitting a guy in the shoulder and then the sound effect. So he was kind of creating this digital style, which I think was way ahead of its time.
MTV before MTV.
Yeah, and this crossover, this finale of the story was with Batman and Manhunter together. And that was the kind of culmination of the style he'd used, this beautiful, super digital style. Nobody's done it for a long time. We Three's got a little bit of that with Frank Quitely and some of the stuff that Chris Burnham did on the last run of Batman's got a little bit of it, but it's something that people should bring back because it was ahead of its time. It wasn't film, it was video.
It's so weird to hear a writer, like so far, the moments you dial in on are visually oriented. Like it's not like you're like, then this happened in the story, then he said this. It all comes down to the image for you. And I guess that's what makes you so damn good at everything, at not just writing, but writing in the graphic medium because you think visually. Like, why didn't directing's gotta be next for you, man.
No, I mean, I draw it all out first, but I couldn't, honestly. I like drawing out the comics and describing them to the artist, but I couldn't direct anybody. I just couldn't tell them what to do. I'd just say, go and do it, and I'd be pleased with anything.
I'll take the first take.
Yeah, go for it. You're happy.
They call him One Take Morrison. He's the easiest director to work for in the world, man.
No, I'd be useless. I just don't like telling people what to do. I'm too liberal.
All right, give me another one.
So
God,
how many have we done?
We've done 3.
We've done 3. I bet I miss out something amazing, but
How about, let me see. What about year one? Where do you stand on year one?
I love year one. I mean, it's a great story. I don't know if I should choose it because I've already got him in this kind of, but I mean, you know, I think Dark Knight's so great, but year one's brilliant. Yeah, I love it. It's just a really well done story, but it's like his Daredevil one, The Born Again.
Yes.
Where it's the same kind of story. It's just this really perfect primal story. That's all you need for those characters.
What about another biggie that everyone always points? When you Batman mainstream to people, you say Batman mainstream or Batman comics to the mainstream people, they'll pull like, Dark Knight Returns or Arkham Asylum or Killing Joke.
Killing Joke's good. And I kind of like Killing Joke because we talk about this, no one gets the end. Because Batman kills the Joker.
No. Yes. All right. We didn't talk about this.
Well, we got to talk. Okay, let's have Killing Joke as our second in command here. No, that's what I love about it. It's like no one's noticed, like how many 30 years on almost. Batman kills the Joker. That's why it's called The Killing Joke. The Joker tells the killing joke at the end. Batman reaches out and breaks his neck, and that's why the laughter stops and then the light goes out, because that was their last chance at crossing that bridge. And Alan Moore wrote the ultimate Batman Joker story. He finished it.
Out of here.
Yeah, but he did it in such a way that it's ambiguous, so people will never have to be sure, which means it doesn't have to be the last Batman Joker story. It's brilliant. It's like...
So for those, I mean,
it's a super
Walt Flanagan, my friend Walt Flanagan, he's like, I can't stand the end of that. They're just laughing.
No, they're not. They're laughing, and Batman reaches out, grabs his neck and breaks it. And the laughter stops. It actually abruptly stops, which tells you he's just reached out and killed him. It's really obvious if you look back at it.
So the only thing that's missing is a quirk or something like that. A sound, a little onomatopoeia.
Yeah, but that would have made it too obvious. And I'm sure that Alan Moore wanted to make it, this is the last Batman Joker story. This is the inevitable end. This is the killing joke. It says it in the title. But if I say
I've never seen it. I've been reading that book for years. I never saw that.
If you look at it again, it's the most obvious thing in the world. And then the light switches because he's just killed him. It's like there's no chance of them crossing that bridge anymore.
Oh, that redefines that book in such a major way.
And that's why it's so great.
And it's so strange because then that would make it an Elseworlds book because he kills the Joker.
Yeah, because he didn't want to. I mean, he's not, Moore likes to be able to do, he's done it all. He's given you the end of the end of this conflict, but at the same time, it's ambiguous enough that any future story will just be another echo of this.
I wonder how many fucking people see that.
Nobody. I've never seen it. People talking about it, and it's so fucking obvious. The only person who's ever mentioned it is Brian Boland, who hints at it and then leaves it trailing. You know,
and he would know.
Of course, he knows. He says the Joker reaches out. He goes for his neck, and he breaks his neck, and the laughter stops.
I wonder if he's ever said that on a panel.
No, no one's ever said, because it has to be ambiguous. That's what makes it great. And it's what makes it the ultimate Batman Joker story.
Dude, you have fucking you've third-eyed me and fucking shattered my world. Like that. That changes the framework from which I viewed that story forever. And I loved Killing Joke.
It makes the whole book so much better.
Yeah, it really does. It elevated it.
It's the finale. It's the end. Of course it has to be the end. He's just crippled.
Alan Moore secretly wrote the last Batman story.
Of course he did.
And he
was hired to write, he did it, but he did it in such a way that, it doesn't, only if you notice, which is beautiful.
They even worked into the continuity where it's like Barbara's in the wheelchair, saying this happened, but man, beautiful. Like that was worth the price of admission alone. You just fucking cracked the world wide open on that one. Do you remember this Batman annual? I think it was The Wrath. It was a cover. It had Batman and it had a dude who was kind of his mirror and he was like brown Batman. And it was the story of two.
Oh yeah, I remember that. He's back.
They brought that character back?
He's back.
When?
He's got a whole new story out coming up like this month, kind of like.
Real? And what, the New 52?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I always wondered why he didn't, I mean, it sounds weird to say, why he didn't work more, like he was an actor or something, but I loved that story and the way it was told. I can't remember who drew it, or who wrote it, but it was in the I think it was late 70s.
Barr or someone? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I want to say maybe it was Mike Barr. But the cover is very striking. It's, there's the parents dead and a child between them in the middle, but then you have two looming figures. One is Batman. And the other is a character that looks like Batman, but he's brown and doesn't have a bat on his chest. And that's the Wrath or whatever. I don't even know if they call him that in the book.
No, he's called the Wrath. He's called the Wrath again. I've even got a beautiful cover that Alex Ross did.
Of the Wrath?
Back when I was doing Batman R.I.P. and Alex did a whole bunch of covers because he was in for like 6 months worth of covers. and he sent in this thing, and it's like a playing card, like, you know, with the king, and it's Batman and upright, and then underneath, you know, this image of the Wrath holding the gun, and it's just really beautiful. But yeah, he's back. I mean, they've rediscovered the Wrath.
Oh my God. It was the idea, the character was somewhere on the same night. Batman his parents were killed. This guy's parents were killed, but Batman, it was like Goofus and Gallant. Batman went the way of the good, whereas the Wrath became a shithole and he was an assassin, essentially. Man, oh man.
Is that one of your favorites?
I remember it from my childhood and liking it quite a bit. Now, I always wondered why they didn't work that character into more. And now, of course, he's coming back.
They found him again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nothing. No license is left.
He was cowering under a rock somewhere and they found him.
We were talking about just before we started rolling, man. I got the action figure of Batman of, what is it? Zur-En-Arrh.
Yeah.
They actually did a figure of the character in old continuity, or what, in the 50s, he was just introduced as an interplanetary Batman.
Yeah, he was a Batman from the planet, what was it? No, Klano was his name. Klano. Where'd they get these things from?
And Grant turned him into, brilliantly, essentially Batman going like, look, if I'm ever captured, or compromised, I have to still be able to function as the Batman. So if Bruce Wayne or my personality is compromised, the brain's big enough to store a backup, and this was a Batman backup. So knocked unconscious or stripped of his memory or whatever, the Batman backup system kicks in, and it's Batman pulling together this outfit from rags and stuff, and he looks exactly like colors of the Batman of Zur-En-Arrh, this old story. So we talked about it in the last episode, and then, you know, after that, last time he was here, really. After that, when I was online periodically, just jump on Amazon and enter Batman and see what comes up. They made a fucking action figure. Like, it's gorgeous, man. And it comes packaged with a little Batmite who figures very prominently in the story. Before they do that, do they call you up and be like, you're getting a figure?
No, I wish I knew. I mean, that's the first time I knew.
You didn't see it?
No, not at all. You know, and the idea for that came from, like, you know, like kids developing multiple personalities, that whole MPD thing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people who've undergone trauma develop these other personalities who can deal with it. And I thought of Batman actually working all that out and thinking, well, what if I made a backup personality in case I get really fucked up? And it will just emerge. So yeah, I mean, they made a toy.
They wound up making a toy of this bizarre notion that you had about like
Batman's monstrous MPD. Is Batman without Bruce Wayne just a figure of vengeance?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's essentially Batman stripped of any humanity, or just the Bat anima or whatever.
The final of the 5. Honestly, this my favorite Batman story, and no one will know this one. I kind of want to draw people's attention to it, to see if they think it's a cool at all, or if it's just me. But there's this thing called, I looked it up, but I've completely forgotten it. I think it was Batman 672 of the original series, but it's easy to find. It's called Die Small, Die Big. Right?
Die Small, Die Big.
Die Small, Die Big. So it's a kind of late 60s, I think, maybe early 70s, late 60s.
Who's the art? Do you remember who?
It's like kind of Carmen Infantino period, from that late on period, just after the Batman TV show, where they started trying to make Batman comics a bit more serious, because they'd camped them up.
For a while
slightly,
they'd gone in the way
But right after them, there was a really interesting period where they had these weird existential kind of mysteries written by Gardner Fox and other people. So there's a kind of odd couple of years before the Neil Adams stuff and Denny O'Neil stuff.
So is this like the giant typewriter era, or no?
No, it's after.
Before,
this is the end.
after.
This is a weird part of Batman's history. It's the kind of the swamplands that nobody knows about. No, honestly, it's right after Camp, and right after they adapted to the TV show, and the Riddler and the Joker were all like the TV show. There was this weird detective era, and the stories were bizarre. They were kind of like The Spirit, where it would be like from someone else's point of view, and it was Batman seen from the POV of a citizen of Gotham. Really cool.
So the stories would be done from that
Yeah, I mean, really cool
Batman's
stories. And it only lasted for maybe a year and a half, later, 2 years.
People are like, this isn't selling.
Yeah, and then it got into the whole Denny O'Neil, Neil Adams recreation. But so there's this thing, and it's called Die Small, Die Big. And the whole idea is it's about a mailman, just this ordinary mailman in Gotham, who then stumbles upon there's this crime's about to happen, something only he knows about because he's been delivering the mail every day and he hears these bad guys talking. But the mailman has a canary that never sings, and it sits in this cage, and every day he feeds it and he goes, oh, please just sing. Come on, boy. And one day he just decides, I've had enough of being a mailman, I'm going to go out, and like, Batman's never going to hear about these guys that are about to commit this terrible crime, so if I dress up as Batman and walk in there, I'll be able to stop it. And the whole thing's just this guy going through the prep, and he dresses up as Batman, he walks in, they shoot him dead. But Batman finds him, and he's wearing a Batman suit, and the mailman's dying, and as he's dying, the canary's up there, and for the first time ever, the canary starts to sing. No, honestly, it's super, like, sentimental Hollywood. Your heart breaks at the end. This is my favourite Batman story of all time. And it's just this guy pretending to be Batman, and then he dies a hero, dies small. His name's Leonard Small, that kind of thing. It's die small, die big. He dies in the canary for the first time.
That's the end of the story?
And no, it's just Batman saying he didn't die small, he died big.
That's the,
it's
God.
Amazing.
Oh my Lord, man. It's not like, it's a Joker story.
No,
it's
just a guy
and it's barely
story.
a Batman story,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it is a Batman story because it's about a guy who's just like, I got to do the right thing, and puts on a mask. And
it's everything Batman represents, but without Batman's training, he's
he takes a bullet. There it is.
It's worth it to hear that canary
sing. Do you think in the DC editorial they were like, look, these are really beautiful stories, but like, can't you throw a Wonder Woman in bondage or maybe a colorful Batman from outer space into the story?
I just think they were lost after the Batman TV show. They were, what the hell do we do with this? And then you have Neil Adams who's at least got an idea, and Denny O'Neil takes that idea and does something with it.
What is that? What do you think that is? What was that idea?
It was the idea to go back to the roots of Batman, to make it gothic again, to get away from the kind of Gotham City detective, where everyone knew who he was, and everyone. So they just dialed it back.
And it worked? Were you reading at that time?
Yeah, because to me that was the greatest thing in the world. Neil Adams' Batman, he was lithe, he looked like for real, he could really do kung fu, and the sequences were all based on Enter the Dragon and stuff like that, or earlier Bruce Lee films, but Batman looked like he could really do martial arts for the first time instead of swinging those big the haymaker punches, if he connects, you're dead, but... So suddenly he could fight, and he looked lithe, he looked trim, he looked like the sort of guy Batman would be, and the tall ears.
That's where the era of the long ears begins.
And Adam set everything at night, even if his script said it was to be set in the daytime. So he was constantly emphasising the gothic aspects of Batman, and Denny O'Neil picked up on that. But as I say, there's this weird little era. Really interesting stories. Like Gardner Fox, as he was approaching 60 and he was about to be kicked out of DC, the guy who'd created so much of their stuff was reaching the end of his viable years. But he did some of the best Batman stories ever in this weird, strange, like all from different people's point of views.
And you found poetry in something that I'm sure most people are just like, it's not my Batman.
No, I had to read it all, and honestly, my Batman is every Batman. It's cool in every version, and it adds something new to the character.
When you say it's your favorite of all time, do you read it when it hit the stands, when it came out?
I don't even remember when I read it. I think I read it probably in some kind of
compilation,
one of those 100 pages or something, the reprint things. But it really, I was in tears at the end of it. I haven't read it since I was like 14, so it's probably really melodramatic. But
you still
it's in my head. That's Batman. And someone trying to live up to that legacy, and then Batman coming at and he didn't die small, he died big.
How weird though that you were there for the transition. Yeah. Like you were there for a couple transitions of the character. And then you were involved. Like you were there as a reader for many of the transitions from Batman from one thing to another, from campy back to gothic. But then you got years later, without even knowing that would come to be, you get to be involved with transition for the character, not just once, but twice, many times. You kept doing it over and over again. To be a part of, just to be a part of that wheel, but cause it's tough to say that like, man, he had a spoke to the wheel. It's almost like you took the wheel and you turned it into like a hovercraft. Like you found another thing to do with the wheel that other people didn't do. So when you think of all the Batman stories that you've written, what's the one for you where you're like, that's me firing on what I feel is me firing on all cylinders, my favorite Batman story?
Just those, the Dick Grayson as Batman thing.
You love that.
Oh,
we talked about last time.
Yeah, I really do. And I love Batman R.I.P., this super goth Batman, and it's kind of cool. But just that chance of having the light-hearted, acrobatic Batman, the grim little Robin, you know.
The flipped relationship.
There was just something about that, and the exact tone that we got, where things were super creepy and dark, but at the same time they were absurd all the time. It was almost Monty Python. It was constantly teetering on the edge of horror, but never going over. And I think that's what's great about Batman. It never goes over, you know. When it does go over, it becomes a bit like Saw or something, you know.
Right.
So I think that entire Batman and Robin run, I think some of my favourite comics I've ever written, and the dynamic of those two characters. I wish they'd done them for 10 years and then brought Bruce Wayne back as some insane, you know.
For a generation that would be like, this is my father, my grandpappy.
Exactly, you know, and I felt there was that in it, you know, but you had to bring him back. And at the same time, I love the whole return of the Bruce Wayne stuff, where I went through all the different time eras and different kinds of stories that led up to the creation of the Batman archetype.
Right.
You know, so it had all that meta thing. Because, I mean, as you know, I don't believe Batman could ever be real, so I don't think I'm telling stories about a real person, but I'm telling stories about a story that's really powerful and has affected a lot of people.
Like the Jesus story, essentially. So it's just like keep adding to it.
Yeah, and you've got to be aware that it's a story and it will never end, and you're just one of the people that passes the baton of that story through time.
That's the problem with the Jesus story, is it ends. And, you know, it ends and he loses, but then he kind of wins, but eternally for all of us and stuff. But there's unlike comic books, Jesus has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Yeah. And he's eternal, but there's an end to his life on earth. Batman can't end.
Batman can't. Never. You know, he just always comes back. He can be buried. He can be shot. He can be poisoned. He'll come back and he starts again.
That's why he's better than Jesus in so many ways.
Batman is so much
way better costume, number one. Yeah. Way better footwear, number two. You know? And he just can't end. It's a world without end, truly.
Jesus would have been sweating, though, if he'd been wearing that costume in Galilee. It would have been hardcore.
But he would have got a lot more people listening to him. They're like, look at this guy, how he dressed.
Yeah, exactly.
He looks cooler than the Romans. It's been awesome sitting and talking to you again, man. Cause so many people said after the episode runs, they're like, I could just listen to that dude read a fucking phone book. You could read my obituary to me and I'd be like, yeah, well, fucking.
I think I'll be the other way around.
It was okay. I had a good life, man. Cause he made it sound even fucking cooler. You found, like Quentin Tarantino, who can take like 70s, 60s, 80s, even television cheese, what most people dismiss as garbage, and find absolute gold at the center of it. You do the same thing. You find amazing poetry within stories that most people within the Batman universe have dismissed and would rather forget. Breathe new life into them and shows how viable they are, how important they are, and how much they are. And, it's so awesome to hear that your favorite story is like the story that is a Batman story at the same time, not a Batman story, but the Batman story that almost allows the reader more than normal to go, oh, I could be Batman, right up until he gets fucking shot. And then he's like, maybe I should just stay here.
I could be Batman, but I'm going to have to pay that price. You know?
Can you pay that price?
Which he never has to pay.
Yeah. You're a legend, sir. You're fantastic, man. Thank you for coming in the Fat Cave again. Anytime you're remotely near the side of the country, anytime I'm anywhere near your side of the country, I'm going to seek you out and we'll sit down and do this.
Anytime, yeah.
That's Fat Man on Batman for this week, man. I'm Kevin Smith, and come back next week. Same fat time, same fat channel, smodcast.com.